Welcome one and all to the North American DPC. We are continuing Div 1 action. It's the third week, so we really are in the business end of what's been happening here in the DPC, so you do not want to miss any single game that's happening. My name is Sneh. I'll be your host yet again for tonight's proceedings, and I'm joined yet again by my boys in Drip, Fear, T-Panda. Gentlemen, it's been a very interesting last couple of weeks, right? Despite the fact that we haven't really had many upsets, which is what we've wanted, we have not necessarily had too many surprises in results, but we have had some surprising interactions, some surprising games. A lot has happened over the last while, and T-Panda, how have you felt about the road that we've come now that we're almost at the very end of this tour?
I think we've seen a lot of interesting aspects of North American Dota and Dota in general, all gone all the way to the Wild Wild West with the sharpshooter duels and everything. So I think we've seen a lot of cool stuff. And like you said, no upsets so far, really, except for maybe Bait grabbing a map here and there, but haven't closed out a series. So it's always been the top seeds taking down on the middle or the middle teams or the bottom teams. But could they maybe be the difference maker?
Maybe. We'll see. We got some good games where either team could win. We still have our favorites, but you know, if there was a realistic upset day, I feel like today is finally it.
Yeah.
Today is finally that day. Unfortunately, it was not the case on the first day of week number 3. Just to walk you through that, if you weren't here for that proceedings, let's just take a quick look at how that particular day panned out, because we had, as T-Panda was mentioning, some fairly lopsided matchups. The teams that are at the very bottom in Alpha and Theath Gaming were in performance, and TSM were not messing around here, boys. They came in, they were like, you know what, we almost found ourselves dropping a series against Nouns. It feels like since that series, they just turned it all around. Like, they've made the decision to play at maximum a level as humanly possible so that that never happens again.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nouns was like only one of the fewer teams that could probably challenge them at this point as well. But I really think Kasane stepped up a lot. I've loved his progression, thinking he's only going to be a beast, brood, Lycan spammer. But he's brought out a bunch of heroes now, and he's played them all at a very, very high level.
Yeah, exactly. And to kind of jump on the idea of Kasane, out of all the East Europeans that have joined NA this season, he's ultimately the best. He's got the best performances, he's got the most show, and he has a strong team around him. So it's not just about him playing. He's playing heroes that enables his teammates, but he also has the capability to adjust from situation to situation. It's not only just the Zoo heroes that he's played, but the majority of it. And he's been devastating. A lot of teams are looking at, wow, I wish our new players were like this guy, you know?
I mean, speaking of one of the EU players, Ari, who also ended up joining TSM, Fear, earlier on you were on the panel in Western Europe, and you got to see Into the Breach, his former squad. You could definitely see the difference, right? The hole that he left in that roster that hasn't yet been plugged. And you can see the difference with TSM, right? How much they benefited from having him instead.
I mean, yeah, he's a phenomenal player. Like, unfortunately, ran into the Breach. You know, that was their relegation game earlier today, so rest in peace there for them. But Ari, I don't think he's going to be anywhere near relegation with this TSM roster here in North America. He's been putting up constantly good performances in the position 4 here. And just the new guys on TSM have been impressive.
Yeah, TSM has been one of the teams that we really enjoyed watching, and right now they are 5-0. Very, very close to getting themselves qualification for the major. These two teams that we saw next playing here between Theath Gaming and 5 Red 4 Staff, this was not a major qualification game, but it was still impactful. It still had stakes, T-Panda, because for 5 Red 4 Staff, their victory here guaranteed them that they stay in Division 1 no matter what. But for the side of Theath Gaming, this guarantees that no matter what, the only prospect of them remaining is going to be through tiebreakers at this point.
Potentially, yeah. Theath basically just going down to one more series, which could help them elude the elimination threat and possibly even the tiebreakers if they end up winning that one. So it all comes down to just one series for them. If they were to win this series, we would have maybe seen Theath actually hold on to a spot in Division 2 and maybe have a bit more loosened gameplay coming into the latter parts, because they're like, all right, I think things are finally clicking. But 5rat, they were too strong of an opponent to play against, and even with a stand-in coming in for the team, we didn't really see them have like a massive difference in the team. It was definitely helpful to have Yamich in the team, but they just couldn't get the results on the board.
Yep, definitely not enough at that point in time. One thing I really do hope, though, speaking of players that have come in from Europe, Stomanen on the side of 5 Red 4 Staff, I really hope he remains, not just for the sake of the team of 5 Red 4 Staff, but he seems to be a positive influence on the region, right? Speed was mentioning that he's one of the most PMA players ever, and hopefully that can sort of filter down into the rest of the region, because, you know, there's a reason this used to be known as a salty region, and I'm hoping that that's not going to be the case for too much longer at this point.
I think the salt left a while ago on Peter, but
yeah, yeah, he was one of the cornerstones.
He took all the salt with
For
him.
salt
Yeah.
or just
Yeah, I mean,
or
he
of
was.
Dota?
I mean,
Both,
he
I
was.
guess.
I think he was just the overlord of the salt mines, right?
I know. He was. I mean, right now, like, I haven't seen anything that spicy, like, from this region. It's not like we have, like, you know, the Mars and stuff all chatting in the games, right? So, like, maybe the salt has passed to different regions. NA's been pretty mellow.
Yeah. But nice and mellow. Regrettably, it hasn't been that surprising because at the top of the card, Shopify Rebellion and TSM, 5 wins apiece. Nouns on 3 and 1, although many would argue that this should be them being on 4 and 0, and TSM being the ones at 4 and 1. Wildcard right behind them, 3 and 2. 5 Red 4 staff guaranteed to stay in at 3 and 3. And then at the very bottom, Theath 1-5. And Alpha and Bates still have yet to clock up any wins. Of course, that is definitely going to change because later on in this week, they will be playing up against each other. That last game is the last game of the entire DPC. So that's quite stressful because it would be one thing if you at least get that early win to build up your confidence. But now you have to play a lot of tough series and you might not have any confidence remaining by the time you get to that do-or-die moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically where time is running out in a sense. There's not too much room to maybe necessarily improve a lot of like big aspects. You can work on like the small things. I think what we really heard well from Nouns was basically that they take all the data that they have, narrow it down, and just focus on little bits here and there and help that make them push forward. There's a lot of teams that, like when we look at the bottom end, there are just too many big problems right now, and you gotta figure out which ones are we gonna actually get to fix. Do we get to fix them, or do we recognize them early enough? Like, what are the actual problems? Is it the drafting? Is it the execution? Is it the comms, which we don't actually hear and see? So there's a lot of things that they still need to take into account and start building towards the next seasons. Maybe some of them will be in Div 2. Maybe some of them will get to stay in Division 1. But when these top seed teams, of course, they're setting their sights towards the majors. And, of course, 2 teams still potentially battling out for the second spot for the major. We still don't know because there's too many variables in the air.
I mean, normally it's been a 3-horse race here in the North American region. Fortunately for us, all 3 of those teams are actually involved in competition here today. So let's take a quick look at what we can expect for today's action. The second series is the one that I'm like, I really want to see this go well for Dendi. I want Bait to finally notch up some wins. It's unlikely.
I've heard this story before.
Yeah, we've heard this tale. But this is even more difficult than normal, right? Not only has he failed to get a win, but TSM, if they win here, they're pretty much guaranteed to be involved in at least a tiebreaker scrap for a major slot here. There's no way they're going to come into this one half-cooked.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I think TSM, they just got to play their game, and I give them really good odds to take this one. For Bait, they just got to find that magic that they had against Rebellion, right? Try to replicate that, but also, like, do it better still, right? Because, like, they were so close to winning, but they still weren't able to take a map win, so they just need to clean it up, but they also need to have, like, that magical mid-early game, which we sometimes don't see from them.
Yeah.
Maybe some of the hunger for Nouns would be TSM didn't have much of a chance. Sorry. TSM hasn't had like the most one-sided games in the sense of comparing to Rebellion. They still got their chance against Rebellion later on in the season and this week. But I think some of the core things for Nouns, they were pretty upset about that loss to TSM.
Yeah.
So that might just be the fuel that drives them today against Rebellion, since Bates is the only team that's had a plus 1K net worth lead against Rebellion. The only team, and they're in the bottom 3. So where does that take us?
I mean, if they can do it right, then we certainly can if you're on the side of Nouns. And especially considering that the last time, we're obliquely referencing that first series, it is between the side of Nouns and Shopify Rebellion. Rebellion normally rinses the entire region. Last year, that was not the case here. Last year, they lost to Nouns. And it's not like people might say, oh, well, was that a weakened form of the former EG, now Shopify Rebellion? No, Rebellion was at full strength, basically. The only difference to their roster now is Nightfall rather than Saberlight, and they still lost 2-1. For Nouns, just knowing that that's possible, unlike with TSM, where it's been such a long time since you've beaten them, you know that very recently you've been able to get this W. Do you think they'll be able to carry that momentum into this game here?
I think that gives them a lot of like great confidence, right? Because like they have beat them before, not even just like got close or took a map. They won the whole series, right? So going into here, I think they have a good mentality and they can potentially do it. If there is a team that can do it, I think they're definitely a contender.
Certainly one of the contenders that we have here in the North American region. Let's take a quick look at the tail of the tape between these two teams to have a deeper understanding of exactly how they're going to be matching up against one another. One thing I found very intriguing here, T-Panda, is obviously there's going to be a little bit of overlap with the heroes that they've been picking between both squads. But both squads, interesting thing here, Shopify Rebellion, second least diverse hero pool. Nouns, the least diverse hero pool in terms of individual heroes that have been picked up. What do you think? Why do you think that is? And especially given that, Tusk, Marana, and the Rubik, both of these squads have been playing it so much. Is it because those heroes are so broken, or is it because is there something else going on that we should think about?
Well, I mean, contested heroes, Tusk obviously in this matchup is going to be something that both teams are looking for. It's the flex hero basically for both. They played off lane and safe lane. Phoenix has been picked up twice by Nouns. Then we have the Marana for Rebellion, which has been played as a 4 and a 5 by Crit and Fly. So if you look at the duos, and of course, when you mentioned that Rubik, that has been super good this DPC, and has had one of the most impactful heroes on the map when you look at individual engagements happening around. You are looking at support bans potentially in the first phase. That might even open up cores on the board, Do we trust this Rubik through? Are we going to pick accordingly so that this Rubik doesn't get the best spells out of there? These are things that Rebellion don't necessarily have to fully focus on. Like, they go for the Rubik, of course, 1 or 2 spells is like, well, maybe we don't want to give them away, but we'll find a way to play around it. Does Nouns have that kind of approach and knowledge that Rebellion does? That's a whole different story.
Yeah, the story is also, I think, complicated a little bit by the fact that the one hero that is never really played on Nouns, we haven't seen it just yet, this DPC. We have not seen this Lycan hero. And this Lycan hero, when it's been played in the NA, has looked really, really strong. You've played with Mu before, Fear. Does he have a backup Lycan in his repertoire somewhere? And if he does, why haven't they brought it out just yet on the side of Nouns?
A backup Lycan, like a Beastmaster or something like that? I mean, so the thing is for Mu, it's like, he believes in just what he thinks is good, right? We heard in the interview, I forgot who was doing the interview. Oh, I think it was Husky. He's like, yeah, he went the Vessel on Beastmaster, right? And he's like, they watched 33 Beastmaster like everyone else, but Moo's just like, nah, I'm gonna do it my way. That's just how he is, right? So if he doesn't think Lycan's very good right now, he's just not gonna pick it. So he'll just pick what he thinks is strong, and he'll build it in a way which he also thinks is strong. So I don't expect Mu to be just like chasing after the meta. He's just gonna play his own game.
Play his own game.
And the teams and the heroes that Mu has been playing against RTZ 31 and 58 versus Crit 28 and 58 versus Fly 14-37. None of them are in the positive end, basically. So it's not been a great track record versus Rebellion, but he's still got a couple wins there, and they're somewhere around the 35-45% area. So it's not an entire 50-50. We're not getting that close, but who knows if Moose is going to figure out something out with Lelis, the new offlaner that Rebellion has probably been scouting out a lot. Like, how does Lelis kind of sit in with the Moo combination? It's a bit different when you don't have the Blink initiating offlaner and have this pause 4 basically do the job for you. That could be something that Rebellion might be a bit worried about, but still, RTZ Fly up against in that lane.
I want to see actually exactly what the matchup is going to be between Lelis and Crit, right? And it's not just the case that these are just 2 grade 4 players, and they are really, really great. But Lelis brings something else to the conversation. He brings leadership. They mentioned that they were struggling with leadership for a while, and not only is now Astini the coach and taking on a lot of responsibility external to the game, but Lelis is doing a lot of this inside the game itself. And it's very different. A player like Crit can just do what he wants, right? Just play Dota, go style on fools. He knows that Fly is going to take care of most of the comms, but Lelis has to have that additional responsibility. Talk to us about this, Fear. Does it make it more difficult to play 4 when you also have to think about the macro game?
I mean, Crit is a weapon, so Lelis has to be able to do these things and make these calls and do leadership. Crit might not have to do it, but he does it a lot, especially in the early game as well, too. So, like, those 2 players going head-to-head, it's probably one of the weaker matchups, I think, for these 2 teams, because Crit is he's just so damn good. Like, the way he, makes map calls and how fast he is, he's like the ganker for the team in the early game. He has people go back and forth and get the kills. Can Lelis match that in his communication and his, limited time he's been playing for? It's going to be a difficult thing, but it's going to have to come from, having a good laning stage for sure.
Good laning phase generally starts with a good draft. And fortunately, we have one available pretty much.
Nice.
Game number 1 between Shopify Rebellion and the side of Nouns. Rebellion in this situation, let's see, they have first pick. So that means that they don't have to worry about Lina, because we know that they either get Lina and win and dominate the game, or they let you have Lina and they have immediate options against it. Usually it's been Tusk Rubik. As time has gone on, Tusk has been the one that's taken on more of that responsibility. But intriguing here, Ricky, first overall ban by Rebellion. Thanks, shout out to y'all. No Ricky Marana, thank you. But this is intriguing. I don't think they've done this before, have they, Banda?
I mean, this is targeting the Marana basically here. They don't want the combo out with the Riki. We've seen the dart into arrow combo. How
targeting
much that
Lelis
actually...
here.
Yeah, and targeting Lelis, yeah. Like, just basically taking away that combo away. They also understand this is just stupid ridiculous. Let's just get rid of it, and not worry about it at all. I think that's a smart man.
All right, so now probably going to be Tusk, right? If their history is going to be anything to go by thus far in the DPC as their first overall pick for Abed. I've seen a bit more for Tusks emerge, especially in Southeast Asia. We still haven't necessarily seen that catch on too much.
It's a different world over there.
It's wild. Long games. We haven't had like long games yet to this side of the world. And Nouns, I like this response. DP Clock. I personally would have preferred DP Tree and Protector because that's looked really, really strong when we've seen it being involved in the games. So what do you boys make of this Clockwork rather than the Tree and Protector to pair with the DP?
I'm okay with it. I think Clockwork has looked pretty strong for the most part. You just want kind of like that beefy hero that gets in front of the DP, or basically when you're siphoning, you want a stun, right? So at least DP can run in now. You have the long range hook shot, something that Treant can't really do. Treant gives you more of like defensive options, right? If they go on your DP, they have to go into the DP with the armor, then the overgrowth from the trees. But this is more aggressive route, so I think it works. And if they want the Treant, potentially it'll still be in the pool for later as well.
One thing I'm really intrigued about is Nouns hasn't picked either of these heroes in the first phase, so they've definitely done a series-specific preparation here coming in against Rebellion. They know that they have to find their own tools to answer against Rebellion, and I kind of like the idea. You know, these are still meta heroes. They're still heroes that are being played in the NA DPC with decent success, but not going for their usuals. They started their drafts with, well, the Tusk was taken away from them. The Mirana kind of feels off now that the Ricky has been banned. And then we see the Rubik also banned out. So basically all of their opener heroes that they've gone for, except for the Doom of the Beastmaster, because they want to get themselves a decent matchup later, knowing where Arteezy is going to be picking his hero. So Nouns has done their prep, and I really like that. But Rebellion, they're just going to go, all right, we're going to go with this Flex Treant to start things off with. We could put it offlane for Saberlight, we could put Arteezy on the carry, and now we're just going to ban some of your offlaners here, most likely from the Eyes of Rebellion.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see Arteezy NP. He picked it almost every game you show a DP against him, right? And so, all the games we've seen Arteezy on NP have been
pretty good.
20 minutes or less, I feel, right?
And both first phase and both wins.
Yeah, so and I do like what Nouns is doing here, because when you do have Arteezy on Nature's Prophet, that gives Fly the avenue to play a very greedy team fight position 5. So they banned out that Phoenix. I wonder if they will go for more options to like try and ban out Fly. I wonder how greedy he's willing to be. Like, you know, AA, we haven't seen that hero for a long time, mainly because his laning is terrible. It is very good versus the DP, though, and can the Nature's Prophet carry it out of the laning stage? Maybe. If not, Fly, Mirana's out too. That's another option. They just want to target Fly here, so it looks like he's going to have a more limited hero pool for this game. But I think he's looking for something team fighty, something that can just follow up and potentially shut down this DP.
Yeah, that would make sense that Nouns actually ends up banning the Hoodwink next, because if we're following the theme of Crit's heroes or Fly's heroes, Hoodwink is their most pick alongside the Mirana in the second phase.
Yeah.
So that would be the next ban for Nouns. But Shopify, if they want to target something, I think this is the bigger difficult question for them, because Nouns has actually changed a lot in the second phase. They have only 2 picks on Phoenix. Everything else is just 1 pick. So, you know, you just got to kind of guess around like, all right, we're going to adjust this to our draft more than just focus on what they get. And they banned the Hoodwink, and the Batrider was actually taken away, which is a smart one, because I feel like the Batriders we've seen so far have been unstoppable.
I mean, yeah, but well, if you look at this Shopify Rebellion, first it's like clockwork at this point. They pick Tusk, they ban Bat, they ban Ember. Every single time, this is just their opening, plus they have 1 extra ban, and probably Arteezy's like, you know, Moo Timbersol. Yeah. That's pretty good versus NP. It's like, we got a free ban here, so they go ahead and picked it up. And Nouns will just pick up the Snapfire.
That's the only hero Lilith has played out of the ones that are banned.
Okay, makes sense to be able to grab it. Do you just, with Hoodwink being removed right now, what do we get for Crit? We see Silencer going to be emerging for Fly, and we haven't seen that much Silence in the region. When we have seen it, it's been
countered by the Snap. Sorry, the Snap has been countered by the Silencer twice so far. So Global Silencer break up the Mortimers, and also helps a lot with your initiation. This kind of puts your Tusk in a much more safer position when he's snowballing in, when he wants to look for fights. Usually they either try to prevent him from saving anyone, or going in and trying to kill someone. So you got that small opener basically to just global silence everybody and let him have that little bit of free reign.
Okay, this is intriguing. We have a Marcy right now. We've seen Marcy a few times so far in the NA DPC. We've seen it in the off-lane. We've seen it being played as support. I don't think we've seen it safe lane just yet, have we? I doubt it's going to be safe lane in this situation. I mean,
in Europe, it was disgustingly bad, but
it's still flex in this game, right? Because either Nature's Prophet can full 3 roles, so can the Snapfire, pretty much. So what do you think? What would make the most sense to you here, Panda? Where would you want to see this Marcy in this game, and where would you consequently want to see the Nature's Prophet?
Well, I mean, if RTZ does end up playing this Furion, as we've kind of discussed here, that just leaves us with the flex of the Tusk and the Marcy, basically. So if we end up putting Tusk in the mid lane, Marcy could be 3 for Saberlight, for example. We talked about his hero pool a lot, that they've picked Saberlight's hero in the second phase usually, and he's got a pretty wide variety of heroes that he can play. So it just kind of relies on that you have a good lane, and he doesn't know what carry he's going up against, so they can still flex. I don't think they're going to lock in this Marcy just quite yet. But one thing I am for sure, I don't want to see a course silencer. Please, no, don't do it.
I want to see some initiation from the side of Nouns. Where's the dynamism going to come from here, Fear, at this part of the draft?
Well, let's see. I think Mu kind of has to play this DP, Snapfire 4. They counter Obid now. Like, whatever you can. Like, what options are there? The Tiny versus Tusk matchup, you kind of need something that moves around the map, because DP does not. You want to go to your DP, you want to get kills.
Lone Druid?
They're actually just going to reveal their offlaner here, which puts DP mid. All right, so they're just going to put DP is supposed to punish this Tusk. I could see it working, you know. DP is very good versus melee heroes. You just keep spamming them with Crypt Swarm and the Siphon. Very annoying to lane against. So, decent option. I'm just a little afraid. I'm kind of looking at it. I'm like, yeah, it's fine, but like, who's your playmaker? You know? It's just clockwork, I suppose.
I mean, we've seen something similar to the strategy before, to be fair, from the side of Bait, but the one thing that we did see is that they just like shelled up, right? Got a ton of sustain. Dendy was playing DP in that game, I think into an Ember Spirit matchup, and I forgot who was playing offlane, but it was definitely a sustainy hero. So what do you think here, Panda? Do you like maybe this more shell-oriented style rather than pushing the envelope and trying to make things happen on the map?
Well, you need someone who would maybe help DP take down objectives at some point of the game. But for Nouns, when you look at Darkseer, he's one of the only offlaners that has that frontline presence like a Bristleback would used to do because of the normal punch. So when you get a good axe timing for yourself, you're just running around, punching people, doing insane amounts of damage. And I think I actually like this Darkseer pick a lot here, combined with the DP, because then you have a lot of heroes going around. But that also makes Clockwork's game pretty interesting, because, you know, hook shots are going to be a bit difficult to land if you're ending up hitting your own teammates. You don't get the stuns out. It's a tough game for him because he needs to make a lot happen on the map. Then there's the global silence, of course, which kind of nullifies the Snapfire's presence. So Darkseer might just end up feeding a lot in the end. Like, that's also a possibility that he just gets caught the whole time. I do like the idea Nouns is going for, but they definitely need something that would be strong in like the early mid game, basically, and then just have something that combines this kind of. I feel like they're all over the place right now. They have a bit of everything, but they're not strong in like any specific attribute or whatever you want to say it.
I mean, this NP is for sure offlane now, the way I see it, because you revealed the DP going into the mid lane. You picked Marcy, it's going to be 4 now, laning with Saberlight playing this, and now RTC gets his pick of the letter to counter the Darkseer in lane. And he's got a lot of good options here, and plus, Darkseer doesn't really enjoy playing versus Silencer that much, so RTC probably going to pick a carry here. Which one he wants to pick? There's a lot of options there. I guess you do Lone Druid, Faceless Void, Sven. You basically want a hero that doesn't necessarily get walled and like goes against you very well. So he has a lot of options here, and I think just given how the lane setup looks, his lane should be pretty free. I mean, the Ursa was banned. The Bloodseeker is like the most punishing one. I do like that one. I'm not entirely sure if Ursa was what he was looking for, but yeah, do they need team fight? What hero? I was thinking maybe a ranged hero with Marcy, because I was like classic, like the Shadow Fiends and stuff.
Drow.
Versus Darkseer?
It is a bit iffy. Like, I'm looking at several of these heroes RTC plays, which are not good right now. Luna doesn't feel great against Darkseer. TB doesn't feel great against Darkseer.
You don't want to add
a bit of an if. Morph is a bit of an if. Like, it can always work, because if you have a good Morph player, you can do a lot of things happen. But I was just like, it's a carry RTC in the end.
Right, so he's going to do it. Interesting.
All right, but where is this Enigma going, though? You know, because
I wonder who will play it.
Exactly, because it could be the Saberlight Enigma. This could be the Crit Enigma as well. This is very intriguing. Very quickly, while the draft is still about to end here, I want to hear the last pick, because Yamsen, it feels like the entire game, he's going to be the ultimate win condition here. So what hero do you want to see that's going to uber hard carry this game for the safe laner?
Snipers is also coming into my head as well. I mean, you got the frontline presence. Might as well pick a hero that hits from the back, but it's going to be public.
I was going to say, don't say enough. Sven Darkseer, you know, classic combo. Big enjoyer myself of that combination, so.
No sniper.
Pretty good.
Right. This is intriguing. All right, Sven Enjoyer, Darkseer Enjoyer, hit me. What do you like about what Nouns has brought to the table, and how do they utilize this draft to win the game?
They brought team fight here. They brought a lot of team fight. So how are they going to win the game? Well, they're going to get Sven really farmed. They're going to get some combos off. They're going to like dangle Gunnar in the front. Hopefully they use him as bait because Sven needs to come in later because he will die into a black hole. There's no like cancel, right?
Yeah.
So they need to find Enigma in these fights pretty badly, but they got good team fight and good ways of scouting it with the Clockwork and like the Mortimer Kisses, for example.
T-Panda, they have an obscene amount of team fight on the side of Shopify Rebellion. They have a Silencer, they have the RTZ, Nature's Prophet, but crucially, you're an Enigma enjoyer, so tell me, how do they use this Enigma to win game number 1 here?
In all possible ways. I mean, if it really comes down to like the basic black hole usage, since the Wraith Pact is no longer like the #1 item to build, you could consider it against Yamsen if you want that physical damage reduction. He doesn't have the time to hit the actual totem. So I would like to see maybe if he considers it, or something like an Aetherlens Blink build-up on this Enigma. I feel like he has a lot on his shoulders. He has a decent lane. He doesn't necessarily kill, but he will survive and he will farm. And I think that's going to be one of the key issues that if this game goes super late game, it doesn't matter how big Nows are going to be. You still got that Enigma backup coming in. So I'm an Enigma enjoyer, as he said. I'm not going to say no to that.
Hey, not going to say no. And we, of course, are not going to say no to the amazing Dota. We have some stellar teams assailed. We, of course, need some out-of-this-world casters to bring you that action. So we throw it over right now to John from Jupiter and Mike from Mars. Take it away, boys.
Oh, thank you so much, Snare from Saturn. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, what a series we have to start the day. Nouns against Shopify Rebellion. The drafts look kind of even. Very interesting drafts being made up by both these teams. What are you thinking?
I think it should be exciting. I think there's a lot of back and forth with both drafts. The adjustments Nouns has taken is very different from what we've seen from them so far. You know, you have this mid DP that you don't see too often nowadays, matching up against Abed's Tusk. The key thing does feel like the offlane, right? Saberlight and Moo, like these two players kind of set the momentum for their team from that split push style in the offlane. And you've got the Enigma, right? Coming out there for the side of Shopify Rebellion. So they've got that foundation set. I'm keen to see what Nouns can do, right? Darkseer combination on hand with Clockwork. It can be really aggressive. There's a lot of pressure here on Lelis and the Clock to eventually be their only BKB black hole answer. Like the only thing they have to pierce that in the ultra late game scenarios, black hole circumstances is just a Clock. And it's a lot of pressure, but we also have seen that work before. We've seen a lot of matches where Clockwork finds the angle, cancels off this investment on the Enigma, and we'll have to see if that's something Shopify Rebellion will be sort of forced to rely on with this lineup. They do have a really quick pace. Again, with the split push coming out from both Artur and Saberlight, they can get a lot of action going early and deny a lot of map space, which will cause issues because Darkseer's going to need farm, Yamsen's going to need farm on the Sven, and if the map shrinks that quick, you're not going to have enough room to get both of them farmed.
Abed's going to be okay. He's going to back out of there. We do actually have a video as well while we have a quick pause going on. We ended up asking Yamsen, how can you tell if you're winning a game? Let's hear from Yamsen.
I think usually if you've like taken a few tier 1s and you win like a big team fight, it usually is like the snowballing point for a lot of teams this patch, because once you win that team fight and you get that map control, because if you've taken tier 1s, it means you can kind of play in whichever jungle you want based on what you're waiting for. It's pretty easy to just keep watching your network fleet grow. I think teams have gotten pretty good and not just like throwing away parts of the map that the enemy don't deserve.
Well, there you go. A very serious answer from Yamsen, which is kind of ironic, John, because they recently watched that damn Puss in Boots movie and they rated it very highly. I can't take the man seriously anymore.
It's a good film. What do you mean?
It's unbased,
It's an actual, real good film.
It's unbased.
You know, well, you're going to have to watch it sometime, Mike, and you're going to feel some things.
I will not.
Well, then you're just a cold-hearted man, Mike.
I am.
But I guess that's a given because you're Australian.
Nevertheless, we get back underway here for game number 1. I mean, both these drafts are really exciting to watch. I was kind of talking about it when we were doing the introduction, but very excited to see how this game pans out. These are drafts that we have not seen. A lot of heroes we've not seen very often throughout the NA DPC. If I can go back to Saberlight's Enigma there for a moment, I have been tuning in quite a bit to Saberlight's YouTube channel because he does pump out a lot of content these days. This man plays a disgusting Enigma. Like, he is a really damn strong Enigma player.
Oh, yeah. And it's just going to be really hellish to lane against that. The fact that your range creep's always going to be gone. It's going to be a little bit tougher for Yamsen to, you know, get that free farm he'd want. At the same time, laning phase for Enigma is where it's kind of dicey. And it's interesting to see here from Shopify Rebellion. They're actually starting with a solo Enigma. They're just going to allow Saberlight to get the denies, maybe just feed a little bit of farm onto Yamsun, but line up for this aggression up top, which their lineup can do quite quick.
They can. And Shopify for now just tri-laning the top lane. We'll see how long they want to keep this up. You can appreciate that though as well, right? Because the Clock Darkseer combination is extremely strong. Like that Iron Shell with Battery Assault, it's so hard to go against if you are Shopify at this top lane. So they do eventually end up getting rid of the tri-lane. They do bring down Crit to the bot lane, make sure Saberlight has a good lane himself. It seems like Shopify may be trying to secure first blood, but unable to find it this time around. And of course, meanwhile, mid lane, you've got Arbed and Gunnar going at it as well. And I think the panel was talking about the fact that the DP should be able to have a decent enough lane here against the Tusk.
Yeah, it does come out a lot more even. DP is one of those heroes that can contest the Tusk quite nicely. So you should be able to get a lot of space going for yourself. We've seen Gunnar have spectacular performances this tour for Nouns. You know, he has been styling quite a fair bit, especially in stuff like Viper.
Oh.
So, you know, up against Abed, who's been playing this Tusk a lot, and this is where you're approaching the end of tour. You've got a lot of data in how players play certain heroes. It gives you enough to kind of counteract. So I want to see whether or not this idea of the DP up against Tusk will work in favor of Gunnar in the end. So far, he is finding more CS, but he's copying a lot more harassment than you'd want to in this lane.
It certainly is. Of course, we did kind of mention it online as well, John, but this is a very important series for Nouns in particular. If they need to basically win every series now to try and keep their major dreams alive, at least for the Lima Major. Shopify Rebellion, I believe they're just one series win away from basically guaranteed qualifying. Though I can't 100% say that yet, based on other matchups, but for Nouns, they have to win every single series. And they've got 3 more left, this one included.
Yeah, they can't afford to, you know, just drop this one. I think if they do lose this one, their tiebreaker contingency is TSM losing to Bait, which honestly,
pretty low
which
chance.
is happening later. So, you know, if they lose here, they'll find out immediately whether or not they still have a shot, which I guess is kind of a blessing. You're not left in the dark, but yeah, it's much easier to just win on your own accord. So now it's going to be going all out. And again, it comes back to this draft. Something very different than what we've seen in NA so far. And so far, it is leading to a much more even start. No one really finding a huge advantage just yet. You were talking about that top lane with the Darkseer clock. That does take a few levels to really come online. And I think that early rotation just caused issues. They couldn't go for the early pulls for Lelis. He's getting one done now. So you can kind of soak up, try to hit that level 3 mark. And once you do hit level 3 on both of these heroes on the offlane for Nouns, you can get aggressive. You can easily run down Fly if you find a space. You can try to run onto RTZ, although Nature's Call might be annoying if the blocks are good. So that can complicate things, but they do have to play it slower on the off and just kind of build into that level 3.
Right. How do you feel about the Sven pick as well? Because this is a hero that you don't get to see very often in the current meta. Do you like it? Like, it is against Prophet, it's against Enigma. Obviously, they have the Darkseer set up as well, so you have a nice stun to just kind of hold them all together. But it's not an easy combo to land, that's for sure.
No, it's not an easy combo, but it's such a strong combination to just connect once your Darkseer is ready to go. Like, Vac Wall into a Stormhammer, you're pretty happy. Fear actually looked happy about the Sven coming out. You know, he's like, yeah, Sven, yeah, with the Darkseer.
Hold on a minute, Lelis. Cutting off top lane, RTZ may get caught out. They've got the Darkseer combo with the clock, but Fly, he's going to deal so much damage back to Lelis. They just can't keep going. That last word damage with the Arcane Curse just proving to be way too much. Lelis barely getting out with his life intact, and Mu also just has to back his way out because Fly is just harassing the crap out of him.
Yeah, it just goes back to trying to run this up against a Nature's Prophet. Like, the Treants come out, suddenly your battery assault's bouncing on them, you're not stunning up. RTZ's always got a creep wave on demand to block off the Ion Shell carrier and block off the battery assault. So getting aggressive there is a lot harder than you'd expect, and it doesn't get any simpler.
Oh, here we go. RTZ, he'll TP behind Mu, and Mu, he's going to try and fight Fly, but he understands he cannot survive. He did have level 1 point in Surge. RTZ didn't actually have any points in Sprout, so I suppose he just knew he wasn't getting away even with the Surge up. Just went for the man fight and ends up giving first blood to RTZ.
Now, a big win for Shopify Rebellion. That should... They've got a really strong lane up top, like uncontested farm. The good news is bot lane's going just as well for Yamsun here.
Here we go. Saberlight, he'll get stunned up by the cookie, but do they have the follow-up? Well, Yamsun, he already committed the stun, so can't really secure the kill. But like you said, for Yamsun, at least in terms of CS, he's having a great old time.
Yeah, it's shaping up. And again, the aggression coming out from Saberlight. You don't expect too much aggression in lane out with the Enigma, and it does take a lot of levels now for Marcy to kind of get the jump in. The angles just feel a lot tougher. Like that rebound range, Crit's not been able to land any. It's just, even at level 2, it's just too short.
I love the Marcy nerfs. It makes me so happy. She went from being able to jump the whole map to not being able to move. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's really tough to work it in laning. That's what I hear. It's just not as popular right now on the 4. Another lane that's really been shaping up well for now is Gunner's lane. He's having a decent enough lead over Abidal, though.
Don't curse the man, John. Gunner, gonna get jumped on now. Does pop the Exorcism preemptively as he does not want to fight an Abed. Completely making sure it is wasted here as he does get back to the high ground with the shards. Nice little shards trick there from the Tusk, and well, there you go, Gunner. I mean, he could try to pressure the mid-tier 1 just a little bit. Problem is, Abed's going to do a decent job of just pushing out the creep wave if he does want to do so. In the meantime, Husky also shows up in the mid lane, but there's not really much he can do on the Snapfire at the moment. And they'll even TP Fly. In fact, cancel that. Fly does cancel his TP, but nevertheless, the Exorcism is going to be kind of wasted.
And not the best first use coming out for Gunner. I mean, he is lining up for the kills and wanting to get aggressive, but that does buy time for Shopify Rebellion. They know there's no threat of push, at least coming out from Gunner, until that spell is back up. And that's a minute 40 of space for you to kind of play around. And we were talking about that mid difference. The offlane difference is even bigger with Mu and Saberlight. Like, that gap is going to hurt. You talked about Saberlight's Enigma just being this beast. He's going to get that build-up into the urn really quick. He's going to have some pretty good early presence, and with a threat of Black Hole, and your best reach for that is still just Lellis. I mean, until BKB, it's not the safest play for Saberlight.
Abed, well, he's rotated. Husky gonna cop the dispose here from Crit, and or eventually Husky gonna have to turn around, but we'll go down to Abed. That'll be the Tusk's first kill of the game, just helping Saberlight secure that lane even further. And I do go back to that point. I appreciate this build on this Enigma, because he's not your normal Enigma player that wants to go Greaves into like a blink. He does actually go Spirit Vessel and just run people down, and the amount of damage you pump out with just that Spirit Vessel alone, it's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a ton of damage. I think we've seen the same coming out from Mu and his Beastmaster build-up. He does tend to kind of go for that Spirit Vessel as well, so it's just a lot of early presence that you can't really handle. And the push coming out already from Saberlight down bot, Fortify expended, Siege creep up. They're going to be able to find that tower real quick. They're trying to shove in top, but it's just not as quick without something like Exorcism to play with.
Certainly is not. Mid lane, Gunner not able to secure anything here in the mid lane. I believe he was trying to go on fly there for a moment. Abed still sticking around as well, making sure that tier 1 mid tower does remain defended. Nothing that you can do without that Exorcism up, though Gunner does have a backup in 5, but he will need the backup to be able to commit it. They are still pressuring the top tier 1 as well. So perhaps you could kind of force the Darkseer clock to move into the mid lane and start applying that pressure. But bot lane, there's a Black Hole Saberlight. He's got Yamson and he found Husky. And there's that urn out. Rebound from Crit, not going to land. Husky's going to be okay. But you got the main target anyway. You've got the Sven.
And that's the one thing with this lineup. Once you are split up, you know there's no rotations coming in. You've got a pretty clean angle for the Black Hole this game. And Saberlight just gets it done. Really great first use of the spell. Still shoving it down bot, not giving any room
Arteezy
for Yamsum to farm it.
This is a pretty big pickoff though. Arteezy does get caught. They'll drop the wall as well. Arteezy trying to run for his life here. He needs some help and it's not coming. Moon will take the kill with the Iron Shell damage. I suppose you could call that an even trade across the map.
It works out. Like, you slow down Arteezy while you also sacrifice Yamson. You take that trade, you start to invade that top jungle to make space from your bot jungle being lost. There's still that clump up from Shopify down bot, but jumping Husky isn't really the biggest deal in the world. It does feel like the next target for both teams should be the mid. They've got pretty good ways of clearing that out quick. Gunner still has his Exo ready. So if they see an opportunity to clump up, and the team fight is shaping up. And, you know, just a rather even game so far, going into the 10-minute mark. If you remember our odds from esportsbet.io, it was around 4.37 up against 1.17.
Even more even now.
1.19. Oh,
3.37 to 1.3.
Yeah, I mean, this is a close match. Probably one of the closer matches, again, within the top 3 teams of NA. So this should be the big challenge for Shopify Rebellion, and where they really get tested, and where Nouns has to prove themselves, where Nouns has to cling on for that hope to Lima. And we said it at the start, Mike, they need to win every series. If they lose this one, they have to count in TSM, somehow losing to Bait. Again, the odds for that one is even lower.
I don't want to see those yet. Let's we'll leave those ones for later. But there you go. The odds at the very least not heavily favored one way or the other, which is always nice to see. You always know you're in for a good match when it's a bit more even. Still 1-3, 1K advantage the way of Nouns at the moment. Neither team finding the mid-tier 1 tower yet, but there is going to be a group up from both sides. Smoke up here with Lelis and Husky. They've got the hookshot available on Lelis. Arbet's a tough target, but they might be able to try and secure crit. Smoke is broken though. Crit did see the clockwork and immediately backs his way out. Instead, they're heading down towards the bottom side of the map to see if they can find Saberlight. Thing is, he's got a mech up now. He doesn't have Black Hole, but you've got to be a little bit cautious. He's got the Eidolons available. They're going to kiss out. Oh, look at the blocks! He's not going to allow the hook shot! He preemptively blocks knowing it's coming, and now topside. Moo's been caught out. Perfect play from Shopify. And that's it. I'm telling you, Saberlight, he's so good on these micro heroes.
Yeah, I mean, he's just... The Clockwork's a big answer to Enigma, but if you can micro your Eidolons, then it's really hard to just find that angle, and he just ensures. He knows he's getting jumped. He saw the flare come out. He backs off in the nick of time, and now it's just... Well, what would have been an offlane for offlane trade now just heavily favors Shopify Rebellion. And they've been also slowly chipping away at that mid. Down to 482 HP. Just a little bit more, and they could just easily clear out. Heck, they've even got the Black Hole ready in Saberlight if they want to make a play somewhere.
Yeah, Gunnar, it looks like he's the target here in the mid lane. Husky's going to rotate over, but he doesn't have kisses up anymore. Crit is still waiting in that tree line to make a nice rebound in. Just set up here for Saberlight if he can, but Gunnar, very good positioning, making sure he does not get caught with his pants down. Keep in mind, he is the highest net worth on the board right now, so he certainly cannot afford to die at the moment to Shopify. In fact, Yamson now the highest net worth on the board as the Sven. So at the very least, net worth is still going the way of Nouns, but in terms of the way they're moving around the map, Shopify do seem like the stronger and more aggressive team. And I suppose that may go back to draft, because you always have the presence of this Nature's Prophet who can just TP in behind the team fight as well. But still, you've got to appreciate Shopify, even with a very slight net worth disadvantage, it doesn't seem like they're afraid to force fights.
Nah, they just have a lot of early presence coming out. They've got a lot of output with Abed, they've got the mobility on hand. And Nouns does have really good play as well, but it does feel like you're going to need something like a Blink initiation at some point. Maybe once Moose has his defensive item, the Greaves, you can start to expect Darkseer, Blink along with, down the line, the Ags. And then you can really start to force these bigger team fights, look for these pickoffs much more often. Until that point, once you commit one of your big spells, let's say Exo or Wall, then you just kind of back off and farm. And that is where Yamson is shining. I mean, this is a Sven with the Mask of Madness up, so it doesn't take too long to farm up. Shopify are going for a smoke play, though.
Yeah, Saberlight waiting in that tree line. Shopify hoping someone moves in to defend this mid-tier 1, and Gunnar is moving in. Again, he's a primary target here if Shopify Rebellion can catch him. Rocket Flare from Lelis. Hookshot those off the mark. Probably counting his blessings, he kind of missed that one when he finds out who's behind that tree line. A Saberlight now, he does get caught out. That's a pretty big target if they can find him. And look at the damage output. Saberlight still trying to run, but the wall's down now. Vacuum back in. They've got Fly as well. Problem is they've lost Gunnar. Crit, he's still going. Meanwhile, Fly does pick off Lelis from the grave. In goes Husky with a nice cookie. Arbet's going to try and help with the snowball, but he's moving right back towards Yamsun. This is not where they want to be right now. Shopify need to run. A double stun. The rebound barely helping out. And it seems like Nouns, they will not be able to secure the kill onto Arbet. So he does manage to back out off the back of Crit's help. So what was that? A 2-for-2 trade. Arbet still trying. Does move in onto Mu. Does surge away though. Saberlight's going to move right back in with Fly. Keep in mind they still have the Black Hole. So they're happy to keep this fight going. But everyone else from Nouns, they do back off.
Yeah, that was really interesting to see unfold. They plant a forward ward from Shopify Rebellion under the sentry vision of Nouns. So they know something's up. They know someone's sneaking behind. And that allowed that angle with a flare coming through from Lelis, making it a really awkward fight, cutting off Saberlight early on. You're still fairly happy on Shopify Rebellion. Oh.
Yeah, they've got Fly. Easy silencer kill there for Lelis. That Gunnar was the one who took it with the Spirit Siphon. 4 to 6 now. 1K net worth lead still the way of Nouns. And Shopify, it does feel like they really want to get this black hole on cooldown, but they're just not finding any angles.
I don't think it's too big to not have to use that black hole. You find the mid tier 1 faster, you're going to be forcing now to try and clump up around mid while still having black hole. And you've got an option for a really big defensive fight for a Shopify to play with. And you're giving a bit of a map disadvantage to now. It's just not having that mid control. They are still hunting here, though.
He might go for a solo pickoff on Husky. Husky does have help around the corner. Lilith does get a rocket flare off to give some vision. Arteezy, he's moved in, but with the rocket flare vision they had, Husky jukes them out very easily. That Arteezy, he won't mind too much. He likes to farm the bottom side of the map anyway as his profit. Top of the net worth bar currently is Arteezy. Happy days for him. Nouns, they'll just take their time to back out of there. Lilith, they'll get scouted out by the Treants, but well, actually it might be a threat. Arbit's moving in. The Tusk is here. Hookshot is up if he wants to try and escape with that route. Hook is there onto Husky. Saberlight not going to be able to cut him off. And so Lelis still able to survive.
Yeah, they managed to just waste a little bit of time. As long as they're dodging out, there's just so much space coming out for Yamsen, space for Gunnar, and really space for Moo to finish up his durability. He's got the mech going into that Guardian Greaves. And afterwards, expecting the blink, expecting the Ags at some point, just to have more presence in these team fights. And this is just space Nouns enjoys. Sure, you're giving a lot of farm out to Arteezy, but you are also getting a lot of space in Yamsen, and it does feel like the Sven Darkseer combo is a lot scarier on paper when it does connect, so the investment just feels much more worthwhile. And Shopify Rebellion are just trying to prevent that, but really not finding the heroes they'd wanted. They're grouping up. Should go for a smoke play, perhaps. They've gotten on fly, but they don't pop it yet.
They're just checking Roshan to make sure that Nouns aren't trying to do something sneaky. Topside, they did see Moo on the Darkseer, but he does back himself up just a little bit. Get out of that creep vision. Treants will scout him out eventually, but Moo, he'll just farm them up. He doesn't mind. They do have vision over Shopify, so they kind of know exactly where they are at the moment. Arbit is kind of showing in that mid-wave. And so with that, another attempt here from Shopify, not really going to work out. But I suppose at the end of the day, as long as Arteezy's farming, you don't really mind. And now with the Gleipnir up, now they might really want to fight. And Crit's having a look around. Yamsen's going to see him, but this could be bait. Crit can have the help there at any moment. Falling low, still running away though with the rebound. He'll be just fine. Husky unable to reach with the Scatter Blast as well. Meanwhile, to the northern side, Moo trying to cut them off, it seems. Hookshot is there. Who's he caught? It's going to be Arbit. That's a big target, but he's got a BKB available, so the Kisses, they'll do nothing. And with the Global Silence, they cannot follow up. One down so far for Nouns. And in comes Shopify. They want a bit more for their trouble. Yamsun, he'll move in onto Arbit, but the snowball, it's going to buy some time. Here comes Arteezy with the Gleipnir up. They'll drop the wall, but Moo's in huge trouble on that Darkseer. Problem is Arbit, he has gone too deep. So they will lose the Tusk. Gunnar wants a bit more for his trouble. The Enigma, though, he does have Black Hole available if they want to try and commit it onto Gunnar. But Gunnar will back his way out. That'll be enough. A 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. Arbit, though, getting picked off on the Tusk, not a great feeling.
Yeah, I mean, he snowballed up to Yamsen. Yamsen just ran back, kind of baited him in a little bit. You're still happy overall on Shopify Rebellion. They forced out the really early usage from that God Strand on Yamsen. He didn't quite have his blink on hand to jump on top with that. If he did gap close a little bit better, they might have been able to find a lot more in that fight for now. And they did force out spells. Like Exo is down, God Strand's down, Wall of Replica's down. It's an opening for Shopify Rebellion. The only thing they had to pop really was Global Silence, along with crits Unleash, but in the support Marcy, you don't really mind that too much. So they still have this black hole to play with. We'll just smoke up and hunt.
It's always that fear of God with the black hole, isn't it? Just, you'd never know when it's coming. Here we go again. Shopify. 3-man smoke up. Right into that Radiant Triangle they go. Nouns, they're reading the map very, very effectively here. Constantly avoiding Shopify. Not getting caught with their pants down quite yet. In fact, Nouns, I suppose in this instance, could go for a counter smoke if they really want. Lelis does have one up. And they may just. Try and secure that power rune first at the 20-minute mark, see if they'll get lucky. And they do. Gunnar will take the invis. Shopify. Still pretty close to each other. Arbit's the furthest. But the thing is, they've got to guess he's in that tree line. Instead, they'll head up north here, Nouns. Crit's the closest target for them. Arbet's still hanging around in that left tree line. Mu, gonna get jumped. Arbet's moving in to try and get the damage out. Mu, he'll go for a surge, but there's your snowball out from Arbet. He'll drop the wall, though, on this Darkseer, trying to make a way to fight back. He's surviving just a little bit longer, but not long enough. He will go down once again. And Lelis, he was kind of being just damaged here by Saberlight. He couldn't move in to help out.
Yeah, they got cut off just a little bit too far forward from Nouns. They did bait out the Global Silence, which is pretty big commitment just for Mu. So this time it's Nouns that could have some counterplay despite dropping the wall. And they can play with Kisses safely. They might be able to find Crit if he's not careful, but a rebound still up. He's got protection.
Ooh, hooks off the mark as well. Crit, immediate voice line. Meanwhile, towards the south, Arteezy, he's got Yamsun. That is a huge target. That's your Pos 1 Sven. And with the Spirit Vessel out, Yamsun, he's going to try to run, but the damage output, and now the black hole. Gunner's been caught. Though Saberlight, he will drop it. Arteezy might be able to get the job done himself. Gunner's still running. Siphon's out. 4 staff away, but the Gleipnir going to hold him down longer. Arbet, has he gone too far now? It doesn't seem like they've got the damage. Arbet's BKB is about to wear off, and it seems like he is set to fall. Hands up. He knows he's dead. Gunner will take the kill. It's a 2-for-1 trade. They find the Pos 1 Sven, but they lose a Pos 2 Tusk and a Pos 3 Enigma. I suppose in some sense you call that worth for Nouns.
It is worth it for Nouns. A little bit unfortunate for Yamsun. He had his Quelling Blade in the backpack. Like, while he was caught in that Sprout, his Quelling Blade was just switched in. He's like, oh boy, I'm being junked by the NP. I need to cut trees. Didn't quite have it. If he did, he might have been able to stall more. You know, his team was on the way, and they just play around his durability.
This is not a fun time for a silencer. When the Clockwork's got Iron Shore to help out as well, it's a very, very painful time. In fact, he doesn't even have it. He doesn't need it. Yamsun's there to back him up. Happily taking the kill on the Sven. Working on towards his BKB now on that Sven as well. And so 8-10 now, 1k advantage, still standing for Nouns. Feels like it's been this way the whole game. As they go for more. Husky on the front side. Trying to scout out somebody from Shopify, but they do sit behind the tree line. And with that, it seems like Nouns, they've had enough. Shopify, more than happy to continue buying time for Arteezy, who's just out of control at this point on the net worth graph. Like, he's 13.5k net worth, just about 3k ahead of the second net worth, which is Gunner. And the thing is with this Prophet, is that the late game scaling is just so insane. It really never gets old.
Yeah, it just has so many ways of having a lot of impact, and they just haven't really stopped Arteezy from playing the game he wants. I mean, they've pressured... Shopify has managed to pressure Yamsun so much more in comparison to Nouns on Arteezy. And if it comes down to that core-to-core matchup, it's going to be a little bit tough. I do like how Nouns itemized against that, although Shopify are going for a smoke play.
Oh, they'd love Gunner. He got away last time, but can he get away this time? Rebound is there. They'll try to help him out, but Gunner's just dropping so darn low. And with the Gleipnir follow-up, he could not move. Kisses are out, though. They're going to try and turn this one around, but Black Hole is up, and now the hookshot's been wasted. Lelis, he ends up hooking some treants. Arteezy blocks the way. That should be another kill to go the way of Shopify. And with that, Yamsun, he's going to try. Look at the damage output. Saberlight, no, he's still running. Arteezy, he's onto a triple. Can he find some more? He's on a Husky now. Never mind, he wants to move first, but the Darkseer is going to surge, but look at the Sprout. It does connect. He is gone. That'll be an ultra kill for Arteezy. 1 kill from a Rampage, but he won't have the option. He won't dive Fountain. He'll play it safe. Nevertheless, 4 down for Nouns and Shopify. They'll be happy with that.
Yeah, it didn't even need to pull out the Black Hole. Saberlight hasn't had the need to have that spell out. Nouns, it's just so tough when you get jumped like that. Like, with the silences coming out with the global sounds, you don't have a self-dispel on hand. Lotus Orb is up now in Gunner, but you really need the BKBs to be up and running to have some counterplay here. Roshan, not going to take too long for Shopify Rebellion to find. Scan does reveal them, but without that wall, doesn't feel like a fight that you can really take on Nouns' end. So a 2k lead for Shopify Rebellion, going up to 3k now. Blink up on Abed. So you can just easily dance around now with his snowball to back out or just jump in as well. A ton of options for play, whereas for Nouns, they still need farm. They need that BKB up on Yamsun. They need the BKB on Gunner as well. Like, the Lotus It's nice. It might not cut it eventually still with all the control they have beyond just the silence.
Uh-oh. Speaking of blinks, Sean, Saberlight's got one on the way. Now things ultimately much scarier. Lelis. There's 3 heroes there. That's not safe, Lelis. I mean, he does have some backup. Gunner is around the corner along with Mu. They're trying to crit. Saberlight will jump in with the Midnight Pulse. Looks like Lelis is copying a bit too much damage, and his team doesn't seem to want to be there to back him up. Global Silence and now Arteezy. He'll cut off the Darks here. Mu's been caught out. He'll try for a search, but the Dispo's back their way, and now the Walrus Punch to really hold him down. 2 down for the side of Nouns, and look at the mass TPs from Shopify. Just going all across the map. Very, very good map control here from Shopify. Great coordination as well, and well, it seems like bottom lane, they want to try for Gunner. They've got that black hole with the blink up for surprise. Arteezy, he's caught a couple, but Arteezy, he's been caught out. He does have that secondary life. Here comes the black hole. Saberlight, he's caught the Sven. Yamsun's gone again. Gunner trying to run. Can they cut him off? Abed, he'll be there with the Walrus Punch very, very soon, and Gunner, no way of surviving through this one. He will drop. 3 down again for Nouns. And the game is just getting so much more difficult as time goes on.
I mean, it just feels like there are openings here for Nouns, but Shopify are just taking so much action. They're the ones dictating this match right now. They're the ones running around, being aggressive. And Nouns, when we see them get aggressive, like this movement out with Mu and with Lelis, I mean, they're still trying to play around that threat of Clockwork with Iron Shell, but the real counter is just to drag 2 heroes on top. Like every time they jump, there's always someone to back up on Shopify Rebellion, split the damage, prevent the battery assault from just chain stunning, and just survive through it. And the threat's just completely gone. Tier 2 tower now, going down the way of Shopify Rebellion. Age is still up for 2.5 minutes. Nullifier up on Arteezy. Nouns, they're not completely out of it. They are 9k behind, and most of that is on Arteezy, so it's 1 hero way ahead of everyone else, which makes this game maybe a little bit more manageable, as we have seen Arteezy can die, or at least get close to dying, if Yamsun can just lock in, but until that BKB is up, it just feels really tough to see that happening.
It certainly does. And now the mid-tier 2 tower under siege. Arteezy will get right to work, and well, Nouns, they don't seem confident, although I say that, there is going to be a 4-man smoke and a line drawn through the mid-river. Perhaps trying to wrap around on the backside, just surprise them here on the side of Shopify. They know Black Hole's not up, but they do have the Global Silence. Nouns still hanging around that river area. Keep in mind, Arteezy still does have the Aegis up, so he's got that secondary life. And Nouns, they have not moved in. Shopify are the ones who move into that Radiant Triangle. There's a hook shot though. Who have they got? It's going to be Saberlight on the Enigma. Abed's going to try and help, but the Enigma's gone. Abed trying to run now. Dispose out. Yamsun trying to get the damage up, but Abed, he'll just TP. Literally just TP in front of them with his BKB. At the very least, they do also catch out Fly. Crit is still around the area, but they don't have vision on him. So he will also be able to TP out just fine. A 2 for nothing, though. I suppose you can't be too upset about that if you're Nouns.
You're pretty happy on Nouns, and it's not the biggest kill. You definitely want to kill Arteezy, but again, with that protection of Aegis, whether or not you actually have enough to knock him down 2 times is a different question. So they find decent enough pickoffs. Saberlight's a pretty good network here to take down. And, you know, they force some BKB uses. It's down to 6 seconds now for Abed. A little bit more for window for Nouns to play around. And, you know, they're reaching this point where they are going to be a little bit more durable, no?
Yeah, they have caught out Husky mid lane. With that Nullify, there is no escape for Husky. Another nice kill here for Arteezy now. 10, 1, and 6 on this Nature's Prophet. Fantastic game so far from the man. You've seen how hard they've made it for Lelis as well. Like, the Eidolons and the trains just constantly blocking his hookshot angles. It's going to be so frustrating for the clock. Just had no gameplay this game. Well, now they might have a chance to fight Shopify again if they really want. Silence is still down here on Fly. Hookshot is there. They found Arteezy. That's a huge target. Aegis just expired. But can they get the damage? With the BKB, it's too hard. Lelis will just go down. And in comes Saberlight. They want Yamsun. BKB is there, but the black hole's immediate. They will put a stop to it, though. Maybe Yamsun could have a chance to try and fight this, but no. The damage is just so high. He has no chance.
what?
The wall, the back, it's all very nice. Arteezy's gone. But it's still a 4-for-1 trade. It is not worth it for Nouns. Just too much given up for a profit.
Yeah, it's just so awkward. They commit so hard on Yamsen coming in. They're not quite ready to back him up. And he's forced to run around with his BKB plus his God Strength up and running. Like, it's not the circumstance you want to see that. Sven, he gets kited around so easily in unideal circumstances. And even with that kill on Arteezy, it's not enough to stop this push. You still have the Enigma, you have the Eidolons. You can still force something in. Fortify will come out to stall it out just for a moment. But for Nouns, this game just gets tougher and tougher. They don't have the wall to play with for this high ground defense. The side of Shopify will just go back and reset. Probably just wait out the next Aegis timing in a minute 50. See if that comes out any earlier for them. For Nouns now, they've got to find a way to coordinate a little bit better. They're going for these jumps. And again, we've seen this for a while where they're connecting as 2, connecting as 3. They need to connect as a team. They'll go for a full smoke now, but they don't have certain big spells just yet.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough affair here for Nouns. We'll see what they can get done. They've got to try something. That previous teamfight was very unfortunate as well because Lilith did not get there in time for the Cogs pushback on Arteezy into the stun of the Sven. Had he gotten that, they may have been able to burst him down to the Prophet. Speaking of the Devil, Arteezy top lane has been spotted. He has TP, not teleport, but a TP scroll. Oh, Scan's right on top as well. Can they get the hook? Lelis, he's going to try. Oh, he doesn't go for the blind hook shot. Nice attempt, I suppose. He was probably half a second away from landing that.
Yeah, just a game of tiny margins right now coming out for Nouns. They need every little thing they can get, but Shopify are just making it so hard to find that opening. Still, they've got this blink up now on Mu. So more options to kind of jump in with the Vac wall combination. You've got the follow-up now on Yamsen with his own blink, and he is going for the damage output. He's going for that full Daedalus, kind of fix some of those damage issues we saw earlier on. That's where things can start to get ridiculous with his Sven. And mind you, the Wall of Replica Illusions does actually do a lot. So if they manage to time their fight well, it's all about just execution now. Like, when does Fly decide to use his Global Silence? Can Nouns time their BKB use to purge that off and come in? It's all a lot of back and forths.
It certainly is. Arteezy, bottom tier 3 under siege. Lilith's going to go for a hook shot. Team is not going to be there to back him up, though. He's kind of moved in on his own, and I suppose it does somewhat put an end to the push, but now you've wasted kisses as well. So that's down for 100 seconds, and Shopify, they immediately smoke up as 5. Roshan is not up for another 40 seconds. Shopify desperately wanting a fight now, knowing those spells are down. Nobody from Nouns are going to show, though. They all stand on the high ground of that Radiant base. But Shopify will still have time. If they scout out Roshan immediately, they'll be able to take it without the kisses being up. And that's a pretty big deal here for them. Going to make the fight that much more challenging for Nouns. Just a matter of whether they can spot it out in time.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a few seconds away. For Nouns, this team fight can be a lot tricky. This area is just completely under Shopify's control with that ward up. Haven't been able to get a D-ward out from Nouns' end. Again, it's just all about execution. You've got to be able to jump in, get these stuns off, kind of watch the timing of the silencer. In fact, if you manage to take out Fly first, that opens up the fight in a big way. Whether or not you find Fly is a different question. As Roche does begin, Flare will scout out, but it falls really quick with the output they have on hand.
Yeah, that tag team makes it just too easy. And that'll be it. That'll be Roshan, at least the second one, going the way of Shopify Rebellion. They'll hand over everything to Arteezy. Make sure they keep him happy. Nouns, I mean, they did move out into their own jungle just to get a bit of farm here onto Yamsun. Not too much, though. Basically only one camp being taken. The most annoying part as well is these trains are just constantly running at them. So there's always information being provided here by Arteezy. It's just so hard for Nouns to be able to securely farm, knowing that Shopify know exactly where they are. As it seems like Yamsun wants to go full damage. Trying to go for a Daedalus build-up now. He'll pick up the Chrysalis, but in comes Arteezy. Spread out on Lilith. The Cookie will save. Keep in mind, Arteezy does have that level 20 talent, so he does leash with the Sprout. Very, very scary for anyone involved. For now, Nouns not going to get picked off. A 13k advantage for Shopify Rebellion. To make matters even harder for Nouns, Arteezy does have a Satanic up and on the way. So now, you really want to kill him, it's not going to be too easy. He's got a secondary life plus a Satanic.
So he's got a lot of durability on hand. And Nouns, it still feels like they're lacking a lot of damage output. At the least Lelis, he's got his hags up, so overclocking is available. A little bit more play, a little bit more stun coming out with a wider hook shot there as well. And that should help the cause. You're also working on to move with his shard. With a little bit more coming out. A nice little slow out with a surge at the very least. But their solution still is just playing defensively, and it just gives so much for Shopify Rebellion to play with. Like, again, they've got control of the map. They're going for another smoke out.
Oh, here we go, crit. Oh, he sees Yamsun. Do they see the Sven? Did they miss out? I think they may have.
Night vision.
Oh, the night vision kicking in. What a shame. Yamsun, he was free real estate. Instead, they try for Lelis, but he's fine to back out, and now a smoke. Yamsun and Lelis going to try and pick somebody off. Fly will get caught out here with a stun. Yamsun trying to burst him down, but no, the snowball! Arbet's there to save the day. The silencer though, hook shot, it'll keep him alive a little bit longer, but Fly, he'll get the global silence off, and now the black hole! Saberlight puts them both in. 3 down for Nouns. A disastrous fight for Nouns. As Arbet, he will go for more. Snowball will be returned right back the way of the task. Kisses will get going. It's not going to matter. Disposes out onto Arbet. And poor old Gunner, he is forced to fight through this. It is not going to work in his favor. And there are no buybacks available.
It just feels so awkward. And now you're finding small openings, but overall, Shopify Rebellion, their positioning, their decision-making just feels like it's on a higher level in comparison to Nouns at the moment. Like, the coordination's much stronger now. It feels like they're pressured to come in and force these fights in unideal circumstances where it's Shopify that's actually setting up. And we need to see Nouns be able to do that instead. They need to be the ones getting these smokes out. With at least 2 sets of racks down, it's going to be a little bit tougher. And the push just keeps going. I mean, you have a Marcy combination with a physical core. It doesn't take too long to melt objectives.
It certainly doesn't. It's just so hard, that last team fight. Like, they just wanted that global silence gone. And Arbet just saves the day with a snowball. And he just gets it off just in the nick of time. Like, it's just so rough. And Shopify, there'll be 2 racks up now. They won't go for the Megas. They won't go for that 3rd racks quite yet. They'll play it safe. Still a minute 15 left on the Aegis if they want to try in a bit. But it seems like they may just let it expire. That'll allow Nouns to still have a chance in this game 1 to pull off a pretty big comeback, but it would have to be a huge comeback. Keep in mind, you do have the gobble up now, so a bit more play with the vacuum.
Oh.
Arbet, he's going to jump in. Overclocking was just used by Lelis, but he's gone. No buyback.
Yeah, that's a big take. At the least, respawns aren't too long here for Lelis. So he should be back up when the next shove-in comes in from Shopify Rebellion. And they still haven't revealed that gobble up coming out from Husky. So you've got really good combinations. Maybe just toss Moo up front, try to get the vac wall. Or really Yamsun, just get him in when they're grouped up, get the Stormhammer off, and hope for some burst with a mini crit from the Crystallis. You don't have that full Daedalus up yet, so the burst output just isn't quite at its max potential.
Keep in mind, Black Hole's back up in 15. So it's not going to be an easy defense. And Arteezy is just so confident. Aegis has got 10 seconds left. Problem is the Rax is gone, so Megas are incoming. How do you do it now? Almost 30k behind on this Radiant side. They are not calling it yet. There might be 1 team fight left in them. And they've basically got to land everything perfectly to make that team fight work. Oh boy. Shopify, though, they've just been so clean this game, and they'll head down bot. They'll see Moo on that Darkseer. Saberlight's going to move in. Arbet will do so as well. Onto Lelis. They've got the Darkseer held down for a moment, but he's going to go for a run, even with that Nullifier on him. And now Lelis trying to hookshot back towards his team, but he will drop. So it's a 4v5 scenario now for Nouns to try and find a way to defend this. They'll move in. Arteezy getting started on the base once again. Moo is there. Gobble up. No, it's way off the mark. And now the black hole. Oh, they walked right into it. That's it. GG's called. Ouch.
Oh, boy. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they did get challenged a bit by Nouns here, but every single team fight that came out, every single clash that would come out was always Shopify Rebellion starting it. And even when we'd see that counter fight from Nouns, they're responding in. Like with this lineup, you don't want to respond to that aggression. You have to be able to get that jump in. We saw what happened, like especially with that move on Fly while Abed is around with a snowball. I mean, if they got Fly first, and if they then isolate Saberlight somehow, you could have had opportunities. But again, it was a response to a smoke play from Shopify instead of them moving around on their own accord there.
Well, there you go. Shopify Rebellion just so clean in game one. Let's head back to our panel and see what they thought about this game one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And game number one, of course, goes the way of Rebellion. They continue their winning streak, still have yet to drop a single map in the DPC thus far. And unfortunately, gentlemen, there were some opportunities when we saw the draft. It wasn't the worst draft in the world that we've seen. However, I think how it all came down is what John was saying at the end. They were always responding and replying to what Rebellion was doing on the map. I mean, did we even actually see them? Except for like a few plays on the top side of the map, did we ever see Nouns playing on the Rebellion side of the map? I don't think we did.
Well, they don't really get the opportunities for it. Just kind of narrowing down the ideas for what Nouns is up against. So, first of all, if we start from the off lane, we've got Enigma going for Greaves. This is a great substitute for what we saw prior with the Wraith Pact rushing, because it gives you damage mitigation against the physical with the extra armor, the extra HP. You're going up against a teamfight Global Silence, a teamfight Black Hole, and Lelis pretty much forced to initiate this whole game with this Clockwork. So that's your BKB piercing stun to prevent Black Hole from going off, and your Global Silence, you can't even use it. So you gotta go and try and get that jump out first. And no Darkseer eggs, which I'm a bit disappointed because there's too many items the Darkseer needs this game. And it's just so hard to actually initiate. You can get the initial one, but you're gonna be hit even harder after by Rebellion's teamfight.
I mean, when you're playing in a situation here, Fia, where you're always on the back foot against a team like Rebellion, who will never allow you any kind of angle in the game itself, why make the game this difficult? When we saw the Darkseer pick, we wanted them to be able to do something on the map, right? Hoping that the Death Prophet would be in the offlane. What do you think, going back, like in retrospect, what do you think the conversation was like that led them towards picking the Darkseer and putting all this pressure, like T-Panda was mentioning, on the Clockwork instead?
I think they did the swap to pick the Darkseer because Moo just wanted a better lane matchup. Like, he wanted to play the Darkseer against the NP. He seemed very confident it would be an RTZ NP, and it was. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough in the laning stage. But I think the biggest problem that Nouns had in this particular game was just Yamsun, it felt like no matter how much farm he could acquire for himself, they did not have an answer to him getting Black Hold. With the Sven, it can be good in the laning stage versus Enigma, but when you're playing a hero that is so reliant on the burst, and you play versus Enigma with no answers, it's going to make you very scared and almost impossible to play like the ultra late game. Saberlight just had to wait for Yamsun. He didn't have to do anything. As soon as Yamsun goes on, Saberlight Black Holes every single time.
Yep, this is a perfect Enigma game. Like, Rubik first phase ban, you've got Silencer in your team, don't even need to waste a ban on that hero, and then Warlock not in the meta, basically. So all you have to worry about is Clockwork. And if Saberlight is not putting himself in a dangerous position, Rebellion can use their other heroes to bait, crit, fly, maybe even Abed. They can just soak up the initial engage that Nouns wants to take, and it just gives the freest Enigma game I've seen in a while. This is like, when I was watching Saberlight play this hero, made me want to play this hero, because it's like, I really enjoy the hero a lot, but this was one of those perfect Enigma games you're going to get in this game.
Yeah, regrettably, we saw that Sven being stuck in that one item syndrome. Saberlight didn't have that problem, but you know who really did not have the problem of one more item syndrome? The A-God. RTZ on this Nature's Prophet. An obscene performance. There's no way he doesn't get the MVP here, not just because of how much he was farming, but the hero damage. There were so many fights where we saw he was contributing 50% plus in terms of his team's overall contribution. And sure, you have a crit Mossy there, amping up your damage a little bit with the sidekick, but his positioning was so good. And how quickly he farmed, that nullifier that he got, I think it was like second or third item, that 5th fastest all time on this patch, and top 20 to have ever been done on this hero. Ridiculous performance, 16-2 and 12. What do? Do you now have to start thinking about banning this hero in the first phase or trying to angle towards picking it yourself to deny him this hero?
I don't think you can just ban it. That's not going to be a good response, but don't make it really easy for him to pick. So I think maybe picking the Death Prophet versus this team when they're going to be able to pick that NP within the first phase might be a mistake. So yeah, it's very scary to play against, I think, right now, because if they do get this hero so far, Arteezy has been like unstoppable on it, and he snowballs games really hard.
So, Panda, check this out, right? You know the Sven hero that Fear is supposed to be an aficionado of, right? He's been a Sven enjoyer for a long time, and he hasn't really enjoyed it in the safe lane right now, but it has won so far in this DPC. But it did one playing the 5 position. Fly was playing
Fly
the
was playing it.
So maybe that's the solution here. That's the key to victory. So going into game 2, what adjustments do we want to see from the side of Nouns if they want to try and push this to a deciding game 3 and replicate the feat from last year and actually beat Rebellion in the best of 3?
Decision making in the draft's first phase. Like, do they really address the Nature's Prophet, which has now been the 3rd time they picked the hero, and the 3rd time in the first phase? Now, they've all been victories for Rebellion so far. Do they address it, or do they skip it? Because that's also an ideology that they're kind of looking at. Or, like Fear said, make it difficult for this Nature's Prophet to actually have a proper game. The ideas with getting the last pick Sven, I can see it. It's decent against the Enigma and the Link because you have that extra armor. They can't really kill you. But is this the hero that helps you kind of bounce back into the game if Darkseer is having a difficult lane for himself? The Darkseer in the second phase was a good idea, but do they have to swap around items? Do they need some supports that address Rebellion much faster? Like, say, for example, Crit, who can be very efficient around the map if he's not being stopped or if he's unchecked. So aggression play, maybe heroes that allow them to stack a little bit more and actually secure those early enough and get themselves that 15-minute timer when the shards are kicking in to actually have a fighting chance. So there's a lot of pieces to it, but Nouns have said themselves that they want to narrow the information into small pieces of detail. And I think they're going to make massive changes. But that first phase, I think that's where they can impact this draft a lot.
And what do you want to see, Fear, very quickly before we go into game 2? What change do you want to see adjusted?
I want to see them play together more when they're losing games, or I just want them to like take that out and be like, let's not play from behind and go really hard on the laning stage, kind of like they did versus TSM, and just hope it works.
It did work against the side of TSM, and it was kind of working in this game against Rebellion, where they won 2 out of their 3 lanes initially. Unfortunately, they were not able to translate that into success. We will see if they can make it happen in game number 2. And one of the things that we did see in that game was that the odds weren't stacked as heavily against the side of Nouns as we would normally expect. And those odds, of course, were brought to you by esportsbet.io, who, as you will probably know, are launching a watch-to-earn platform. And not just that, but now, at the end of each given game, there's going to be a giveaway available for you. So each time you watch to earn, each time you're involved in these games, something will always come back to you. So make sure that you are involved, and to get more information about it, go into the Discord, the information of which is available in the Twitch description down below. So make sure you are involved, esportsbet.io. They're making this work, they're paying the bills, so help them out and help yourself out as well at the same time. With that, we're going to go to a small break. Game number 2 will be returning shortly between Nouns and Shopify Rebellion. You do not want to miss it, so see you soon. Welcome back, one and all, to the North American DPC. Div 1 action continues here in this third week. We're truly in the business end of things. And right now, we're in the business end of the important series between Nouns and Shopify Rebellion. Rebellion took game number 1 in pretty convincing fashion. And Nouns, things started to come off the brakes a little bit. It wasn't looking so clean towards the very end of the game. But what was looking very clean, T-Panda, Enigma. That was the first Enigma we saw within North America. Don't know why we haven't seen it more, because in other regions, it has been picked quite a few times. A 70% win rates across 13 games. Obviously, even higher now that it's been picked the 14th time. Why do you think we don't see this hero as much, given how hot it looks, and given how when you look at it play, you're like, that looks like fun?
I think with the popularity of Rubik, I think that's one of the biggest issues, basically letting this hero through. If you don't address the Rubik, do you still want to go for the Enigma at some phase of the game? There's 5, 6, or 7 specific counters to the hero, and then when you look at some of the core matchups, some of them that are being played a lot, like Troll, for example, Morphlings and stuff like that, they are going to beat the lane against the Enigma. So there's just too many heroes that are going to win him in the lane, and you don't want to put yourself in that position. There are just so many offlaners that allow you to actually beat the lane, and we're looking at the Zoo hero specifically. So if you see a good Enigma pick come out, or a good game for it, you've already spent your first phase bans protecting that. The enemy team might go for Brood and Lina and stuff like that. So there's just too many questions in the air, basically, why we don't see the hero too often. But I would like to see more. Like these last phase offlane picks, say for Enigma, they're pretty good.
Well, it's actually a very good point, Jeff, here, because not only do we have Rubik that's very involved in the meta right now, not only do we have these heroes that can counter you out in lane, one of the reasons I think they were so comfortable to pick the hero, they already had the silencer. They don't have to worry about that hero. And that's something else we've been seeing more and more of in this DPC. So going into game 2, is that something they have to think about now on the side of Nouns? Making sure that you either have Rubik, have a silencer, have just any kind of way to deal with Enigma in the event it comes out again.
Yeah, or maybe just pick a carry that... I mean, I say pick a carry that's better versus Enigma, but it's not that simple. Like, you think of like, oh, just pick Wraith King or something. That hero's just so far out of the meta that it might not even work for you. So, yeah, I think it does put an element where they do have to think more about this Saberlight Enigma. I think Arteezy had a lot of choices that game for his carry versus Darkseer that would have been better than the NP, but the Saberlight Enigma was in the pool, and they're like, this is a perfect game for it. So Arteezy, just play your NP. I'm going to carry this with Enigma. And he did. And
he definitely did.
Yeah.
Nouns?
Also the Rubik statistics, basically. Rebellion's 2 most first phase picks are Tusk and Rubik. 6 out of 11, 4 out of 11, and for Nouns, 4 out of 10. So that's also another backing stat.
Well, we're not going to be getting a Tusk this game, finally, as Rebellion have it banned out against them. However, this does mean that there is inclusion in this particular game for a young Shopify Rebellion Lina in the first phase.
it's coming. Lycan and Tusk banned, they want it.
Yeah. All right. So now we need to know how on earth does Nouns deal with this. They have the second pick at this point in time, and Rebellion has the first overall pick of the draft. Do we just see? Are they just going to snap up the Lina no matter what in this situation?
It's going to be Rubik or it's going to be Lina, right? Those are your 2 choices here.
Yeah.
So whatever they ban, they'll take the other. And I think Rebellion is thinking about leaving both maybe and making a trade.
All right, I'll call this. So
All
if
right.
it's Rubik Lina for Nouns, we see Tusk Mirana Shopify.
Oh, there it is. There's the ban. There's the Lina.
All right, so that's 50% correct now. Mirana and the Ricky
Rubik.
actually banned. So Rubik.
Ricky, thank God.
Rubik is a good option. Treant is a decent option. First phase picks, they also have the Doom. They have the CM. I don't think they necessarily want to CM against this Lina.
They got to show something new. That's all. I think they're going to take the
True.
Rubik for sure. And then what they pick for Saberlight this game,
Tyrion.
it's going to be new. I mean, yeah, it's not bad, honestly. It's a hero that can get on top at any point. They can flex it. Not a bad choice. There's no more of like that Zoo that runs at the Lina. But they do need a hero that can get on top of the Lina. And
Yeah.
all right, Clockwork, it does that, right?
I mean, it's also the dual thing, because you take away the Clockwork Lina that we've seen being utilized in pretty successful fashion in a couple of other teams. But now it is interesting because Rebellion, I think this is the first time that they picked their support duo in their first phase.
Yes. That
It's
is correct.
definitely a new look for them right now. for
And a
sure.
first Clockwork too.
So I do like how Nouns, though, like, they came prepared for this. And I think a really good strategy is, like, instead of looking at Rebellion, be like, oh, Abed on his Tusk, yet again, going on a Rampage, or Arteezy getting his Lina or NP, they're forcing them into a situation where they're showing us something new, which means hopefully they're catching them by surprise in some regard.
And that's something what Rebellion went up against in game 1, where Nouns would have like a unique first phase compared to what they've usually gone for. So now Rebellion is kind of like, well, you use your tools against us, we're going to show you the same way, which I like as well. That there's shifting things up a little bit. We do see the Treant come out with the Lina, though. We've seen some great Rubik games against this Treant. A lot of stolen Leech Seeds, a lot of stolen Overgrowths. But this is a guaranteed damage dealing combo, right? Because you have the Overgrowth to hold them in place, and Lina gets to hit their targets. You don't necessarily even need to build that extra attack range, because you can just move into attack range and keep on bashing. LSA has a pretty short range, gas range for the stun, but Treant is great at closing gaps. They have so many slowing abilities, and already like a target that you kind of want to focus on, because he wants to deal damage, but he's also kind of soft. I think he has like 1 or 2 base armor, what he has. So very squishy support in the end, even though he deals a lot of damage. So that allows the Lina to also kind of like help around with the damage trading.
I like this also a little bit more defensive. Opens up the option for them to still go deeper into the draft and pick up that Death Prophet. That is the one thing we saw in game number 1, that Gunnar was able to punish the mid lane against Arbed, beat him decisively in the laning phase. And I've been hopping on about DP Treant so many times, so I would actually love to see it emerge again.
I want to see Centaur for Nouns now, basically just having the Stampede for the repositioning tool for themselves, another stun for the team, even if he doesn't go for the Blink Dagger right away. You could build this tanky Centaur that moves around in the front. Treant can get closer with that max movement speed for the Overgrowth, and Lina can always get out of trouble if the Clockwork is being a nuisance. And then you have these natural Force Staff builders, basically, that, well, Centaur necessarily isn't, but at least you can consider the Hurricane Pike on the Lina, you can get a Force Staff on this Treant Protector, you can always get, they're just the things that counter the Clockwork, really.
Yeah, I mean, Force isn't even that bad on Centaur. I've seen it quite a few times as well.
Can work.
They have a lot of options here. But for Nouns, I'm really curious. I want to see, I'm very excited to see what the response is for Rebellion here, because they're going to show us something new here. And Lina's not an easy hero to counter by any means. We did see them run a Darkseer for Selena earlier, and they actually won that lane. It was against a lesser team, but they do have the Clockwork, Clockwork Darkseer lane. If you want a way to get on top of Lina, that could work. I'm very interested to see if Nouns will ban that out, as it has been used as a weapon already by Rebellion against this Lina. So if they've done their homework, they're either prepared for it, or they just think they can beat it.
Yeah, and the strengths as well for Yamsen, just talking about this Lina just a little bit more. He hasn't played it a single time here in the DPC, but he's played it 19 times in his ranked games with 58%. So it's a win-loss, basically. Pubs are always kind of lopsided in a way. So he's got the numbers advantage in a way, even though he doesn't have any extra on the competitive side, where he's only played the other types of physical damage range hitters.
Well, there's Nature's Prophet. Obviously, we've seen this hero being very flexible, but if it is a carry hero, you always want to be able to at least either get on top of the Lina as a 1v1 matchup, or at least be able to outrange her as well, play the range game. Nature's Prophet, we saw in the last game, can certainly do that if the billing calls for it. And you just want to hear what outrageous amounts of damage, and Nature's Prophet definitely gives you that, especially if the Clockwork can lock you down to allow him to hit you for so long.
Yeah, I mean, the one strong thing about this Rebellion Nature's Prophet as well is that I just see them pick it, right? And I was like, Arteezy's playing this with flying the safe lane. I feel hopeless for Moo. I don't think there's a single hero he can pick that's gonna do well versus it. Maybe his Timbersaw, but his banned every game Tide, that was a good option too. But even with these, I still think he'll lose the lane pretty bad, and that's why I kind of wanted to see it banned, to be totally honest with you. It's definitely a rough one. We might see the Darkseer next as well, and then they'll actually have a lineup that you're kind of looking at Lina, and you're like, yeah, you're dealing with the hook shot, you're dealing with the surge, the global teleportation. It's going to start getting really scary to be a Lina in this game.
At the very least, they do go back for the Snapfire. There were a couple of interesting and cool moments. Repositioning, I think, is always a very good thing when you have a Lina, especially. Have to be able to protect her, so now they have double 4-staff builders.
What about Dawnbreaker for Moo? He's got 6 games on it.
No, he plays a good Dawn. I still think he'll get crushed in lane, but it is a good answer to the NP in a lot of ways. You can D-push, you got the counter global presence, right? So I do like it, but he'll go for... Well, it doesn't have to be his hero, I suppose, but he does play it. And that's a hero that... The lane, you can do well, technically. You can do well. I feel like it's a little weird with the cookie into the onslaught. It doesn't have a lot of synergy there, as they both want to go in. Or it's you're already on top of them, and so it's kind of hard to use the cookie. But later on in the game, if you do manage to get on top of the NP, you do have a lot of lockdown. You got a lot of magic damage here, and you can kill Arteezy if he's on this, or it doesn't matter, Saberlight. they have ways of killing this NP now and being a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and I've seen these 17th pick Primal Beasts actually have a lot of impact in the game, win or loss. They've had a lot of impact because they usually have themselves a good matchup. Despite the clockwork considered being a Primal Beast counter in the pool, the Primal is still in a pretty favorable position compared to the earlier games that we've seen so far. And that's a mag we spy.
They're going game 3?
Young Magnus. Magnus, which is... it hasn't looked so hot. It hasn't looked so hot. Has it actually
Lack of
won a
faith is
game?
disturbing here. See
To
the
be
mag.
fair, it hasn't won a single game. This is the 4th Magnus pick so far in the DPC in our region, and 3 games prior, 0% win rate across all those 3 games. But it wasn't always the teams at the top of the card that was playing this hero. What do we see here? Why do you imagine that this Magnus was picked up for them? Do you see any natural synergies here? Do you see any natural lane counters to explain why the hero pick makes sense?
I mean, I don't see anybody else coming close to Kasane except maybe Saberlight here, maybe even better. So if this collapse reference to this Magnus, I mean, I think he's the guy to pull it off. That's the only good reasoning I actually see here for this Magnus. I'm not going to lie.
Just be good enough. Just be better. Any hero can be made to work.
I'll depend on.
Yeah.
What's intriguing here is we don't actually know where this Primal Beast is going, right? It has been played in both the 2 and the 3 roles so far in this
still a
DPC,
flex.
so still a bit flexible. Shopify Rebellion, they have the final pick of the game here.
So Nouns will pick first here. And they don't get to flex it to the end, unfortunately. But I do want to talk a bit more about this Magnus and like what is good about it in this particular game. You don't really have an empower target, which I think is slightly overrated if you go too much and like, oh, I'm going to pick a hard carry and empower. I think that's a fast track to losing. I think the Magnuses that are most successful are the ones that focus on their own game. You know, maybe max a shockwave, get a mech, you know, play for their game instead of just being like an empower bot. But like in this game, like they don't really see the. I mean, first Lena, you can skewer if you can get on top of her. There's like so many things you can do with the mag on paper, but normally when you see it played out, it doesn't really end up that way, right? You like you blink in, you get lifted right away, or something tragic happens, and it kind of looks funny to play. But is Saberlight going to play it? I know RTZ used to play the carry mag when it was a bit more meta, so maybe it is a little open here too.
I'm thinking like Rebellion for that final pick because they have to go. Actually, wait, they have the last pick as well. So if Nouns have already got this Lena as their safe lane carry, I don't think we're going to see a Bloodseeker. Abed could just go for Pango. You could also go for the Invoker. Oh, the Pango band.
Yeah,
there we go. So the Invoker is kind of the only hero that I've seen him play out of what's still in the pool that he could bring up, or the Mars. But I don't like. This is not a Mars game in my opinion. You already got the Mag in the team, and it comes back to the double strength core ideology.
Let's see here. Spirit Breaker gets removed at the very end of the draft, so they're assuming that there's some funky business that could still be happening. What do we want to see to round it out for... What's Gunnar playing, basically? Because you could play the Primal Beast. What else has he played? He's played Viper, he's played Ember, which is banned out this game.
Lone
He's played
Druid,
Tusk.
Viper, Storm Spirit are what we see in this pool right now. And
I mean, yeah, as usual, Rebellion has left very little like holes in their draft. No matter what you pick here, I like they stole the Tiny, but I also don't like it. I was like, Tiny would be really good for Rebellion here, but Tiny plus, you know, Primal isn't like the best. They do the same thing.
Overlap,
basically.
yeah.
So like they're really
Double
all
strength
in.
cores.
Yeah, they're really all in on like running on their map, getting these kills, and maybe that's where Magnus can shine. Like you just, if you're playing defensive, Magnus is great. Like especially if you get an early dagger.
To be fair, on the bright side, one of the things we saw last game from Nouns that was a major drawback is that Rebellion was always the ones pushing the envelope. That's not necessarily going to be the case here because this Nouns draft requires you to always be moving around. It's only really this Lena that can sit back, right? So does force them to play with a bit more activity. But very quickly, with 50 seconds left, Rebellion, what's the last pick here for Abed?
Kunkka.
Abed Kunkka. Well,
All right, they're really trying to make the Empower work there.
they almost lost with this against the side of Bait when he did play the Kunkka last time out. So what do we make of this here? Panda, hit me with it. Do you like the Pirates as the final pick of the draft here for Shopify Rebellion?
well, the Empower combo's there. It's not like this Kunkka is directly countering anyone on the side of Nouns. It's just a mediocre mid pick here. All the best ones are actually taken away. I'm saying mediocre because it's not bad, but it's not great either. So I think Abed is still going to have a decent game. The Kunkka versus Tiny matchup can still be pretty skill-based on both sides. So solid pick. I think Rebellion's got this one in the bag, but I've got a bit of faith for Nouns. I just want to see this Lena work out.
All right, Fear, I need some Game 3 Copium. Hit me.
All right, Game 3 Copium. They picked Magnus. We're going Game 3 here.
There you go. That's all you need to know.
I feel like Saberlight's a hit or miss player. He's been hitting a lot, but now he's picked Magnus. It's time for the miss.
The Magnus miss seems like it's going to be on the card here from Fear. The Dean of Dota does not like what he's seeing. Erstwhile, my partner in Leather Drip, has a bit of enjoyment here for what we can see from the side of Rebellion. Let us find out, though, if that is going to be the case once we get into the game itself. So far, Rebellion has been a well-oiled machine, and let's hope Nouns can find a way to break it down at long last. And to find out, we have our wonderful duo of the Maserati Mike and the Jaguar John. Take it away, boys.
Oh, he's bringing car names to the mix now. Well, there you go. Thank you very much, Snare. Jonathan, I've decided to give some added motivation to Nouns. People have been tweeting at me saying, you're a monster. How could you not like Puss in Boots? I believe it was Scansel who just tweeted at me. If Nouns somehow win 2-1 against Shopify today, I will retract my statements. I will go to the cinema. I will watch the damn movie. I'll give it a fair chance.
It is a good film. Like, you don't need to give it a chance.
Unless they win, I'm not watching it.
It's a really good film, Mike, and this is
terrible.
a really good match. We'll see if Nouns can get that happening, though. We heard a panel. The only thing that makes them doubt Shopify Rebellion right now is the Magnus pick, which, again, hasn't been the most successful. So I'm keen to see whether or not Saberlight can make it work. On the other hand, the team fight potential of just having RP plus boat is pretty cool. So you also have this really funky play of X Mark and Blink in for Saberlight. So there's always a safety net there to run these fights. Still, now it's going for a cheeky smoke.
It could be a very early team fight to break out. They should have the onslaught to set up here. Crit, gonna break the smoke. They will spot him out. Scatterblast will be there. Moo actually went for the level 1 trample, so he can't move in. And Crit, he tells him. What the hell was that? How are you gonna catch him anyway? They didn't have Avalanche. They didn't have Cookie.
Nah.
They didn't have Onslaught. I mean, it was... I suppose they were just really hoping someone was super out of position.
Yeah, and now that kind of makes that Cliff Ward pretty obvious as well. So Shopify,
Whoops.
they're going to be happy. Tips out to Crit for the voice line and for just blocking that smoke play. So very pleased with themselves here.
Well, we'll just wait out these bounty runes here, Lelis. Can take a bit of harassment, but will eventually back off. Meanwhile, looks like there is a bit of a chase here from Fly onto Moo, but he does sneak a little bounty away. So I think that was a 3-for-1 trade. No, it was a 2-for-2 trade anyway. Arteezy was able to pick one up. Moo, can he get out? I mean, again, he doesn't have Onslaught. Fly's going to cut him off with the Battery Assault. He should be okay to survive. He's just going to cop a fair bit of damage here from Fly. And Arteezy's still chasing, but eventually he's going to be just fine. And while we do have a chance, we do have a video with Husky this time around, and we ended up asking him what his comfort hero pick is. So let's hear from Husky.
For me personally, my comfort pick has always been Chen. I don't think he's particularly great right now. I think he can work in a very specific way. But in the past, he was like super flexible, so you could just kind of pick him and you can play him in multiple styles. But right now, he's super niche, so just hard to pick him, but he's my favorite hero.
Well, fun fact, John, but back when I was actually young and my hand still worked, I used to be a Chen player back in the day.
What does that mean, Mike? Was it good? How would we have? Do we have any evidence that this bears any meaning?
I won a few games. My micro was good.
Yeah, now Chen is really fun, actually, way back in the day. He had a little bit more presence. We did hear Husky, it's not that great. And this lane for Husky and Yamson is also not shaping up to be great. Every time Shopify Rebellion sees that Treant, they just pick up an extra quelling on Crit. Like, quelling on Rubik. Doesn't sound amazing, but you cut the tree line, and Husky doesn't have presence. And if that Treant can't come in and right-click in the first 3 levels, then the Saberlight's not going to be zoned out. He gets the farm. And the Yamson doesn't have anyone to connect with a slow to play with the LSA and harass out, play with a range. So this is what we always see. You see the Treant, you just quell up and just get more space out.
Yamson, top lane, skewered back as well with the lift up. Yamson's going to try and fight back against Crit, try and secure that first blood, but he does need to back as Saberlight continues to pump out the harassment. So Yamson's going to be able to survive, but so will Crit. First blood yet to be drawn. How's that middle lane going? I mean, you've got the Tiny against the Kunkka matchup. You'd imagine it should be favored towards Arbet, and at least for now in terms of CS it is. Meanwhile, bottom, Moo just clearing out the creep wave. Fly's going to go for a battery assault, but I don't know how much damage Arteezy can really pump out with him. So he will be fine to back off. Both teams already, just during the laning stage, trying to get aggressive, trying to secure that first blood bonus. Neither side finding it yet.
Yeah, it's not quite lining up by level 3 timings. It should be able to. I think both teams are just very disciplined with their positioning. They know how far they can kind of push these lanes out. So you don't want to take these massive risks early on. But
Fly?
level 3 gives you a lot more.
They've got a lot of damage on Fly now. He's running, but First Blood will go the way of Moo. Just getting too close while the trample was up, and they had plenty of follow-up this time around.
I did not expect that overextension. Good punishment out from Nouns. They're going to be very happy. Moo's lane is going fantastically well. Not being slowed down too badly despite all the harassment onto him. And even with... this is one way to kind of make that lane with Snapfire work. Just don't even go for the onslaught. You just depend on the cookie, play around with Trample and Uproar, get the damage out to follow through from that stun, and you can clean up. They are still giving Arteezy a fairly good lane to farm up though, so as long as it's Fly dying and not Artur, I think you're pretty happy in Shopify Rebellion. That farm is still scaling up.
Certainly so. A top lane, bit of aggression here from Sableye, just being annoying with the shockwave. Very nice combos, in fact, hold that thought, because bottom lane, look at this. Arteezy's in big trouble. Fly forced to cogs to make sure Arteezy can get away. Again, this is without the onslaught being up. Gets that extra point in onslaught, then you could be in pretty big trouble here on Arteezy. Fly, he's been left alone. Lelis does have Cookie up in just a moment. He will pop it. Cogs is going to make it a little bit more challenging for Moo to finish off the kill, so Lelis, he will get to work and does find the kill. Meanwhile, Arteezy trying to trade with Moo, but can't really do so. He just doesn't have the damage yet on the Prophet.
I mean, you're really durable on Moo. You have enough armor, you've got the Ring of Health up, you can dive fairly deep, and you can't quite melt him on Arteezy, unless Fly somehow manages to isolate fairly well, but then it's always a risk of being run down. We heard a panel, I mean, Clockwork is a bit of a natural counter to Primal Beast, but with how they're playing on now, it doesn't feel like that, and Fly can't, I mean, he can block off with a power cogs, but follow through from then just doesn't come out.
Gunna's really struggling that mid lane. Like, he's got great CS, but just the amount of harassment he has to take from these Tidebringer hits, not very fun. Meanwhile, top lane, Yamsun on a pretty big run. The chase is going, though. They'll have Shockwave in just a moment. Living Armor helping just a little bit. Raindrops will save for now, but they have the Fade Bop. So Yamsun is going to drop, and again, that lift into skewer combo, it's just so hard to go against, even as this laner.
And this is a really tough time for Yamsun. Bottom CS across all the cores right now. Just going back to how rough even the level 1, level 2 was, just with the tree line constantly cut. And Crit is still keeping that tree line cut. He's just ensuring Husky can't make some space, make some plays to allow Yamsun to build up.
What are these voice lines? UD Vessel, they've got some good ones. Abed's an enjoyer, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to see Abed pick up some old C voice lines. He still has friends there in UDV, I'm sure.
Very
old
good.
friends going all the way back. So he's still in touch with his C pride.
Very, very good to see. Mid lane, bit of action breaking out. Gunna trying to be a pain. Arvet still keeping up in CS very effectively, both at 28 CS at the moment. Again, I think the main concern right now, if you are Nouns, is just that top lane where, again, this lane is not having a good time. Gunna gonna run into Fly. Fly will go for a battery assault into the cogs. Cookie is gonna save for now. He does pick up the double damage as well. Boat will not connect. Arteezy's gonna show up. Gunna, how do you get out of this one? They're just blocking every single way he can go. He'll go towards the south. Avalanche out. Gunna, he's still running. Have they not caught him? They have not. Gunna is perfectly fine. A man of persistence, he will walk away from that disastrous scenario. And Shopify, they cannot punish.
Yeah, that's a big steal on the DD. Abed could have made a lot of plays off the back of it. So just well-timed Avatos kind of messes up that entire combination coming out from Abed. And just buy some space, forcing the rotations onto mid, giving some room out for Yamsun, some room for Moo to try and get their lanes going themselves. It's still looking good overall for Shopify though, but have to be a bit careful on now, and still not going to be able to get that jump onto Husky just yet. But for Shopify, I mean, even with that missed kill, Abed's still up ahead in CS. Saberlight's just having the freest game of his life. He's going for the blink first. So he does want to kind of jump in, and again, going back to our odds. Although, wait, Gunner's getting jumped here.
He certainly is. Gunna. Well, actually, he's the one jumping Fly right now. Avalanche will be there to hold him down. Fly, nowhere to go but down, will drop. In comes Arteezy, but Husky, he's also around the area. They'll try onto Abed. Cookie will be right on target, but a very nice sprout from Arteezy. He blocks the pathing, so they could not follow up. And that'll allow Abed to get out of there just fine.
Yeah, just again, more time being expended here by Shopify Rebellion, and now it's just responding well in the early game. It's still been rough in the lanes, but going back to our odds, it has been favoring Shopify Rebellion. I believe our starting odds were 4.37 up to 1.17. Have they shifted at all?
1.4 to 2.85. In fact, hold that thought now, because bottom lane, Arteezy, he's a massive target, and Moo's got the hand up. Arteezy will drop once again. But I think I appreciate the odds here from esportsbet.io because it is a lot closer, and I think that is fairly accurate because now it's currently 1 to 4. Keep in mind, Shopify is still the favorites going into this matchup, but it does seem like it is much more even.
Yeah, it certainly is. Nouns have just got a stronger lane for Moo. And we talked about it earlier in the last series where it does feel like the off lane set that tempo for both teams. With his start for Moo, he can get a lot done. They are rotating onto him, though.
They want to try and punish the Primal Beast, but there is helping coming. Abed, he got the X off, but that's about it. In fact, no, he didn't even get that. Abed's gone. He just got blown up by Moo.
That was a optimistic run in with a haste. Not preemptively setting the X to try and cancel off the Pulverize while it's happening. They couldn't really connect with Crit and Fly in the right moment. And they still have that TP point. And Gunner's more than willing to just show up, get some punishment going, and just start to build up. This Tiny is set to have a really good time into the Blink. And once you've got that going, I mean, you can just set up for your team. You can play around with Moo, with how durable he is. Although,
they're moving on to Husky. The Train Protector now being targeted. He's pretty tanky, but not quite tanky enough for the Tidebringer hit. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Arteezy barely able to get away. Fly instead tanking the gank here. So they will start pushing in that bottom tier 1 tower. It's like Moo will rotate into the mid lane to make sure that is remaining defended. And speaking of Moo, he's going right for the kill here on Tarbet. He had Pulverize up, but he knows Crit was around the corner. His Crit was under vision, so he won't bother wasting the ulti. And of course, you've always got to be careful of giving that ulti back the way of the Rubik if you're not too careful. There's Moo. Battery Assault can be very annoying for him. X-Torrent back will be there, and they've got the Cox to set up as well. Moo still just waiting out. Can't really onslaught away. They'll even commit the RP tanky for this, but can he get out? Moo, he's going to try, but the skewer is there. Moo is still running, but surely has nowhere to go, eventually dropping to Crit. But my goodness, he is a tanky boy.
I mean, he's got the Vanguard, he's got level 3 living armor on him. It takes so much investment to kill him off. You don't quite have that magical burst here coming out from Shopify Rebellion, so the physical early output, it takes a long time to melt him, and they eventually find him. That's room to kind of push in this mid, but their pushing pace isn't the quickest. At the least, they have the siege creep up, so they can apply some good pressure. And that living armor is slowing it down by a massive factor and just buying so much time for Nouns to play elsewhere.
Uh-oh, Yamsun got spotted there by Crit. They are wrapping around Abed. He'd love the kill on the laner. Back to the tier 1 tower Yamsun goes, and that should keep him safe at least for now. And in fact, he just TP's right out. He does not want to borrow this. They'll leave Husky up top to try and defend that tier 1 and just slow the push down. It's very annoying to try and push those tier 1s into a Train Protector, of course. Shopify, they are kind of desperate to get that top tier 1 down to open up the map a little bit here for Arteezy. Abed, obviously much more confident playing frontline as the Kunkka. Just a much tankier kind of hero to play with. And Nouns will rotate up towards that top side to see if they can force a defense here. Gunner, he has spotted Crit. They won't be able to close the gap against that Rubik. Instead, he just seems more interested in the creep wave anyway. Bottom? I mean, Moo's just alone. They could try for a pick-off.
It's a bit tough without the hook shot up and running on Fly just yet. Still waiting for that 6. And they're also waiting for Saberlight to have that blink, to have even more play on hand. So it's all about just waiting for these level spikes and item timings right now for Shopify Rebellion. Whereas for now, they don't need as much investment. I mean, just the blink out perhaps from Gunner, although he is going Echo Saber first. Have a little bit more presence early on with some durability and right clicks on hand. You're relying mainly on Muden to initiate, but he should be more than enough. He's almost got max out Onslaught. He's very durable. You can just follow through some more damage output, and they are smoking out here on Nouns.
Blink up on Gunner. Saberlight, he'll be a great target. They'll toss him up right into the avalanche. And with the kisses, he almost got away. Oh, just barely going down. Kisses proving to be enough magic damage to get through him. That tier 1 tower, it's going to be a bit of a slower process taking that down. As you can see, Gunnar does not attack very fast, but they are going to try for this. Rotation in from Crit to slow this down. Here comes Yamsun. He's the damage output you need. Question is, can Shopify really try for a defense? It's very, very challenging against that Primal Beast. They are going to glyph it up, and that might just be enough. Speaking of that Primal Beast, Moo's going to get caught here by Fly. Again, he's a very, very tanky target, but they have just completely surrounded him. Lift him back, skewer him back as well. He'll try for an onslaught, but the X-Back is there from Abed. No getting away, but in the meantime, Arteezy's dropped.
And it's just that blink timing from Gunnar. Finds that rotation up top. Manages to punish the one big farming core they want to get online. And Arteezy, he's bottom that fort right now across all the cores. Not the kind of game we saw him have in game 1. But the pressure is coming out from Nouns. Shopify, we do get to shove in mid, yeah?
It says the Dire killed Moo. We've seen this before. Look at that on the left side. The Dire killed Moo. How did that happen?
It's a beta game. You know, it's like when the Dire kills its own racks. It's a beta game. You know, it's like maybe it's sending a message. I don't know. It is what it is. Great. Good stuff.
Great stuff. Gunnar. Oh, nice RP. Saberlight. That's what you want to see. Right into the hook shot from Fly. There is no surviving. There is no running. Moo's been caught out as well. X is there. Abed will drag him right back into the arms of Shopify Rebellion. And Moo, I mean, he's still tanking through it. Still trying with the uproar, but the avalanche is stolen by Crit. That'll hold him down. And that's your mid-tier 1 tower gone.
And that's what we were waiting for from Shopify. That blink up on Saberlight. They needed a way to just set up these plays outside of the hook shot. And they've got it. You know, they've just got these ways to jump the backline out, prevent anything big from coming out from Nouns. And for Nouns, they're still in a bit of an awkward position where they need to get more farm up.
They've got another. Lilith's caught, and now a double torrent. Gunnar, he'll still get the avalanche toss, but the LSA, they end up missing the Light Striker A because of that. Fly, he might drop, but they might lose Abed as a death. In fact, now the turnaround, Crit's there. Yamsun, can he survive? Cookie is out, but now the kisses Crit. Oh, he's too good, this guy. Abed, he can't TP out.
No way.
He can. Oh, Abed. Oh, that's so sad.
That's really demoralizing. I mean, Nouns does find more for their trouble, but dropping Yamsun is just not what you want to see. He is their big hyper carry. He's the big guy that needs to farm up, hit the BKB, try to go for more right click down the line, and he hasn't had the freest room.
Oh, the toss, John,
God.
the toss.
Yeah,
they could have just bursted Abed.
Nah.
Oh, to be fair, Gunnar did toss first, but it was like a split second.
Yeah, it's, you know, sometimes it happens. It gets chaotic, and now Shopify are looking for that smoke play.
Oh, here we go. They found Gunnar. Shockwave, hook shot, Saberlight. He's got the skewer, and RP's up in 2 seconds. He's just waiting for that right moment. Gunnar still going down, is going to drop. Overgrowth was committed. Who they've gone on, though? Abed, RP. They've caught Moo. In fact, they've got Yamsun. They're just trapped up. The Overgrowth was out from Crit, holding them down, and now Yamsun just going to drop. Oh, boy. Just gets worse. 3 down for Nouns. It might be a 4th as well. Moo is going nowhere. Triple kill for Crit. And I'm going to say it again. This man is so good on this Ruby.
Oh, he's insane. He's set up so much for his team here. They managed to dictate when to go really well as well with Crit's call. Once that blink was up in Saberlight, they've just been super active. And now it's just, I mean, they've got answers, but it's the same story from game 1. They need to be the ones aggressive. They can't be the ones getting jumped. They have to just constantly smoke, play with his blink on Gunnar, play with his durability you have on Moo, and buy space out for Yamsun. Like, they just need to get control back on the map, because once it slips, it doesn't take too long for Shopify Rebellion to just conquer the map with what they have on hand. And even Abed with his build, like just going for the Blade Mail that we've seen him do before, along with an early shard. That tidal wave with the skewer. There's so many ways to drag these heroes back, and you don't have any early BKBs yet.
Oh, here we go. Smoke broken. Gunnar still trying to move forward. Moo will back off just a bit. Abed won't hesitate to throw the X out. He does have the boat if he needs it. Moo's going to continue farming this Dire jungle, at least for the moment. But Shopify, they don't back. They understand how strong they are right now. Onslaught is there. Fly. He'll get caught first, but there's your boat out onto Gunner. They want to burst down that Tiny immediately. He'll toss Arbet away. Avalanche up a crit. He'll take the Avalanche for himself. A tidal wave to drag Gunner back. There's no surviving. Meanwhile, Pulverized. Moo is trying to help any way he can. It's not good enough, though. There's an overgrowth, however. Got both supports on the side of Shopify, but really only Fly goes down, as Moo is still trying to fight on the Primal Beast. But Arteezy's TP'd in, and now the RP. Saberlight, he will drop, but he sets up perfectly. Lelis, he is not making it out either. In fact, the final piece of the puzzle, they've got Husky. A double kill for Arteezy, and another successful team fight for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh man, the decision making from Shopify, just Saberlight knowing he still has an RP opportunity, gets it off, ties in for his team. Arteezy just comes in to clean up. The only positive for Nouns is that Yamsen is farming, but you are making huge sacrifices for that build-up now on the Lina. Smokeout from Shopify is broken by Gunner at least.
Yamsen. Oh, no. Hook shots there. Fly's got him in the cogs. He's got a cookie out. There is helping coming. It's like Shopify will now need to back out because Moo is on his way, but Saberlight's around the corner as well, not showing on the map yet. Moo on the run. Shockwave will hold him down just a little bit. Arbet gonna throw the boat out, but completely whiffs everything. Not finding the target he wanted. Fly is still trying to give some information over back towards his team. Here comes the skewer. Saberlight. He's got another two. Oh, Arteezy picks up a double. Moo's been caught out. Yamsen, he TPs away just in the nick of time. But you can't say the same for Moo. Crit will take it. Who said Magnus is bad? It was Fear, wasn't it? It was Fear.
Oh, yeah, it was Fear. He said he saw the Magnus. Is like, all right, we're going game 3 perhaps. And Saberlight, I mean, he's just showing off.
Yamsen, no.
Oh, man. Yeah, nah. Oh, boy. He just TP'd out. He thought he was safe. He thought he was safe, but they have that tier 1 to TP into. Now Gunner.
Yeah, Gunner's been caught. It's very desperate kind of plays here from now to try and keep themselves in this game number 2. X is there to hold him down. You've got a Fade Bolt as well. Crit might just take it. In fact, Arteezy securing the kill. Quotation marks there for Arteezy with the Gleipnir. No problems here. Just keep the pos one happy. We all know how it is.
Yeah, just hand it over. You know, they didn't go for that last hit. Shopify just wanted to give everything to the NP. He's building up a massive lead now, though, Mike. 11K, at least 3K up in comparison to Yamsen. Again, all the cores of Nouns have made huge sacrifices for Yamsen. And the Lina BKB is going to be a nice timing. It doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. He needs at least a 4-staff on top, probably the full Hurricane Pike to really be comfy. And that's not damage. You know, he's going to need some output because of how durable Shopify Rebellion is with the threat of that boat. It's just a lot of sustain coming out from them. They've already got the mech up in Saberlight. He's not too far off from the Guardian Greaves. They can drag these fights for a long time, and for now, it's all they really have is living armor to stall, which at this point in the game doesn't feel like it's enough.
It certainly does not. Top tier 2 tower now under siege. You kind of already pointed it out, but Arteezy's so far ahead. 4-man smoke. Nouns, again, feeling very desperate right now, I'm sure. They need something to go their way. They need a way to slow down Shopify. Shopify just hold the high ground of that dire jungle. A pretty big wraparound from Nouns, just getting in position to defend that tier 2. They should know where Shopify are, but it's just a question of how do you get in there, and how do you fight underneath the wards of Shopify. Well, they're going to see Arbet first, and that'll be a fantastic start. Gunner, he'll make the jump in. Kisses are there as well. Arbet still trying to tank through it. Tidal wave, boat is flown out. Arbet somehow alive, somehow still running, but the Laguna does get there. They'll secure the Kunkka. That's a great start. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to find too much more. Though Gunner, he's moving towards them, but he doesn't have the vision. Lift is up from Crit. Hookshot is there from Fly. Holds him down on Arteezy. He'll move right in. Both mid laners gone now. Saberlight looking for more. Skewers Lelis into the backside and just takes him out. It just gets worse and worse.
It's just so costly, that kill onto Abed. They had to use Kisses, Overgrowth, and the BKB on Yamsen. It's so much commitment for one, where you have really decent AoE control for these wider team fights. Oh, no.
Yeah, the wards are perfect here from Shopify. They've just got vision across the whole map, and Arteezy, will thank Crit very much for his 9th kill of the game now on the Nature's Prophet. It's so rough when you've got zero vision.
It's really tough. They just don't have this opportunity to ward up. Like Shopify Rebellion has 1 million sentries all across just to ensure Nouns won't have some counterplay here. And for Nouns, the ideal position is just to go down that bot jungle at this point, but it's always shoved in. You're playing against a Nature's Prophet. It just keeps control of the lanes, doesn't give you room to breed. And we've got to see them connect as a team. Again, that's the one big difference right now outside of individual play. It's the teamwork from Nouns and Shopify. Shopify just move together so well. They're just very disciplined. They understand what each player wants to do. They understand their timings. Now they're doing Roshan and Nouns. Again, with that lack of vision, just have no clue.
That they do not. Roshan going down very, very quickly. And I mean, even if you had the vision, I don't know if they can force a fight. They're 10k behind. I mean, they might need to. Like you said, they won't even have the info available to them. That'll be Aegis the way of Arteezy once again. TP straight up towards the top lane. Wants the tier 2 tower. Because they haven't even been able to take the tier 2 into the outpost yet. So much action across this game, they just haven't had the chance. And there we go, that tier 2 to fall. No problems here for Arteezy. Lelis don't show on the mid lane right now. Saberlight's waiting. The X-Back, just in case Saberlight does not hit with the skewer. But that'll allow Nouns to at least know where they are.
Yeah. They at least managed to get a retreat out. The top tier 2 faults. They're trying to pressure down bot. They do have some control in the bot jungle now for Nouns. But they're kind of looking to punish. It's really hard to catch out Abed. They're working on to an Ags for Gunner. Smoke out from Shopify here though.
Here we go. Everything's available. Absolutely everything.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, tidal wave, it's going to catch Moo. That's a great way to start. Hookshot to hold him down. How do Nouns help Moo here? It seems like they don't. A skill back from Saberlight. Oh, wait a minute. He's with the RP and Moo sees it. He jumps right back in. He wants a team fight now with his BKB, but can he survive through the damage? Gunner, in the meantime, he'll take a boat. The kisses, the stolen torrent as well. Oh, and it's a stolen kisses to boot. Crit. Just making it absolutely hellish. He's giving nothing over to Nouns. Lift up again. Gunner's been caught. There's your torrent. Just hold him down. Arteezy, he'll lose the Aegis, but what does it matter? He'll get a reset.
Oh, no.
Here comes Abed with a double torrent. Or rather tidal wave. And Yamsun, he will die. As Husky, he will drop and now Moo. Feeding a little bit more over. Why not? Arteezy's still hungry. Abed will take it.
Oh boy. Full team wipe going the way of Shopify Rebellion. They just dance around it. Like, yes, Saberlight whiffs an RP. It doesn't even need to land. They've just got so much control. They've got really good spells to steal. Snapfire doesn't have any way of just preventing that steal on Mortimer's kisses. So Crit just manages to find even more burst damage for the team. He's got a lot of reach with the Aether Lens and the Blink up and running. And they're just so durable. Like, just the boat buff is obnoxious for the side of Nouns. They just don't have the damage output with this lineup just yet.
Yeah, there was that ward in the mid lane. It's expired now, but it just gave so much vision for Crit and Abed. And you saw the torrent from Abed into the Mortimer's kisses of Crit, and it's just too much damage. Here we go again. Saberlight, not able to land the shockwave into the skewer combo. Shopify Rebellion, looking to move high ground. A 14k advantage thus far. Bottom lane, they have found Yamsun on that Lina who's trying to fight Arteezy, but he's dealing no damage. Literally no damage at the moment. He'll throw the Laguna, but it just tickles Arteezy.
He's trapped?
He's trapped! It's the old style block. Still, they have found someone on the backside, and that's going to be Abed, but he's surviving. He'll BKB up. Overgrowth will hold him down, but they don't have the damage.
Oh, no.
And now Crit, he holds him down with the Overgrowth himself. It's just such a bad team fight. There's your RP as well, catching two of them. There's no escape. Oh, Nouns, they just can't catch a break. What do you do? They at least find Saberlight. Crit's on the run. Maybe Moo could find another hook shot. It's apparently off the mark there from Fly, but it's not going to matter. Moo will drop anyway. There goes Husky. Another double kill to Arteezy.
Oh boy.
I mean, you can't use any spells against this Rubik. This guy just...
No.
He's too quick.
No, there's way too many good spells, but you have to, right? Like on Nouns end, you've just got to take that risk. Crit's just too damn good. Like he's shown it over and over again. His Rubik is just top tier. And it feels impossible for Nouns to force that fight unless they burst down Crit first, which is also next to impossible because of Crit's positioning all the way in the back. Like they have everyone else run forward. They have Fly cop it. They have Abid cop it. Heck, even Saberlight is more than willing to throw his body out, but Crit just stays so disciplined and always manages to set up even when everyone else is kind of dying. It doesn't matter, considering how far behind Nouns is.
Crit is 13-1-20.
Yep.
He's 1 kill behind Arteezy. They find Gunner. Hookshot is there from Fly. Make sure they lock him down. Still the Cogs. Not going to help out too much. Yamson's trying to fight. Gunner, they're just trying to save this Tiny at the moment, but Abed's on the chase. He'll get the tidal wave. Meanwhile, on the backside, Arteezy, he's gone a little bit too far. He's still fighting, but eventually the Nature's Prophet will drop. Nouns, however, they have lost 3 of their own heroes. Zmu gets X'd up once again. They're not allowing him to get out. Skewer, in fact, there's just so many ways to displace them. And Mu lifted up once again. Still trying to get out. Still trying to find something for his team. But here we go again. Just being thrown all across the map. Husky moves in as well. He's got overgrowth, but Crit's just waiting. Crit's literally just waiting for him to commit it. Kisses committed from Lelis, but guess who's taking those kisses? It'll be Crit.
Even with Arteezy down, it's just not enough. They're just too durable on the side of Shopify. They've just got way too many ways of splitting you apart, dragging back key heroes from Nouns End. 40 to 18, 21k up for Shopify. For Nouns, I mean, what's the cope here? Just Ags build up on Gunner. Maybe you hope to get like a Daedalus up somehow. Like somehow this happens.
I mean,
and you get some damage up on Yamson as well, and then you could try to hold, but
that's a lot of cope, John.
It's a lot of cope, but it's also not very strong cope. It's not quite hitting hard.
No.
Here, Mike, I'm grasping a bit.
You are.
It's tough. It's tough for Nouns. They're much more reliant now on Shopify getting overconfident. But what we've seen from Shopify is they don't tend to do that. They take every match seriously. They're gonna clear out this top.
I mean, they gotta fight into kisses again.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. Like, you know he's got kisses. Gunner with a nice toss back onto Saberlight.
You take your small wins, you know? You take them.
I mean, was it a win? Could he not toss back towards the fountain?
Didn't have anyone behind him, actually. So.
Right. Fair enough.
He just had a, I ain't dying here.
That's fair. 1 racks down is Nouns. Again, their major hopes are kind of on the line. They need to pull off a victory in this game 2 to force to a game 3, but 23k advantage from Shopify does not really increase their odds.
In fact, what are our odds now from esportsbet.io? They were pretty even a while ago. And, you know, it was like, again, at the start of the series, like 4.37 to 1.17. When a while ago, it's a little bit closer, you know, around 2 point something. But it's been a little bit rough for now, right? Like,
I have a feeling the market's closed, John.
Yeah. I mean, we expected a pretty strong match, and to be fair, Nouns are dragging these games out. They're finding openings, they're taking kills. It's just the coordination. Like, Shopify as a team just feels so much more united.
I mean, this might be their final attempt. They've sneaked up behind Shopify, and I say sneak, but Shopify running right back towards them with the smoke. Smoke will wear off on Nouns. There is no vision around this area from Shopify, so they theoretically shouldn't know. But I bet they can guess. And look at this single file. They run through the top lane. All smoked up. This is a very, very long wraparound. In the meantime, Arteezy's solo pushing this bottom wave into the T3 tower. Another smoke out from Nouns. Where are they headed, though? They scan out into their own triangle. They'll see nobody here for Nouns. Arteezy does TP his way out. Roshan is still 30 seconds from respawning. In they go. Gunner, he'll see Crit. The toss, though, it's going to toss him away. Crit is fine. He still has the kisses. He'll throw it right back the way of Nouns. Can they survive through it? Overgrowth committed. It's not doing enough, though. They got to run. It is not safe. Laguna stolen to boot. Crit's got even more to throw at them if he wants to. And he may just. Gunner's running. You've got to get out of there, sir. There's your Laguna. There's your Fade Bolt. Moo jumps back in. They just want the Rubik, but there is no killing this man. Moo is set to fall. Is it time to call it? I think it just may be.
Yeah, it's a rough one. It's, what can you say? They tried to get the jump in. They tried to get the aggression out this time around. But if you don't catch that back line, falls flat. The toss back, Gunner tosses back, and it just saves Crit, and Crit just gets to kiss out. Like, I get that maybe he didn't have any targets behind, but I mean, you just give that space out to the Rubik to get so much more value. And the high ground just melts with RTZ focusing in Nouns.
To show you how bad this game's going, Crit is 1.5k behind Yamson and Net Worth.
Yeah.
That's how bad this game's gone for now.
Yeah, they're pretty starved. I mean, Gunner is barely above fly right now, so it's been hard. The movement, the map control, the vision, and more.
Oh, another skewer back, Yamson. Not going to feel good about this. Taken out, I'm sure. And there he goes. Saberlight will secure the kill. They ain't calling it quite yet. They want to give it one last shot. See what Nouns can get done. 34k behind. Here comes the Torrent Storm. Abed, who'll open the water park. Everyone getting tossed around. But Nouns, they're the ones falling. Yamson's gone. No buyback available. Overgrowth committed, but it will do nothing. That Crit's got it again. They call it. They've had enough. Complete torture here for the side of Nouns in this game number 2. And Shopify, I mean, I'll be frank, John, they made it look kind of easy.
That they did, and remember they drafted in the Magnus, which hasn't been the most successful here in NA. Now until they got their hands on the Lina, they had to let the Rubik go, and well, we see what happens when Crit does get that Rubik. He has so much play. They just, if they can't catch the backline, man, he just does so much.
Yeah, I believe his scoreline was 17-1 and 30, if I'm reading correctly. That's pretty darn insane. With that, let's head back to the panel. Let's see what Fee had to think about this Magnus. Fee?
Game 2, Rebellion. I'm pretty sure they some Geneva Convention rule was just broken because of performance from Rebellion. I don't even know what to say. Fear, Magnus. Oh, Magnus not good hero, huh? And Magnus is not great, is it?
It worked out for them this game, for sure. I mean, I was hyping up, the squad, Like, I was giving them the cope.
Not enough.
No, it wasn't enough. I gave my best.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. And one thing that was given away as well, the crit Rubik. Just the numbers that were posted up by this Rubik, and not just the numbers, Panda, it's the performance. Every single time an ultimate was casted, oftentimes multiple ultimates in a team fight, he's right there, prepared to steal it, and always the most impactful ones. We saw multiple overgrowth steals, multiple Morty's kisses being stolen, multiple pulverizers being stolen, and all of them being utilized to better effect than what Nouns was able to do themselves.
Yeah, kind of goes back to when we talked about the draft, how important this hero is, and why you don't pick Enigma and give Black Hole for this guy, because he's been stealing all the big abilities, and Rebellion were happy having this hero on their side, knowing that, all right, we have actually a huge... It feels like Rubik is... I don't know, he's like position 4, there's an extra position 6, like added into the mix. I feel like this is a 7 versus 5 game when you have this guy on your team. Just absolute crazy performance, and in the end, Crit actually broke the +1 death KDA average out of all regions so far with 47, which was 41 before for Supreme from Into the Breach. So yeah, just shows again why this hero is 1, feels like busted, 2 in the right hands, it's double busted. And
double busted,
I mean,
yeah.
wow.
I mean,
all hell Crit.
I mean, the thing is, like, I can't even talk about draft anymore, because like after every game, you can't give them this. You can't give what can you give them at this point?
Just ban Crit, honestly. They should just allow you to ban a player and say you have to play 4v5 just to make it a little bit more fair. On a serious note though, boys, it wasn't all bad news for the side of Nouns. Things did not go according to plan in the Lina lane. Mid lane was, kind of a wash, but they demolished RTZ in the laning phase. And this is the second game in a row though. Panda was mentioning earlier that we'd had a 1k gold lead only from Bait versus the side of Rebellion. This time around, in both games, Nouns got to 2k. So doubling up what has been done before. Why couldn't they translate some of these gains that they made in the early game into effective mid-game decision-making and, more importantly, into an effective and strong position going later into the game?
Well, yeah, go ahead.
No.
All right, I get to go first. All right, so I only have two things that I want to factor. First of all, I'm going to look at Moo's movements and basically space creation in a sense. But secondly, the team fights that they took, they ended up losing the Lina in those engagements, and that is going to push your carry far behind.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yamsun just had a rough series. Like, both games, couldn't find anything on the map for himself. And I think for Moo, in this last game particularly, he was supposed to be their shining light. He was supposed to be the one making plays on the map along with Gunner. But when he first got that Vanguard, it looked like space. It looked like, 4 heroes are chasing him. That's great. But they never shook that off. It was a rinse and repeat. He did that once. He did it again. And like, more I watch Nouns, the more I feel like when they're behind, they're in big trouble as a team. Like, I feel like they don't have like that leadership to like pull them out of a game where they're doing poorly, to like rally and make something happen. When they're ahead, they look like a really good team. They can compete with the best, but when they're behind, they seem lost.
Yeah, it's a bit chaotic.
Do you think it comes down to, they of course did mention to us that Lilas came into the team sort of to help fix that up and specifically to shore up that aspect of their game. Do you think it's maybe just too soon and that given more time, that leadership might actually start to shine through?
Well, I mean, it's not showing right now. That's, I think, we can all agree on. Like, the games that Nouns have been on the bottom end, if they're struggling, they have 6 map losses now. In all of those games where they've been playing from behind, they have absolutely big difficulties getting their package together.
A team that did not have any difficulty getting their package together is Rebellion, taking a 2-0. And do we even have to ask who the MVP is? It's not even a question, is it? It could only be one person. This Crit Rubik. Well, even if you can't deal with all of his other heroes, this can't happen again. This should never, ever be allowed to happen again. Crit, my friend, I hope you enjoyed yourself. Life is good, but this is the last time you get to play this hero. It feels like auto-losing at this point, giving away this hero.
Look at that hero damage. Look at that hero damage. 34k on a Rubik. That is crazy.
That's
out of this world.
Those are carry damage numbers that you can sometimes see in some of these games. And Crit just making it look very, very simple. Another thing that they managed to do here is that this is the second time in a row that we've seen Rebellion be able to dominate a Lina lane. Last time they did it with Darkseer. I forget who the other hero was. This time around, obviously, they have the Rubik in tandem with the Magnus. Is there some special tech you think that they've learned? Or is there something that they understand about the hero that allows them to do this?
I mean, I just think the Crit and Saber lane just doesn't miss for the most part. They win. No matter the matchup, no matter the heroes, they always win the laning stage. The only lane that I see them lose with is the RTZ fly lane. They've actually lost a few times now. And like, people really need to capitalize on that. And the offlaner that does happen to win versus that lane, if they can do it again, needs to make big plays on the map. And yeah, so far nobody's challenged, like, he's playing strong laners too, but like, he has not lost his lane, and maybe it's just more praise to Crit, because the Saberlight even said, Crit's a beast at laning. He's laned with many offlaners in the past as well. Always seems to be a dominant laner. So I think the factor here is mainly just like Crit. He's just a beast laner who, no matter who he plays with, no one in NA has been able to keep up. Let's just put it that way.
There's a key clip actually that I think sort of expresses what this game was ultimately like for the side of Nouns. So this is a fight that they ended up taking towards the mid lane. And we've seen scenarios like this where the Tiny is able to interplay with this Lina. Things can start happening in a bit of a positive fashion here. But after this, talk to us about this, P-Panda. This is the Blink reveal. Before this, Magnus actually does not have a game. And then after this, suddenly everything is completely different.
Yeah, so we have 2 separate engagements. This is the prior one where Moo has basically been sitting at this 5k net worth on the Primal Beast after diving in mid, having 4 heroes drawn into him. Then we have another fight 2 minutes after, right in the mid area again, ends up falling. But they just can't get their abilities to kind of connect. And this is the most important fight out of all of them, where we see the Saberlight's just making these crazy plays. He's really showing the power of this Magnus. He's supporting from the back. He's got his Empower buffed up. We have a DD Kunkka out of all things. And Yamsun, he's just feeling like, I mean, I've got the support of my guys, but the Crit steals Mortimer's kisses. I can't even get out of this engagement. I'm already in it. There's no way I can get out. I'm going to die if I stay in. Abed TP's away as well out of that, thanks to the Rum buff soaking up even the Laguna Blade at the start of the fight. And that's 2 separate engagements leading into a massive, you could say almost chain feed in a sense, because you're still rallying your guys, respawning, and Moo literally just TPs into die the earlier fight. He's not going to be back in because the second fight's still going on, and it's just chaos. Like, how do you communicate and get the package together there? That was really, really hard.
Well, very, very hard indeed. And one of the reasons it was so difficult is because of who was doing all the magic in the background. And I think it's only fitting that we have a conversation with the Rebellion lineup. So a quick interview with the Rubik extraordinaire, I believe, who's going to be joining us on the line. Crit Goodser, you're done, right? You're never playing this again. I hope you know that, right? I hope you know that's your last Rubik performance.
Yeah, I heard you guys gassing me up a little bit in the pre-interview here, but I think I had honestly a pretty easy game because of my core players, so I think there's a lot of credit there as well.
So who would you... let's talk about this actually, because you guys were playing with this Magnus lane, right? And this is the second time that we've seen you and Saberlight being able to defeat a Lina lane. Talk to us about this, because this is not something that we see generally speaking. Even when Lina is losing, it's not that much in the laning phase. What is it that you and him are doing differently that allows you to have these dominant lanes?
I'm not sure of what we're doing differently. I think everyone has a lot of ideas about Lina and like how strong she is. For me personally, I don't value her super highly. I think she's like, for my role, she's very easy to deal with because she's so squishy. So I think it's just a hero that if you don't really attend to her, like she will just get too much farm fast. And I think that's why so many teams are successful with her. But I think we have a good idea about how to deal with her, and on lane as well, me and Saber have a good idea about how to kill her.
That certainly makes sense. Talk to us about something as well. Given how, let's be honest, stompy the region has been in your favor for the last while or so, what's your preparation process like when you're going up against the NA teams? We know that you're scrimming a lot against the European teams. Is there a difference in how you prepare for the individual NA teams as well?
For sure. I think we definitely, towards the last couple of series, after the first ones had been pretty easy, honestly. I think we didn't do enough prep for B8, for example. I think we were slacking maybe a little bit, and it showed as well in the game that we probably could have lost to them. I think now in this game, in this series towards Nouns, I think we showed them a lot more respect, and we did the proper prep that we would do for a team that deserves it. So I think that will also happen against TSM, and then I think we're confirmed to go to the major now. So when we go to the major, it'll just the opponents are just going to get harder and harder. So at this point, we're over the hard part of playing against teams that might not be like what we consider strong opponents. So yeah, it's not really a problem for us anymore, I think, to do like the proper prep.
All right, what's up, Crit? Congratulations on also making it into the major. I actually wanted to talk about that Rubik hero a bit more. We've been kind of highlighting the hero a couple of times, and now you just went on a 47 KDA on the hero. What do you think about Rubik, man?
I mean, Rubik is just a fun hero. I think every 4 player loves playing Rubik. A lot of mid players love to play Rubik as well. A lot of 5 players love to play Rubik recently as well. I saw Insania playing it a lot in Europe. So it's a hero that people want to play. So when the hero is also strong, it's just going to be in every game because it's like a fun hero to play. It's a hero that a lot of people have like hundreds of games on. So if the hero is even like slightly viable, it'll be in the meta.
All right. And diving into game 2 and talking more about heroes, I actually had this question more for Abed, but talking about Abed, you went for the Kunkka in game 2, which is his 11th most played in competitive. How much of a say do you think how much of a say does Abed have in his hero picks? And what kind of a game would you say he has maybe higher priority or higher value on the hero that he's playing?
I think it's definitely a balance for everyone in terms of like communicating with both Tal and Bulba and what they need from the role that we're picking for. But everyone has a say on their heroes, Abyss as well. I think Kunkka was, I don't remember whose idea it was, but usually it's like in tangent with each other. You know, so everyone's like kind of looks at the role, and then it's just what makes the most sense for the game.
All right. And one final question from me, leading into the major. Basically, you guys have a pretty relaxed mood, but also a very focused mood during the regional tour. Does the team atmosphere change at LAN events? And what helps you keep up that kind of positive, focused mood when you're playing in front of the crowd, when you're playing as a team against some of the top teams in the world?
Yeah, I think that's the thing about this region for this season. I think this is kind of a bad season for NA in terms of quality, so I think it's not that hard for us to go into the majors. I think some of the other years it's been a little bit hard to know where we were at in terms of strength, and also like in terms of what the difference in quality was between NA teams and international teams. But I think after this season we have a pretty good idea about where we're at, also because we've been playing a lot of European teams. So I think we're in a good state. We know we've won a lot of games here and we haven't lost, but we also know that we haven't played teams that are like major quality.
All right, thanks.
All right, so congratulations on getting to the major. So I'm going to ask, what is the first thing you're going to do when you get to Lima, Peru?
That's a good question for you. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I think probably get some tacos.
Wow.
I heard the food there is really good. So that's the thing I've heard about Peru the most, is that the food there is crazy good. So probably get some sort of local cuisine.
All right, so the next question is going to be, you've played all over the globe now. Which region is like the most fun for you to play pubs in?
Ooh, I think the most competitive is probably Europe, but I think the most fun is SEA because the games are always like, people are always trying. I feel like there's less griefers in SEA than there's in Europe, and it's just also like the cores try harder most of the time. So it's like for a support player, just the chance of me not having like a core that's just griefing the game is higher in C than in Europe.
All right, last question here is for POS 4 players out there, like what do you need to do this patch as a POS 4 to like be successful?
Oh, this patch is pretty easy. You just play some strong range 4 and you just secure the lane and then you hope your team carries you. That's pretty much it. You don't have that much responsibility, you know? You don't have to play with Spirit or Tiny or anything anymore. It's like you don't have to initiate, so it's not too hard, to be honest.
So you don't have to go 47 and on the KDA. You know, you're just doing it for fun at this point. So I have 2 more questions for you here, Crit. Firstly, going into the major itself, obviously, like you've mentioned, the relative lack of competition here in NA, especially for your team, might actually prove to be a detriment going forward. So do you have any specific plans as a squad to have a boot camp perhaps, or to get closer to some of the other teams to practice with them before the major starts?
Well, I think the situation is a bit weird for everyone because we don't really know. I think we just got told like yesterday when the majors actually like when they want us to fly in. But obviously we're going to bootcamp for it. I think we were just going to be bootcamping in NA, and then the European teams I'm imagining will just be bootcamping in Europe. So we'll be playing them from here, and then that's going to be. It's pretty much going to be the same as it's been during the regional.
All right, that makes sense. And the final question before we let you go get back to practicing for that all-important major. Tell us a movie recommendation. What should we be watching right now? Or what are you going to watch tonight to celebrate going to the major? But in general, if someone wants to get into the mind of Crit, which movie should they be watching?
So I think this is probably one of my favorite movies, but just because it's snowing so much here today, I thought about it even more when you said that. I think I would watch Midnight in Paris if I had to like choose a movie like on the spot. It's like a good vibes movie. It's probably one of my favorite movies.
All right, Midnight in Paris.
Right.
You're one of your favorite movies, and honestly, you're one of our favorite 4 players, especially a Rubik. You'll know, major teams, don't let this man play Rubik. Sorry, fam. Crit, thank you so much for your time. We'll let you get back to practicing with your team. So thank you, and we'll see you at the major.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
That is, of course, Crit, Rubik player extraordinaire, support player for the side of Rebellion.
Now that you finally actually get to say we see you at the major, when you can hopefully see you at the major. So
Yeah.
it's finally come true.
It's guaranteed.
Yeah,
No
it's-
matter what. They could not show up for their last game and they would still wind up going to the major, right? They're 6-0, not a single map lost. It's very difficult to maintain focus though, right? And one of the things I like about what he was saying, and it's been a constant theme throughout the entire season from Rebellion, they've been cognizant of the fact that they can't allow themselves to stagnate, right? We've seen in previous years that that's happened. They rinse the region, go international, do well in the group stages, and then the playoffs, things get a little bit shaky. And it feels like they want to try and change that around. So what are we expecting and anticipating from them, boys? From the form that we've seen, obviously it's hard to judge given that we haven't seen them challenged too much. But from how clean they've looked here, where would what's your intuition tell you, having also done some Europe earlier today?
I mean, it's hard to say. Like, you never know which team you're going to get from them on international land. They're either going to sweep, they're going to get into like that top 3 finish, or something's just not going to click because they're playing against teams that from other regions that are probably just. I mean, he even said it himself. This is NA is kind of weak right now with Quincy Crew departing. Like, maybe their ideas aren't as good as they thought they were, and they just can't get things together. So I'm hoping just by looking at the other regions, they look clean, they look good, they look like their old form, very consistent when their hero picks and their play. I would say they're contender to get it top 3 again.
Oh, I could probably see that actually, given how hot they've looked. Panda, what's your read on the situation for Nouns on the other side? Obviously, now with this, it's pretty much guaranteed. Not guaranteed, but calamity has to strike if they were to find themselves in the major. TSM would have to completely sandbag the rest of their opponents. So for Nouns, what does the future look like now that it's pretty clear that that tier 2 that Fia always talks about, that own individual Nouns tier, it feels like they're still going to be there. So what do you want to see from them going forward?
Well, it's not over until it's actually over. So TSM are basically in the situation where they have to make the decisions of taking the victories. Now it's out of their hands. You know, they're still not going to start looking at the future. They're going to wait to see these through, especially today's series, which is the next one, where we already might actually see the decisive blow happen if TSM is going to go to the major, or do we still have some hopes alive? So they're probably gonna be watching that next series and see what's gonna go down there.
I mean, with reference to that, actually, let's take a quick look at what that next series is going to be, as TSM is going to be in action once again, as the next series of the day after the 2-0 sweep for the side of Rebellion, TSM playing against Bait. And this is a series that, as Panda was mentioning, if TSM wins, they are going to the major. Clean and clear, it's done, it's over. If Bait were to win, though, then we have a very interesting day on our hands, right? Because we will still have that one slot in contention.
Week.
Very interesting week. And the thing is, given that Bait pushed Rebellion further than anybody, even this Nouns team here, we were talking about how Bait had, before this, obviously Nouns had a bit more net worth overall, but Bait looked the cleanest up against the side of Rebellion. Given the relative the difference in strength between TSM and Rebellion, Fear, what do you rate Bait's chances are of having an upset here today?
I mean, do you want the realistic answer or?
Good rate, mate.
All right, so we haven't had an upset yet. It's gonna happen.
All right,
It's time.
there we go.
This is like we gotta have one upset and then A. Like it can't be this boring, right? It can't just go to the schedule. Like there has to be an upset, and this is it. This is gonna be the game. Bait is gonna wake up this morning. They're gonna be refreshed. Dendy, he's gonna pick his Pudge, his Witch Doctor, whatever. Maybe the Witch Doctor, not the Pudge. The Pudge hasn't been successful yet.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna take it and they're gonna make an A spicy.
Yeah, I mean, the Witch Doctor was phenomenal
content.
in the prior performance from him, right? I want to see this content. I want to see this magic happen. Of course, that's going to be the series up next year in the evening of Dota action. But before we get there, we're going to be taking a little bit of a small break. We have a quick conversation to have in a couple of minutes. After that, we'll, of course, be going into the game itself. So stick around, be back in about 5 minutes. You do not want to miss it, and we'll see you soon. Welcome one and all here to the North American DPC. Div 1 action will continue later on today, but we've just wrapped the series against Shopify Rebellion and the Side of Nouns in quick 2-0 fashion. So we're going to take this time, having already got to know pretty much everybody from Rebellion. You at home might not know too much about the talent bringing you this wonderful action. You've heard from MLP beforehand, but now John X Fire, my man, how you doing? And what have you made of this last week, or the last like few weeks of action? How do you feel being Div 1?
I mean, it's been fun, right? Like for the longest time, me and Mike were kind of doing the DPC remotely, right? So we've been away from people. We haven't been interacting. It's been really fun to be on LAN. It's been fun to finally meet you, Snare. You're such a lovely person to be with. Your energy's infectious, you know? It's been great. I love it. I love it here in Romania. It's nice.
Romania is quite nice. It's very cold as well. Like, honestly, the weather's not the best. But let's talk about this, right? You were mentioning that you and John have been, or you and MLP have been doing this thing for a long time.
Yeah.
What's the tale? How did you get started? We heard the tale of affairs from MLP. What's the tale for John X Fire? Firstly, the name. Where did it come from?
So the name was funny. There was this old program called Xfire that you would use before Discord.
Gosh, yeah,
right? So it would
Xfire.
track what games you played. It would give you a way of talking to your friends while being in game, because alt tabbing wasn't that common back then. Our PCs were kind of bad. So I just took my name. I was like, all right, my usual username was kind of taken. I was like, let's just use John and Xfire.
What is the original one?
It was something, I think, Ashrock.
Ashrock.
Yeah. So that
cool.
one is also weird because it was I was logging into a game called Flife, and the login screen had ashes and rocks and the volcano. So it was
You were
like,
just like
Ashrock.
Just
That's it.
Make the fusion.
Yeah, very simple.
So then, I mean, that was a good fusion there, and now you and MLP have fused for a couple of years now, right? I actually have two questions. Firstly, how did you initially get started into casting, right? And then after that, have you ever felt the need to not be with MLP? Because he was mentioning that you said to him that he should outgrow you. How do you feel like you've kept pace with him after all these years?
I think I have managed to keep pace, surprisingly, because again, when you look back at it, when you're starting from that amateur kind of cast, right? Like you're starting from casting amateur leagues, casting Echo League and stuff like that. I'm not an ex-pro. I'm not a higher MMR kind of player, right? I'm not that kind of analyst. So realistically, when you go into that, you have a really great play-by-play like Mike. In your heart, you're like, yeah, if he evolves past it, it's what happens because he wants to be the best. And I'm just some dude, I'm just some guy who casts, right? That's it.
But how did you get into it? Like, did you ever want to do anything else? Was it a thing of just like, well, you happen to be casting, or was it a thing of you very deliberately sat down and said, I'm going into this field to make it my life?
It's funny because the first time I casted was around 2013. I was casting RD2L, Reddit Dota 2 League, when they used to have Southeast Asia. There was a time where I set up a scrim for my team. I acted as captain because no one was applying for captain. I'm like, all right,
I'll do it.
I'll do it so we have a league. It came in, and the team we set the scrim with just didn't show up. And we had too many players on our side, so we're like, all right. We had 6 of our players show up. I'm like, I'll take a backseat. I'll cast our scrim, and you guys play. And then afterwards, people were like, yeah, that's pretty good. I had a guy from EU called Tapas contact me. It's like, your casting's nice. Can you cast our stuff? And I just did it for fun. I wasn't really looking to be a caster per se. I felt like at that point I was in university. I wasn't in the best space in university. That was a pretty rough time for me. But I enjoyed Dota. I played a lot of Dota back then. Pretty degenerate. I think I'd play like 8 a.m. till lunch, and then I'd start again at the evening, all the way till 4 a.m. So I just played a lot, and I enjoyed the game. And I was really inspired by TI2 or TI3. TI3 was a big one. Like casters like AC and stuff. I felt like, hey, that's pretty fun. Would be nice to kind of get into it, but I didn't have high hopes.
Yeah. That was actually my first event as well that I ever actually saw in Dota, like TI3, because I only watched like some random games before that. I just started playing and I was like, wow, people do this? Really?
Yeah.
This is actually a real thing? Like, wow, okay, people are out here. So when did it happen that you made the transition from, or mentally, when did the gear click that you're like, all right, I'm not just doing this for fun, amateur level. When were you like, let's actually try to give this a shot and see what happens?
I mean, I think just casting with Mike, we always took it seriously, even though we had that mindset, or I had that mindset where it's a stepping stone for him. So I think we just kind of took it seriously. We kept trying to improve together. I don't think it really clicked into me until we did major qualifiers. So that was like a year after Mike quit his job and all of that, when we finally got our gigs. I think the first paid gig we did was DCL, D2CL.
D2CL, yeah.
Or no. The Chinese major, right?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So we did that. We did Chinese qualifiers from, I believe it was Mount who contacted us. And I think that's where it was like, all right, this is working out. Maybe we don't need to jump. But I think I only really felt that I was good enough a year in. Like even past that, it took a while because we're always like, you know, if you want to go into Lance, you want to go into bigger stuff, and it took a while for me and Mike to hit that point. So for me, I was always just ready. It's like, you know, if they pair you up with someone else, that's good. That's fine.
Yeah. What happened at Epicenter? Do you remember Epicenter? Which one was it? Was it 2019? I think.
Yeah.
The casting competition. Right?
Yeah, 19 or 18. Yeah.
I think were y'all first place? It was you guys, B Corp, and someone else. Like I forget what the order was, but didn't that feel like a major dub? Seeing just how many people were going into it, and you're just like, wait a second, they picked us. Like, how did this come about?
Yeah, I mean, the first one where they flew everyone out, we didn't actually get chosen to fly out.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
They had
yeah.
the group stage and then the on-location stuff. The second time, it was only for online. So it was not... It was nice, you know, it's not like we were looking down on it, but it's more like for Mike and me, it's like we want to be on land. We want to show what we have, and we weren't satisfied yet. So obviously, I mean, it's like, yeah, it's great, but we're still doing online. And for me, yeah, it was that same mindset. It's good, it's nice, but it's not enough.
It's not enough. It's never enough until you're like,
No.
probably won't be enough until you get TI finals, honestly.
Yeah.
So
Hopefully.
you were talking earlier about like your time in university, right? So what were the struggles? Talk to us about this, right? What were you going through? What were you studying as well at the time?
University was a really rough spot for me. I mean, looking back now, it's a bit silly, but in university, I was in a pretty dark space, really. I was mentally very low. I was depressed. I was clinically depressed. I went through a lot. I wouldn't sleep. I'd be in and out of hallucinations. I was actually that bad that I would have like images of myself doing things that weren't nice. So it's a really rough spot, and Dota was one of the games that was just there for me, that I played a lot. But university was rough. I came in, I think I was 17 or 16 when I came in into Singapore. Everyone else was at least 3 years older.
Oh,
You know, so it's like I was really young to go into university there, which was, again, nice, but I didn't adjust well. My high school, I was also kind of prone to depression. So when I finally went to Singapore, I'd say, hey, this is great. You know, I feel like I did good. I got a scholarship. And I felt like I didn't belong. And in some ways, that mindset's still there. Like, you know, obviously thinking about casting with Mike before, it's like, I'll be replaced. It's fine. It's been hard kind of fighting that off, but it's been good now. It's been good. But it was a really hard time. Like, Singapore was rough for me.
Now that you've had a bit more years of experience, you know, you've spent more time in the world, you've learned more about yourself as well. Do you ever think you want to go back to university? Maybe do something else?
I don't know if I could. I mean, it's something I've thought about because, you know, it's something we all think about in casting sometimes, right? You're like, at some point, there's going to be someone else who might be better than you. You always kind of have to prepare for making space for new blood. So casting is very ephemeral, or, you know, it's kind of, it feels like it's a career that passes.
Yeah.
So same with esports in general. Like, our esports pros retire, they do something else. For me, it's hard because I took animation. You know, I took animation because I like storytelling. I love movies. I love animated films. I love games.
Yeah.
Narratives. And it's funny that it ties into casting because when you're casting, you're telling a story live. It's not quite the same, but it's also in that same vein. And that's why it makes me really happy to be doing this. Could I go back to university? Probably not.
Yeah.
I don't think it fits me. Animation, I can't draw. I don't know how I got a scholarship for something I literally can't draw.
We have tools to help you with that now. It's fine, fam. Don't worry about it. That's actually an interesting thing about like telling stories, right? Do you ever like sit back when you're thinking about casting a game? Do you ever like storyboard and like think about exactly how you want the narrative to sound before you even get on the mic?
For sure. I mean, there are certain games, especially as you reach like lands, especially, or even like this, the tail end of DPC. There's a lot of stories to tell because every match has a meaning. Right? And I think that's where the DPC shines in creating those storylines. But it is something you have in the top of your head. Like, you know, what are the stakes? How are these players matching up against each other? What's their past history? It's what you guys do in panel. I mean, we all tell a story.
Well, what's been your favorite sort of story, or rather, your favorite series that you were involved in, where afterwards you step back and you were like, oh my gosh, that would not have sounded anywhere near as good as it did without you on the mic?
I don't know if I've ever been that confident in myself personally. I mean, I'm always happy with me and my duo.
You're a TI!
Yeah, I think if I had to point a series, probably the RNG series versus NTT.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think that was the most fun and most heartbreaking that we've ever had to cast. Because it was just like, you see X over there all alone, and it's like, he did so much, and then they drag it for so long. They try to make these plays. It's just, yeah, that's probably the one.
That was actually an amazing series. And watching it, honestly, I do think that the game itself was a bit janky, to be honest, but I think it wouldn't have been nearly as entertaining without you on it, right? So before we go to another break, one more thing here, John. You were mentioning earlier that it's a bit of a transient career that we're involved in right now, right? Firstly, how much longer do you want to still be in the space, right? And then secondly, well, it might be a bit of a spicy one, but who do you feel you've not necessarily replaced, but who do you feel is your competition as it stands right now?
I mean, I'd want to do this as long as possible, obviously. I think we all would. It's just that, you know, it again depends. There's always new blood. There's always people that, and you know, it's competitive at the same time. You want to help people. It's not like we put others down. We try to build up. If anyone comes for advice, if any of you want to cast and want some advice, me and Mike are always open. Everyone wants to help each other. But we do want to do this as long as possible. So it's more like where the wind take us. For... What was the last question?
Who's got competition?
Competition.
Right
I mean, technically, everyone's competition, but again, it's one of those things where we're all technically fighting for jobs, but you're not really fighting each other. You're just trying to do your best, and you try to build each other up. You try to make everyone do their best. I think that's a really cool thing about the Dota 2 casting scene.
Right?
It's super friendly, and everyone really watches out for each other. Like, we've gotten so much help from Cap. We've gotten help from Parker, LD. We've gotten so much great advice. And everyone's open to giving that advice. If you want to improve, everyone's here to help.
Real talk, my DMs are actually full to the brim with people just telling me, hey, here's how you could improve, here's what you should be doing. And without them, y'all know who you are. Shout out to y'all. Without y'all, this would not be possible. One more thing, fam. Besides Dota, right? You're a degenerate gamer in general. So what other game are you playing right now that is super good? I saw you were up at like 4 a.m. playing some Civ today.
Yeah, I've been looking for games to fill in that void. Honestly, I've been playing a lot on my Steam Deck, Vampire Survivors. It's really simple. You just move your joystick. You literally just move a character around it. I've just been turning my brain off, just relax.
Sometimes you have to because, Dota's a hard game. It's stressful. It takes its toll. And if you don't do anything to try and breathe, it can take over you and you don't want to resent the game. You always want to have maximum passion about the game. Good sir, John X Fire. Thank you for being here.
Thank you
See
for
you
having me here.
See you at TI Finals?
I'll see you as well.
TI Finals?
Hopefully,
TI Finals?
yes.
All right, awesome. TI Finals, John X-Fire is definitely going to be there, casting some of the greatest stories, telling some of the greatest narratives to exist within the Dota landscape. For now, though, the stories here in Div 1 of the DPC haven't finished just yet, so we're going to be going to a short break, and when we return, TSM versus the side of Bait to determine if TSM go to the major immediately today, or if Bait will make the division a little bit more interesting and hopefully avoid relegation themselves. To that end, we'll be back in about 20 minutes to continue the action, and we'll see you then. Welcome back, one and all, here to the North American DPC. Div 1 action continues. We're deep in the business end of this third and final week of the tour. And after this, we will be determining who our potential second major invitee will be from the region. Earlier on today, Shopify Rebellion defeated Nouns 2-0 and secured a spot at the Lima Major. And now we're going to be seeing whether or not that feat can be replicated by the side of TSM. My name is Snare, and yet again, I'm joined by T-Panda and Fear. And gentlemen, the upcoming game that we have right now, TSM versus Bait, we still, after all this time, have not had a single upset. However, the most surprising result, or the most surprising thing we saw, was Bait almost upsetting Rebellion. And we spoke to Crit earlier today, and he mentioned himself that were it not for a couple of things that were different, they could have easily lost that game. So today, Bait, if there's ever going to happen, it has to happen today.
Exactly, like you said, it's down to business, and now, most importantly, as we have a business associate here on the panel as well,
Former
business associate. With the TSM situation, they need a win to basically secure themselves for the major. If they lose, it's still open and up for grabs for Nouns, depending on the series that they're going to be playing later on during this week, and they have to win all of them. So it also means that Rebellion needs to beat TSM 2 in their matchup. So can't really decide anything else yet unless they would take a win.
Something that I find very intriguing about this matchup versus the prior one here, Fear, is that in the previous matchup, Nouns and Shopify Rebellion were the two teams with the least diverse hero pools. Now we actually have the two teams that are very much up there. Number one, of course, is TSM, and number two, tied for number two, is Bait, with 35 and 33 respectively. So as we look at what the hero composition has been like between these two squads, talk to us about this dynamic. Why has TSM has so many heroes that are different, and why has Bait also been very much up there in terms of their hero diversity?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure why TSM has so many heroes. I feel like they're running a lot of the same stuff. But I guess if you think about it, Kasane, he's busting out a lot of new heroes. It feels like Tomato's on a different hero almost every single game. And I guess it's mainly just only Whitemon maybe playing the same heroes here and there. But yeah, a little surprising there. But really showing that their hero pool is quite large. As far as Bait goes, they're just throwing everything at the wall, hoping something sticks, right? So that's kind of their situation.
Yeah, and also the most played heroes on TSM, they either have 2 or 3 games, so no 4 on the same, except for maybe when you look on the side of Bait, you already got like Dendy's going up on 3 with the Primal, 3 on Stonebank, Ursa, Moose, 4 games on Rubik is probably the combo breaker here, having more games than the others, and his hero pool is only 4 heroes. But I think I agree with that. What is the approach for TSM? Are they just experimenting different types of stuff, something coming out from their scrims and bringing into official games, and just, you know, feeling comfortable with whatever they're being brought at. Braille, by far, I think he's played 9 different heroes so far. So there's a lot of flexibility, definitely in these TSM drafts. And just looking at the mid players, 9 for Braille, 6 for Dendy. You know, where can Dendy go with his hero pool?
I mean, we can actually quickly take a look at the head-to-head comparison between Dendy and Braille here, because ultimately that's what it's going to come down to, especially for the side of Bait. The one time we saw them do really well was when Dendy was playing his Witch Doctor, but for the most part, he's been sticking to the Primal Beast. We even heard in one of the interviews that in scrims as well, that has been something that he goes for all the time. Is that an do they do that here against Braille? Given how successful the off-kilter heroes looked against Rebellion, do you just stay off-kilter or do you revert back to meta playing against a TSM?
Potentially, at least when they showed that ingenuity with that Witch Doctor, Dendy broke 3 records actually with the Witch Doctor. Highest hero damage on Witch Doctor since patch 684, 14k damage. That's not a lot of damage, but it's still the most. Secondly, earliest blink on Witch Doctor at 12 minutes 55 seconds. He really loves his blink daggers. We've seen Brown Boots blink over and over again on this guy. But then the most important one, the most hero damage in a game that lasted under 60 minutes all time in Dota with Witch Doctor, and 5 actually all time if it were plus 60 minutes. So consider that game was a loss, not a win. So pretty interesting and pretty effective statistics, but you know, Witch Doctor mid, very untraditional. Does Dendy bring something else?
5 players, to be honest.
Pretty much, yeah.
But I think what we really saw from that game, Fear, is that Dendy still got it, right?
I mean, he looked good on that Witch Doctor.
Yes.
Him and Moose, like, you know, whatever the stats might be, he's competing against other 5 players. He's a mid player. Mid Witch Doctor, we don't see it. I think we got to see maybe in the other tours. Yeah, it was the Witch Doctor offlane. That was in Western Europe with IO. That's the only other time we've seen the core Witch Doctor. We don't get to see it too much, but it looked good. I'd love to see Dendy play something, maybe not the same thing, because he's tried some different things, all right? He's tried the Pudge. Hasn't really worked out for him. He tries the Witch Doctor, right? The Primal's not working out. It seems like when he has like an oddball mid pick, he seems to do better on it. So hopefully he has something else stored for us, something not traditional that can take TSM by surprise.
He's gone 6-1 on Templar Assassin, 86% win rate. He's played AA as well, 3-2
I'm
at
down.
60%.
AA.
We've seen the Puck as well. He's won both games in ranked lately. So, you know, he's played a lot of different mid-heroes.
There's been a lot of things that have happened. Unfortunately, one of the things that keeps happening for the side of Bait is that despite Dendi and Moose having stellar performances, the rest of the squad can't always keep up, which is markedly different than what TSM has been doing. They've been a lot more cohesive, playing around Kasane and every now and then Bryle. And I think that's reflected if you look at these stats between the two squads. Despite Bait having fewer games, the deaths astronomically higher.
Yeah, they lost every game.
Way lower.
Pretty much.
Yeah, kills way lower. And I would be willing to bet that if we were to try and take these stats, right, and see who's contributing, the kills would be contributed primarily by Dendi and Moose, the deaths probably by Stonebank and Funnick, and then the assists, you know, that just sort of floats around. Talk to us about this, Fia. How do we change this dynamic for the side of Bates going into what promises to be a fairly difficult series for them?
I really need Funnick to step up here, right? Like, I think Dendi, he's had some great performances. Like, sure, maybe every once in a while he might get lost in the mid game, but his laning's been pretty good. His rotations have been pretty good as well. Funnick seems to be lost in, like, the early mid game. Like, he normally has a good laning stage. He's a very strong laner. But after that, he's playing a Doom. He might be playing a Beastmaster. He doesn't find the aggression, right? He ends up farming a lot and not really doing much with that farm. So I need to see him do that more. And then for Stonebank, he just dies on the, like, farming too much randomly on the map. He needs to cut that down a lot if they want to win.
Looking at as this draft is starting here with Bait and TSM, Bait actually got two favorable things going in their favor. One, their dire win rate is 0. Their first pick win rate is 0. They have Radiant and second pick. So both of those
GG?
are on positive ends.
So GG, what you're saying to me? Game over no matter what?
No. Let's not go that far
games,
yet.
right?
I like the TSM ban from Primal Beast, and he's got
Here comes
61
Mirana.
games on that, so they got rid of it. But there's a whole lot of other things going on there. Meta bans coming out. Ricky, Mirana is still in the pool.
Say it in, so.
Could go. Do you say yes for Mirana here?
No.
Do you say yes for Mirana here?
Yes, let's go.
Denied.
No Morana.
Darn.
Now
I'm
all I
sad
need is
now.
for Bait to come in with the bans. Remove this immediately. I do not want to see this in my game.
We just saw 2 games of NP. You want to see it again?
Yeah, that's fine. Better than Rana. What I find intriguing about this, though, is that Tusk so far are completely ignored. But we have also seen here, boys, that sometimes when this Riki is picked in the opening phase, it makes teams a little bit reluctant to pick the Tusk. We've seen the impact that the smoke screen can have on the snowball. And also for Bait, well, one of the few times we saw Stonebank performing adequately, I'd say, is when he was playing Ursa. And we've seen that a lot of Ursas struggle when they're playing up against the Riki in the laning phase and just in the parts of the game pre-BKB.
Yeah, that BKB timer, like, it wears out very early since the Ursa wants to fight pretty often. Once you have it up, you're going down to 6 seconds. You've got the smoke screen on top of you. You're missing basically all of your hits, and you're burning overpower charges while you're doing so. So that's going to be a very nasty thing if you got that Ursa pick for yourself. Always have to keep in mind. You might even have to itemize with an MKB, and that's not like your first item, second item, maybe not even a third item on the hero that you really want to get because you have everything else on the board. And back to the Tusk idea, Bryle's the only one who plays it. Nobody else actually has a Tusk pick. Yeah, that's correct. Nobody else is playing Tusk this series.
That's
so
true. Denny doesn't play Puck,
No.
Doesn't play Tusk at all. So that means that Bryle pretty much has that option, right? And it makes it more difficult for Bait because now they have to consider, do we ban it? Because there's no point leaving it in the pool in the event that they just snap it up and have a very good matchup into the mid lane. However, we have seen Dendi win mid lane, playing DP into a melee hero before, and we just saw earlier today if a DP beat a Tusk mid. So it might not be high on their priority list to try and deal with in the banning phase.
Yeah, you can beat a mid, but you're a DP mid at the end of the day. And I think at this high level of performance, like, you can be like, yeah, Dendi, he can have his DP against my Tusk, but he might come ahead on the laning stage, but I'm going to be rotating on the map. My job isn't really to win. We're kind of seeing, like, the Rebellion bans here. When you do want a Tusk, the Bat, Ember gone, could indicate they might be playing mind games here. It's like, we'll just take the Tusk right away, or maybe they don't even need to because they know Dendi just won't pick it.
Might be also one of the few Pangolier games that actually gets through the draft and gets picked up. I'm looking at this Bloodseeker ban.
Yeah.
The last time we saw Pango, it came second phase immediately after a Bloodseeker was removed. You feeling this hero, Panda, for this draft?
the Bloodseeker?
Pango.
Pango.
The Pango.
For TSM, maybe, yeah.
I mean, it's an option. Well, there's a counter to it. You can't use your role, or you're not moving anywhere in your role, even if you're not connected to any enemy hero. Soulbind just breaks it. And, Lodine just really likes to play this hero. There's just no ability currently that's actually being connected for a double ulti, or double usage. Leech Seed. But yeah.
All right.
I'm Silencer Tusk. Let's go.
All right, hear me out, boys.
1-2.
Hear me out. So Soulbind, right? Soulbind lead sheet. That keeps you close together for the Morty's Kisses. Then suddenly Morty's Kiss is an amazing spell.
All right. I mean, I can see it work. I mean, I like the idea of having Gobble Up to spit Treant in for overgrowth. You have Soulbind. They're sticking very close to each other's AoE damage flying in. But Bait also needs a bit of single target here. They need something to pair up with this Grimstroke, with the Inkswell. Mostly, I think that's the reason why they're picking this hero, is the extra mobility, the extra catch that they get. DP would have been nice, but DP's banned by them themselves. So it's just down to what Stonebank and Dendi want to play.
Do you go Tusk here for TSM?
Tusk Silencer. Let's go. 1-2. Don't even think about it. Just do it.
Just do it. Just do it.
Grimstroke, I mean, sure, the Soulblind is good against the Snowball, but this Grimstroke hero, compared to like the Treant and the Snapfire type of heroes we see a lot of, made out of paper. Dies in pretty much one punch, much like a CM would as well. So I feel like that's something Brawl could definitely look for if he wants to go that route. And then the Silencer, we saw it in the previous series with Rebellion. Very good Snapfire counter. You just press global when you hear the Snapfire ult, and then easy counter.
Yeah, talking about One Punch, what about Darkseer for TSM?
Sure.
Sure. Straight up answer. Kasane hasn't actually played it, but that looks like a Braille hero to me with the Leshrac. And
Whoa.
shifting it up,
a lot of
Ari
magic
Pogna.
damage.
Ari Pogna most likely with Braille Lesh. Yeah, a lot of magical damage. They wanna punish them early.
So what I find intriguing about this Grimstroke, this hero's only been picked twice in the entire DPC, not just in NA. It's been picked twice in NA and lost both games, but that's the only picks in the entire region. But interestingly, also only coming from the Eastern European players. Afromush played it once, Lodin played it once. Obviously, both of them lost. But I'm intrigued to see what they're going to pair this with to make it work. And for TSM, every time we see Leshrac, I always want some kind of battery. IO is not going to be in this game, so Pugna suffices. Not the best battery in the world, but I think it's acceptable. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. This is the only way I think this Grimstroke's really going to work.
Go ahead.
Dendi Grimstroke.
Ooh.
Put it in the mid lane. We've seen it on support. It doesn't really look too good, right, in many games, but you know, maybe go back for the old E-Blade build. You're just a big nuker. We know Dendi likes to play these high nuke, like spell casting, like wizard type heroes, right? So I don't know if he'll do it, but they do have 3 supports right now, which means one of them has to be a core.
That's true.
Most likely, it's probably going to be like, you know, the Phonic Snapfire. But I want to see
or
Dendi
Moose Snap. Yeah, that could also work. They could still go off lane. They could leave the Grim for a core. Lowdown was pretty quiet there on the camera right there. Dendi's doing most of the talking, so it could still mean that his hero's kind of locked in. Oh, we get the Pudge as well. So now it looks like a Phonic Snap now and a Dendi Pudge for sure. Stonebank has... Wait, I'm going to look if Stonebank's actually played this...
I was super hyped for this Pudge before, but now I'm just like, you know...
You've seen it already.
It feels like I've seen enough at this point. Like, same thing happens. He gets his Blink Dagger. Doesn't really find any rotations. Kind of falls off. Stops farming. I don't know. Like, it is... They need something like this, though. I'd like to see it on carry for once, right? But they needed a hero that can use the Inkswell, that can just get in there and make things happen. Otherwise, Grimstroke just doesn't have a game if he doesn't have bodies just continuously going in.
Yeah, this will be the 3rd game for the Dendi Pudge in the season. If he loses, it's not going to be looking good for him overall. Only one person has won, which is Yamsen on the side of Nouns earlier on. But,
I mean, he's still searching for his first Pudge win since 2015, right?
yeah.
Right.
It's been a long time since he's been able to succeed on this hero. On the bright side, though, in this game, I'm looking at the damage that comes out of TSM. If this Pudge ever gets to like Ags BKB, it's only really this Nature's
But it's
Prophet that I'm really worried
Dendi. He
about.
hasn't built the Ags on the Punch.
He
which
doesn't
is kind
farm either.
Yeah, it's just like that's the core fundamental of this hero right now. Played as a core, you need that Aghanim's. And I've been wondering why Dendi is diverting away from that and putting a lot of pressure on Stonebank to actually be the primary damage dealer. So what I see right now for Bait is if they put this Dendi Pudge mid and he ignores the Aghanim's build-up, I want to see Lifestealer come out because then he's a fighting chance against the Pugna Leshrac with the magical damage. He ignores the Smokescreen miss chance from this Ricky. He has an Infest Bomb, and they have a pretty sweet combo. I saw this very interesting video on the forums about this Dive Bomb. So we've got Gobble Up with Pudge eating one target, and then you just spit the whole crew at them, basically. And then Lifestealer Infest as well. You can send 3 people into the fight right away.
I like these stats. And if you buy Aghanim Charge here, right? Soulbind on the open wounds, boys.
Yup.
All right, what do we want at the end of the draft here? So TSM have the primary option. pretty much all of their lanes are sort of in the bag, right? So we need a hero for Kasane, it feels like.
I mean, he could play NP, right? It's like between Tomato and Kasane, I think they both can play this NP. So they have to reveal it here. As far as the lifestealer goes, it might be a little hard versus NP in lane, as you're just going to get right-clicked out of the lane. And it looks like they will Kasane, so the lifestealer just goes a lot better if you do want that route. That is a hero that can lane against it. Magic immunity is very good in a game like this, but also the same problem Ursa has versus the Riki. Yeah, there's a mischance you have to worry about, but heroes like Ursa, heroes like Lifestealer, they hate being silenced too. It's like you just get the dart on them, you drop the silence, Leshrac stun. You need a BKB on Lifestealer at that point, and things can get very difficult from there.
Eastern European enjoyer and aficionado. Here we go. Monkey King as the final pick of the draft here. Obviously, probably wouldn't have come out as quickly if they didn't have a centaur in this lane. Do you like what Beta have done here with this Monkey King? Firstly, tell me how you feel about
done here?
You tell me. Tell me how you feel about the Monkey King, and tell me how they win with the draft they have assembled.
Again, I feel like this might be something that Dendi is called out for the team, because I can't see a Stonebank Monkey King played recently. I didn't actually look up his Monkey King stats, but it's a solid answer. You've got the lane already in control. You've got some space to farm out. Looking at these odds are pretty damn brutal. They have no faith in the Monkey King. I have a little bit of faith in it because I want to see a 3-map series either here or in game 2. But that TSM, that lineup, that snowballs so hard, so fast if they get to that position.
Fia, tell me, there's a Nature's Prophet. We've seen it being incredibly successful today. Will it be stopped finally as CSM are playing it in game number 1?
I mean, I tried to be the copium dispenser in the last series. I'm done. This series here, like the NP, I think it's gonna go crazy. It's one of like the biggest pub stomp heroes out there. So if you do start losing the early game, this hero really punishes you for it. So I think Tomato's gonna have a great lane. More importantly, I think Bryle is also gonna have a free game here with that Pugna just continuously healing him up. But you know, maybe they have enough burst damage. They do have a lot to kill Bryle. But if Bryle gets to the point where he's too farmed with Pugna behind him, they're in big trouble.
If we ever get to a point where these heroes on the side of TSM get that much farm, there will be trouble, and especially given we've been dancing to the drum of expectations the entire time. To find our first surprise, potentially, we throw it over to our wonderful casters. We have the Money Mike and the Jivey John. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Snake. We do get into game number 1 here between Bait and TSM. Jonathan, I've got some copium for the Nouns boys, right? Any Nouns fans out there? Turns out, if Bait beat TSM, right, in this series overall, the Nouns are still, theoretically, mathematically, actually able to qualify the second spot for the major. That is if Bait can beat TSM.
I mean, we've talked about this in the last game. What was more likely? Nouns beating Shopify or Bait beating TSM? And we all agreed it's more likely, and it didn't happen, but it would be more likely for Nouns to beat Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, that didn't happen.
Right.
We're still looking for an upset. I don't know if this is where we'll find it. I mean, we have Dendi Podge.
Right.
You know, you've got to be hyped about that, but you look at our odds from esportsbet.io, 1.02 to 11.97. Well, I mean, we're almost at that point where it's just 1.0. You know, it's like, it's just a little bit more. I don't know. At the least, you know, we were having discussion a while ago while the panel was going on. At the least, Funnick is on here that should be active. That's good.
Very good. Mid lane, bit of a fight over the ward, and they will find it. So Bait off to a good start here. They'll get rid of that mid ward straight away. Bounty runes wise, gonna just be just fine. It looks like 2 for 2 trade on those bounties. While we have a chance as well, we do have a video. We ended up asking Ari. Hold that thought, because I forgot what the question was. But what is your favorite hero? Let's hear from Ari.
For me, my favorite hero that I take, regardless of the meta or the patch or however they change it, would be Marcy. Ever since I first climbed to 10k, this was the hero I mainly did it on. And even now, throughout every change, every patch, I kept playing her. I kept doing really well with her. Even now, and I think a lot of people have given up on her because of the rebound rate being so ridiculously small now. I still have a lot of success with her, and I think I'll continue to do so no matter what.
Absolutely disgusting. Getting 10k with Marcy. I mean, that's nothing to be proud of, let me tell you, John.
Hey, Marcy, yeah, you know what? Peak Marcy was pretty bad. I mean, what would you have rather heard? Someone climbing up in Primal Beast when he was fully busted?
Oh, Marcy was way worse. It wasn't even close.
Primal Beast was pretty annoying too.
No, it wasn't. Get out of here.
It
Not
was.
even
It was. I
close.
mean, we heard in Southeast Asia, right? Remember that interview I had with Mid One? He was just like Primal Beast, and he just kept cursing, and we had to bleep that entire interview. That was great.
Yeah, but maybe he's one of those guys that likes anime girls, John. Have you
No,
ever
I
thought
mean-
about that?
Oh, well, maybe. Maybe so.
Yeah.
Mid One doesn't strike me as the most weebish out there. Still, back to NA. I mean, Ari does. Well, there's a reason why Marcy's not in, and there's a reason why he's playing that Pugna instead. Still, laning-wise, it's not too bad right now for the side of Bait. And they're having this really strong start in Dendi. Nice hook onto Bryle.
Certainly is. Bryl's not going to land the stun either, so Dendi, he might have first blood. Very fire up, but Bryle surely cannot run. Dendi will just chase him down and secures first blood. Completely solo in the mid lane. A fantastic start for Bait.
Yeah, they just set up for Dendi, and you love to see it. You know, whenever Dendi wins his lane, he drops that sticker. He's got to.
That's a great stick.
It's Dendi Pudge, you know? He's got to win that lane, and he is. He's got a good ward to protect. They de-warded earlier on. That's what's making it so tough for Bryle. He does drop a ward now. So a little bit more protection for our Lesh. But a strong start already. And, you know, Dendi has access to the camps. He's going to be able to just keep hooking in between waves and just get that build-up. For TSM, they do have decent enough rotations down the line, although they don't have the best hold. But they have really good ways of amping up that damage, especially from Ari, from Bryle. So they can connect later on, but with the ways their side lanes are going, they're just kind of focusing in. The toughest lane for them is going to be that bot lane for Kasane, and the panel talked about it. Stonebank going to the Monkey King, purely just to counteract that Centaur and to kind of tie in with this Inkswell combination with that tree dance later on.
Absolutely. See how Kasane does deal with it. Going back to the mid punch for a moment, John, and I know we... Well, hold on a minute. Top lane, Whitemon. We'll go for a bit of a fight here with Moose, but that's a Treant Protector you're trying to fight, so no chance that's happening for Whitemon. Going back to the Pudge, and I know we've brought this up so many times. In fact, hold that thought, because Ari's now in trouble. Bottom lane, Pugna gets stunned up by Inkswell. There'll be no follow-up, though, because Stonebank... Well, he had Boundless, but didn't have any Jingu stacks going. What do you think about the fact that Dendi doesn't ever build Ags on this hero? Because Ags on Pudge just seems so busted.
It is. I think Dendi still prefers to play it as sort of that Space Maker kind of hero. The threat of Hook is what he loves. We tend to see him rush Blink. And honestly, it's not the worst thing in the world because he does tend to just run around and make space for his team and give that space out to Funnick and to Stonebank. It does kind of take away that really strong early farming timing and forward presence for Dendi.
Oh, top lane. Moves able to secure a kill onto Tomato, and that's a pretty big one. Taking the Nature's Prophet pos one down here on the side of TSM. Bait now sitting at 2-0.
A great start for them, and this is something that we've seen Bait excel at, actually. Their laning phase tends to go really well. They find this strong start, they build the foundations up, and when you look at this lineup, you do have more activity that can come through. I think that's what we've got to see coming out, especially from Funnick. Like, he gets the strong start, he's got to be able to play with his team, and so far, they're just making it pretty difficult for Tomato to just find that running start. And Whitemon, with this Ricky in this lane, I mean, we've seen this with support Ricky. His issue is he needs to wait for 15 minutes to have impact.
Uh-oh, Whitemon. Scatterblast will connect. He'll try to trickster the trade out. Blink Strike is there just in the nick of time. It's Tomato saving the day, allowing the space away for Whitemon, and he will be able to slowly regen his way back up. But that Ricky, it really is all about that 15-minute shard timing. Like, before that point, you don't really do too much, and Whitemon... It's one of the things, right? Like, you can't blink into a snap buy like that. John, the Scatterblast, it does hurt close up.
I think he was trying to go for a mango into Tricks of the Trade play, maybe.
Right.
It doesn't quite come out in time, just cops the death. So another kill going the way of Bait, a 3-0 start. Their lanes, again, looking fantastic with this kind of start already. And they've got their foundations. For TSM, it's going to be a little bit slow. I say a little. It's probably just going to be really slow, considering that you have to wait for that 15-minute mark. You have to get farm up on Tomato. You have to connect Bryle and Kasane. That's going to be your big play. Just stampede in with your Lesh, tie in with the amp damage from Ari downline, and try to force objectives. Whether or not Bait will allow that, another story. I mean, Dendi, top of net worth right now, gonna have his phase boots up, has this member. He can easily look for a lot of opportunities here.
Certainly could. They are looking mid lane for Bryle. Thing is, they do have that nice Observer ward, so Bryle knows that Lodine at least has rotated. Moves, maybe not so much. And Moose is going to walk in now with the Leech Seed and Nature's Grasp. Dendy's got the haste rune up, so he can go for a chase here. And Bryle, I don't know where he's going to run to. He'll try to go for the stun, but there's no way it's going to land. Dendy completely juking it out. And Bryle getting very close to taking down Moose, but not quite close enough. As Dendy will just easily be able to walk out of this, no problem. The perfect rune to be found here for the Pudge. And Dendy, he's going for more. Up toward the top lane. They are trying to move in onto Funnick. Whitemon doesn't have any more spells to throw out, and here comes Dendy. See if he can land this one. Whitemon is an easy target if he does catch him. Hook. Oh, it's right on the mark. They've got the Dismember back up. And that'll be another for the Pudge Master himself.
Yeah, he's feeling it. He's got that strong start. He should hit an early timing onto something like his Blink. Maybe go for the Hood of Defiance first for a little bit of protection. No, he's actually going Ags. Dendy's actually queuing the Ags.
He's been listening. There we go. He's figured it out here, John.
Oh my. All right, maybe Bait can actually beat the odds. Bait betters
Here we
on
go.
esportsbet.io, they're going to be really happy.
Hook off the mark this time. Hoping for Bra to walk back, but not quite. That T1 tower, it's going down very quickly here. Bait needs to commit to something. And it seems like they won't do it. It will drop. Bryle able to take it, no problem. And this is where things might start slowly falling apart for Bait if they're not too careful. Like, that mid-tier 1 dropping, it does open up the map quite nicely for TSM.
And you have to remember, with this draft coming out from TSM, it counteracts that Treant Protector's presence massively. You don't care for Living Armor's additional armor on towers. You don't care for that protection. You can just melt right through. So you can just keep that push pace going. And that was Bryle without any points in Diabolic Edict. It's just the presence of Ahri with level 2 Netherblast. It's more than enough. For the side of Bait, they've got the kisses ready. They could try to make plays. And they are getting a decent enough start on Stonebank. I say that, Stonebank is bottom net worth. So outside of Dendy, the lanes actually haven't shaped up as well despite all these kills.
Oh, bot lane, Kasane being chased down, does get stunned up by the Inkswell, but my goodness, the Nature's Wrath doing so much damage back to Stonebank. He just couldn't afford to keep going. Just way too risky, especially against that level 3 double edge that you have got on Kasane. And the rotations are incoming. Whitemon will try to cut them off. He'll find Lodine in just a moment. Brawl around the corner as well. Dendy has TP'd bot though. 4 versus 4 down in this bot lane at the moment. Boundless Strike is there. Into the Mortimer's Kisses, Kasane. Can he survive through it? He's going to try. Whitemon jumps in, but the smoke screen does nothing. He will drop on the center of Stonebank. Somehow still alive. Brawl's now the one in trouble. Dendy's on the chase. Can they catch him? They certainly can. Lodine to take the kill, and Dendy's given it to him already with the voice lines.
They get really aggressive on TSM, punished very nicely by Bait. Again, their laning phase is coming out pretty alright. They might not have as much farm, but their team fights, their coordination in these ganks are looking really strong. And this build-up for Dendy, the fact that he's #1 in net worth, and this Ags timing is going to be critical. For TSM, they've got to hold out until minute 15.
Again, bottom lane, Funny. Oh, bit off the mark with the cookie. Scatterblast, Inkswell should both land, and now the hook. He steps away perfectly, allowing another kill for Dendy. And you know, this is something we've been talking about behind the scenes as well. This is what everyone's wanted to see from Funnick. Not the farming game. Group up with your team and get to fighting. And well, Funnick, he's doing a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, I'm just having this additional hero that plays with your team, that gives you team fight, makes a massive difference. Stonebank.
Oh, the silence was on a creep, I believe. Oh, maybe. Stonebank, he's still in trouble regardless. Boundless does absolutely nothing, and he will drop. In fact, Lodine also going down. And that tier 1 top tower, it is set to fall. I mean, you have that level 1 edict. Though Dendy has another haste rune up. He'll go right after Bryle, but the smoke screen is there from Whitemon, making sure Dendy can't keep it up. And so the tier 1 top tower, it will remain protected at least for now. Though I can't say the same for the bottom tier 1. It is currently dropping.
Yeah, they just have so many ways to push here on TSM. Just having this option with the Lesh, with the Pugna, and even the Centaur, with a Retaliate up, it's pretty tricky to be all over the map here for Bait. And losing all these objectives, it's opening up the map favorably for TSM. Bait, they're heading kills, but it's really not translating to net worth. Stonebank, he's going to need a lot of time to get that Battle Fury timing up.
That he will. top lane, there is going to be a group up from Bait. They might at least try to go for this top tier one, but it does feel like if you are TSM, you can try and defend this.
Dire's top tower.
It's just a matter of whether they want to or not. They've already found the mid and the bottom tier one, so there's just no need for them to rotate for this. They can just keep farming the map and pushing out the other lanes.
Dire's top tower is under
Only
attack.
Whitemon really around the top lane at the moment, and he's probably just going to want to farm that area to get his shards up. Once that 15 mark is there. And yeah, TSM, they're just not bothering. There's no need.
Dire's
They're just
top
more than
tower
happy to
is
keep that
falling.
farm game going and try to escalate in terms of net worth. Though Bait, obviously wanting to fight, will smoke up as 4. Dendy, he'll frontline for the team. Whitemon,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
not underneath detection right now, so should not be spotted out. Smoke is broken though, so Dendy should know that Ricky was around. But he doesn't have a dust.
Dire's top
Lowdyne
tower is
does,
under
but
attack.
he's not within range any longer.
Radiant's middle tower
And the
is
Ricky,
under
generally not
attack.
the target you want to try and hook if he does have tricks of the trade up. So this smoke gank, it'll amount to nothing.
Yeah, it's a big dodge out from TSM. They're just working the map so much better. With the bot area cleared out, they're able to get really good farm on Tomato, #1 now. And they're still keeping good distribution with Brawl and Kasane. So those item beats are still set to come out here.
Mid lane, Stonebank, he'd be a crazy kill here if they could find it. TSM, they'll make the jump in. Life drain out as well. Stonebank here will boundless, but it's not going to do enough. It's just so hard. It goes back to that mid-tier 1 tower dropping so quickly. Like, you don't have any space left for Stonebank to farm in. He does have the triangle on the top side of the map, but I mean, Funnick's been farming there, and quite frankly with this Monkey King, John, he's nowhere near his Battle Fury. He can't farm the triangle.
No, he's not set up for it yet. Bait, again, they've had the right idea with the smoke play, but once they let that aggression off, TSM just outfarms them. Like, you could keep up with Dendy. His Ags is almost up, but everyone else is just not getting that build-up they'd want. And you're allowing TSM to hit that 15-minute mark. I mean, the gold's already ready on Whitemon. We're a minute and a half away. Once you've got to deal with that sleeping there, things get really dicey. And you've got the full Bloodstone up for Brawl as well. Though he could be in a spot of trouble if he's not careful here.
Could be, but the Bloodstone does make it kind of hard. Mortimer's Kisses, Overgrowth is there, hold him down, but the damage is just not adding up. Just doesn't really stack up. He's just tanky enough with the Bloodstone, and well, that was a nice attempt, but again, had you had a third person, maybe Dendy was around, would have been a different story, but not so much as 2.
Yeah, and you just get fully topped up as well with Ari around. Oh,
Here we
Dendy.
go. Mid lane, they found Dendy on the punch. Oh,
Ooh.
nice dodge. With the illusion rune completely duking out that stun. We'll give the voice line tips are out. In the meantime, Ari does find moves. You know, I've been thinking this a lot recently, John, during this this NADPC Tour 1. It does feel like Dendy, you know, no memes. He is still a real top tier player.
He is. I think we've seen Dendy really shine here on Bait along with moves. Like, that duo is just so devastating.
They are.
When they connect. And, oh, Lowdyne?
Jump in again, Lowdyne's in trouble. And that's not throwing shade at his teammates.
No, no.
But he really is playing what feels like a level above the rest of his team. Like him and Moose in particular feel like the combo you got to watch out for from this team.
Yeah, they've just been on point. And we've seen Dendy just beat out these mids multiple times already. I mean, he's had a better time than Brawl. He found that early kill. He's got the Ags up and running in this game. He's got a lot of output. And there's nothing from TSM to really stop that yet. Going for the BKB next to undo all of that damage that Brawl and Ari can kind of do on top of him. So he's set to have a lot of impact here. And the name of the game right now is just stall for Stonebank. That is the one major issue for Bait. You have this amazing start in Dendy, but everyone else outside of him has just been sacked. Stonebank and Funnick still waiting for that build-up. And it just goes back to this inclination of Bait to farm under 2 other cores, right? Like, you could try to play around with Funnick. He does have the mech, but he wants to be more durable. He wants that full pipe. And that just allows TSM to work the map better.
Well, that does take us back to the odds as well, John. I mean, we saw it earlier, but right now, 11.61 to 1.01. Obviously, TSM being the favorites. I mean, I don't know if the game's that far apart, but it is a 6k advantage at 16 minutes in, so perhaps the odds are fairly accurate, as there is going to be a hook to try and save Lowdyne. He goes back in, though. Sleeping Dart is there from Wyman to set up, and this is where things get very annoying. Because you have the perfect stun setup for Brian with the Sleeping Dart. Like, it's... Wyman catches you, you are basically just dead.
Yep. There is no stopping that. Dendy?
Well, this time around they're not close enough, but no, never mind. Kasane, he's got the blink to move in, and they are certainly close enough. People complain about the range of Sleeping Dart. I complain about the cooldown.
I complain about both. Both aspects are just too much. It's too much. It's 12 seconds, a 3-second sleep, and the range is just ridiculous. It's too much for a 1.4k thing that you buy at 15 minutes. It just changes the hero in such a drastic way.
It does. Then again, if you had to change it, what would you do?
Make it Ags? It would kill the hero, but with what it does, it feels like an Ags item.
Well, there it is again. Stun it. Kasane's got the tree. Follow-up stun. He's just dead. You know, I agree with you, Joe. If this was an Ags, I'd say it's okay. You know, 4.2k worth of gold to get that, I'd say it's still fine. But yeah, 1.4k, that's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's... I don't know. Like, if you do make it Ags, the hero is dead. Smoke instantly broken as well by Whitemon.
It's the problem with Ricky's. You can't gank anyone. Right? They dust him up. What does that mean? He just walks away. If he needs to blink, he will. But he doesn't. In fact, now he can just move back in. Dust wears off. Kasane happy to follow Whitemon here. Sleeping Dart at the ready as per always. He won't find anyone yet, but Dendy's going to show him that mid-wave. And there are heroes around to help out if they want to follow up. Though it seems like Dendy is kind of baiting for his team here. Whitemon, he will not take it. Waiting around that high ground ward, Kasane will move in, Sleeping Dart out, but everyone seems to be just fine. Hook and Cookie away.
Courier has been killed.
But the problem is they just can't get control back of that Radiant jungle here on the side of Bait.
No, and they've lost 2 couriers just trying to ferry items out there as well. Just murdered by the side of TSM.
Oh, stuns Brile. Creep just goes rogue there for a moment. In the meantime, BKB's completely up on Tomato now. So he can join the fight whenever the hell he wants. Beta's still hanging around that mid lane. Currently 9k behind, and well, Ari, he'll be chased down a little bit, but the problem is you've already expended the hook. So you can't really catch the Pugna. Now Tomato. He's TP'd right in onto the screen, but he's got that BKB up. He does not mind. Sprout out on Dendy, lock him down, even putting him to sleep for a moment, just in case. Dendy, he's trying to run. The Flesh Heap, a great defensive ability, but not quite great enough. And while this is happening, bot lane, Brile is just solo pushing the bot tier 2 tower. He wasn't even there. Cookie, Mortimer's kisses, but the problem is they don't have the overgrowth. Brile, Bloodstone, but no, the glyph comes out. Oh, they won't let the Bloodstone heal come in. Very nice glyph from Bait. But here comes the cavalry. They know they're stuck in the tree line. Keep in mind, Tomato, he doesn't have the BKB any longer. It's on cooldown at the moment. So it seems like TSM, they will not be able to avenge their friend for now. They'll just go back to the farm game. But you're going to love to see that. Cheeky glyph.
It is very cheeky. Heads up play coming out from Bait, and they stall out in that tier 2. They can heal it up a little bit longer here with Moose. So stalling for time. Might be able to get the D wards going as well in that contested area. Side of TSM not keen on fighting back. It's a nice kill. And that's what we need to keep seeing from Bait. Play with that combination. They are only taking like a defensive stance right now. I'd love to see Bait take the aggression. Just try to force the movement out yourself. Try to punish TSM elsewhere off the map. Get some space out to really accelerate on Stonebank, because the guy is still not quite online. That discrepancy between him and Tomato is still huge. So yeah, you need to play around a spike. You are strong. You can play around these ults quite well. And they are grouping up top here.
They are. Bait. Again, still 9k behind. They have the pipe up on Funix, so perhaps trying to go for a bit of a surprise reveal, though I say that, Funix not even there. He's down at bot lane at the moment. So you're kind of missing that pipe action. Whitemon does get a Sleeping Dart out onto the Monkey King. Kasane is going to jump in, but the whole team is there waiting. Overgrowth will hold down the Centaur, but he's the tankiest target. Kasane still running. They'll cookie him up, but he's not dying. He's not dying. He literally just walks away.
That's massive commitment.
Oh, and look at Whitemon. He's back in. Kasane's out with the hoof stomp. Funnick probably should have just stayed bot lane. It's not worth it. And they can't follow up. The sleeping dart just puts everyone to sleep.
They baited out 3 ultimates from bait. 3 ultimates and they don't find the kill. And that's not a good feeling. If they manage to tie in the overgrowth and the kisses with Wukongs, synchronize a little bit better, that could have worked out. Now TSM has an opening. They know they don't have to worry about that team fight outside of kisses.
Well, they'll see Whitemon for a moment. He'll just de-ward and get out of there. Again, it's one of the beautiful things about the support, Ricky, is you have so many escape routes. With 2 of your abilities, it's just so hard to catch this hero. Here we go again. Smoke up.
I was under vision though.
I don't think they mind. They're setting up for a fight. TSM, I mean, you said it. They were under vision when they smoked. Question is, can Bait actually capitalize off this small mistake TSM's made? Doesn't really seem like. It seems like they more want to just stay away from them at the moment.
Just look at Tomato. He's free to farm. All this action happens without him. He can just TP in. In comparison, Stonebank, he was under threat up top. He's trying to solo farm bot. And it's just a lot harder for him to keep up with what Tomato's doing, with his build-up. And the side of TSM just take over the triangle. Pinks are coming out for the top tier 1. With Bryle around, shouldn't take too long. Heck, even with just Ahri, it's not going to take too much time at all.
Mid lane, they could try onto Kasane again, but I would not recommend it. He's got the full pipe up now. Didn't have it last time around. Sleeping Dart, Whitemon. He's caught the Snapfire, and again, they try to silence him, but he just gets out. Like, they have no real forms of catch for this Ricky.
Oh?
They'll smoke in the mid lane. Do you really want to start with Bryle, though?
That's where we've seen the most success out from Bait. If they can kill off Bryle and just prevent his team from connecting, then it makes it a lot more awkward for Tomato to kind of clean up. That could be the play. Still holding on with that smoke, but let's see if they find an angle here. At least Stonebank's giving some vision.
And he was, Bait. They've got to move on to their own high ground. That's the tough part. Whitemon, smoke broken. Oh, he knows. He knows Moose is in the tree line, but he won't find the sleeping dart. Dendi, however, he's a bigger target. Can they close the gap? Not quite. Whitemon, he'll jump into the backside instead, try and go onto Lodine, who does go for the Inkswar combo. In comes the Nature's Prophet, Tomato, he'll get to work. Wukong's command committed. Can they actually do anything? Funny, he got Whitemon, but Dendi's in trouble in the meantime. They catch the Pudge out. Again, he's a very tanky boy, but when Decrepify gets placed, that Magic Amp with the Leshrac, it's just so much damage.
It just rips them apart. And they commit so much just to kill off Whitemon. I mean, again, for Bait, they're going for these defensive sort of decisions. They're the ones responding, but these responses are just not enough to steer this game back in their favor. They need to take the risk. They need to be the ones to jump in. And without the kisses, now they can't contest Roche. Doesn't take too long for TSM to clear this one out.
Yeah, they certainly cannot. First Roshan of the game is going to go the way of TSM, it seems, unless Bait can make some magic happen. Only person around the area is Moose on the tree, and he doesn't have any way to get into that Roshan pit. Just about 500 gold away from his own blink. So Bryle will happily take the Aegis away. Look at top lane. Whitemon's still waiting. He's waiting for someone to show. He is pinging out as well. He wants some help here. They know Moose is around here somewhere. Dust did connect. Oh, and they saw him.
What?
Oh, that's just disgusting.
Oh, the curse.
It's disgusting.
The curse of the old growth just completely counters the tree and shard.
It does too.
Right? Like, it just gives you vision in the tree line. So Treant's 1.4k investment gets counteracted by Prophet's 1.4k investment.
Very good.
And Ricky's 1.4k invested, it's just busted. Very nice.
It's like compound interest here inside of TSM.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, the one thing for Bait, though, is that if this does get into a high ground fight, they have some good high ground, right? Like, they have some good hold. They've got the blink eventually coming out here under Treant once that's up for Moose. You can set up for the kisses. You can set up for the hooks of Dendi. and just play around that. And Dendy still has a fresh BKB to work onto. So there are still item spikes left for Bait. But TSM, they've just worked this map a lot better. They've been much more efficient. Their movement has just bought so much space for Tomato that he's 20k. He's 7k above Stonebank. I mean, that's a huge difference between the cores. And he's about to have a Satanic too. Like, it's going to be tough to lock him in if you can even get on top of it.
I mean, we kind of saw this with RTZ in the last series as well. You get to a point where the Satanic comes up and it really does become a matter of how do you kill this Prophet. Top side, Funix in the tree line, but guess who's there? Whitemon, you'll see him. Sleeping Dart is out. Funnick, he does have some help around the corner though. Ari does get caught, but with the Stampede away, he is fine. And Funnick, he cannot TP. He is caught by Bryle and just dies. While the rest of Bait, they're still trying, but Stonebank, you cannot fight, sir. He'll BKB, but how are you going to get out?
Oh no.
He's not holding a TP. Oh no.
Oh, no.
It's just a mess.
He had double damage and he just tickled Kasane.
Yeah.
Like it felt like no damage was coming true. It's just that's how rough it is for Bait right now. They need to connect together. They need to play with a Snapfire and with his Treant combination. Overgrowth plus Kisses. And leading into hooks, leading into Inkswell setup for Stonebank. They've got to play as a unit. And again, this is something that's been emblematic of Bait that we've seen happen from them. They have this really strong laning start, but the mid game, it just doesn't connect.
Yeah, it looks like Kasane actually stunned Stonebank in the tree line thanks to that great Observer Ward. And like I said, John, I don't know if he'd committed a TP and got stunned, but he didn't look happy. He did not have a happy face on. That is a reaction, I'll tell you.
I mean, it's hard to really be happy at the moment for Bait, but they still have some place. They're going for the smoke out. They still have this blink reveal on Moose. If they can connect it somehow with this Kisses, it could work in their favor.
I mean, I don't speak the language, but for Stonebank, I think he might have been blaming the supports there for a moment. Why is there a ward on that high ground? How's that allowed? I've heard the conversation before, trust me, John. As a support player, I've heard it many times.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think Bait's ever invaded that area until that point. So
that's true.
You know, it's not like the supports had an opportunity to try and D-ward at that moment there.
In Stonebank's defense, they were there for about 20 seconds. They had time. As my pos one would say.
I suppose. Smoke out from TSM, and they've got this. They're still ready with a BKB and Blink on Bryle. He could just go ham here.
Here we go. One looking to set up again. Moose, Overgrowth is out. Hook is there as well. They've caught Whitemon, so they'll get rid of the pesky Ricky. Moose, he's going to trade his life away for this. Bryle, look at, he just doesn't care. He blinks right into 4. He won't go too far. Won't go high ground yet. But a 1-for-1 trade, both pos 5s going down. I think for Bait, as long as the Ricky's dead, they feel a little bit more comfortable on the map.
I mean, it's a comfort kill, but Overgrowth down is massive. That's a minute 10 where TSM, we're like, all right, they can't stop the Stampede. We could just go.
They won't, though. They'll sit back for now. There is only 10 seconds left on the Aegis to be absolutely fair. So it looks like they'll take the time to farm up a little bit. Maybe wait out Whitemon to be back up before you get going. Obviously, a long wait for the next Roshan, but it won't be a big deal for TSM. They're just more than happy to play this cautiously. You definitely don't want to throw a 20k advantage as well. Like, a 20k net worth lead, one bad team fight could throw it back the other way. I suppose they'll just wait for another nice setup here from Whitemon.
Yeah, they're all back relatively quick. They don't quite have the vision that they'd want to here on TSM. Don't have those forward wards set up any longer. So it's a little bit harder to get that jump in. For Bait's part, they don't have as much reach either. They do have at least one really nice defensive set of wards that they use to kill off Whitemon. And they still have this opportunity to go for smoke plays. Overgrowth in 9 seconds. They can just look to force pickoffs once more. And if TSM just stays scattered, you have big opportunities for Bait to try to build off with these solo kills.
I just realized how low the Curse of the Old Growth cooldown is. Because he just tried to use it for the tree, and I'm like, oh, it got wasted. And then I look at the cooldown, it's 18 seconds.
Isn't that nice?
That is such a tree encounter, it's not even funny.
and it got buffed from 6 to 7 seconds. It's almost 50% uptime, you know, just 2 seconds off from the duration to be up 50% of the time. Very nice.
I guess I'm picking Prophet in my pubs now. Sorry for the jungle Prophet, ladies and gentlemen. That's the only kind of Prophet I play, John.
That
I'm
was
old
peak
school.
Dota, dude.
It really was.
Peak Dota. You just camp the triangle.
If you were the Prophet. For everyone else, it was something else. Dendy. He'll get caught out mid lane. Bryle, gonna land. No, he won't land the split up. The cookie does save, but he gets sprouted anyway. Leashed up, held in, forced to pop his BKB to run. But if you're TSM, you may consider trying for high ground knowing the BKB of Dendy is down. Or maybe not. Maybe just go address the lanes again. Who cares?
Yeah, you have a lot of options. Still Overgrowth Kisses ready for bait. Wukong's as well. They could find an angle here.
They want Whitemon. They want him real bad. But Whitemon's just taking care of all these sentries around the area. And for any other support Riki players out there, John, this is how you play Riki. You buy sentry wards, and you get rid of the enemy sentry wards so they can't see you. It's very clever gameplay.
That's the John Cena way. Nice. Can't see him. Very nice hero. Looks exactly like a potato salad.
What's that? The Riki?
Yeah.
I'm missing the joke here.
John Cena, potato salad.
I've never heard of this meme.
You've got to be on the internet more, Mike.
Stonebank. Oh, he's been caught out. He doesn't make it to the high ground. It may not matter. Seems like TSM was not happy with the Soulbind, and now the Overgrowth into a 3-man Boundless. Oh, it's a lot of disable, but the follow-up's not there.
No.
It looks so good.
It looks great, but Pipe of Insight just blocked so much of that damage.
Oh.
And they couldn't follow through. Like, there was just these minute delays when the Overgrowth's out and the Kisses comes in and the Wukong's. They need to maximize every second of control, and it just doesn't come out. So TSM, they know all these big spells are down. They can look to just be aggressive. They could try to push high ground if they wanted to, but... Oh, Dendy?
Kasane is a tanky boy. Can they actually try with this? Tomato's going to move in. He sprouts up and leashes up Stonebank. Stonebank's trying his best. He'll pump his BKB. It's not enough, but now Kasane, a double stun out on the Centaur. Oh, I think this might be it, honestly. If you really want to, you can go tier 4s from this.
Yeah, there's not much to stop you. Your push is
GG.
insane, and they call the GG. I mean, look, we saw a great showing from Bait in the early game. Their laning phase was fantastic. Dendy actually had a pretty good time against Bryle. Right? He found that solo kill. He got active. He went for the Ags. Right? Dendy went for the Ags this time.
He did.
And we had Funnick on something that was a little bit more active, but
It was.
not quite active enough. They go for these smoke plays. It was Whitemon, right? Early game for TSM looked weak, but once that Riki shard is up,
Here's the thing, right? We say this every time we cast mid, and I don't want to pick on the guys, John, but they always dominate the lanes. They always do a good job for the first 15 minutes, and then afterwards it's like, well, what's our plan now, boys? Like, that's what it honestly feels like, though. It's like, we'll dominate the lanes and then hope for the best. And mind you, it is TSM. Let's be fair. TSM, pretty hard team to try and beat here in the NA DPC, but off to a great start. You just kind of want to see them keep going.
yeah, and I think one more thing as well, we're used to Moose having these fantastic plays from Pause 4. He was playing Pause 4 Treant.
Yeah.
It's not something that you can really be flashy with. They did try to connect with Dendy a couple of times, but maybe have him connect with a better hero with Dendy here.
Well, I think it might be time to bring back the Mid-Witch Doctor. Panel, what do you think?
Mid-Witch Doctor definitely had a little bit of more of an impact here because ultimately the Dendy pod yet again fails to be able to get the game under control. But it's exactly like what MLP mentioned. 15 minutes of the game, especially in the first 5 minutes of the ending phase, Bait always look good. Not only do they look good, they've been getting better at unlocking Dendy and having him move around. Early on in this DPC, we were complaining that he's a little bit too static. He's been moving more. He's been making things happen more, but it's almost exactly as when the enemy team can buy Aghanim shards, the entire game just falls apart for them.
Yeah, 15 minutes goes well for one team, and then Riki just changes the entire game. Ah, this hero.
Yay.
That's, I mean, at this point, you like the casters were talking about it. Like, what would you do to this Riki shard if something changed to it? You know, do they just rework the ability, or what happens? And especially this particular fight that's going on here in the jungle at 26 minutes here. This is Stonebank's reaction basically tells everything about this clip.
Yeah.
Are we going to see it?
We are going to see it.
Yeah,
Like,
all right.
he's very focused. He's got a DD rune. He's got himself Jingu stacks and everything. Oh, Can't get anything off here. Doesn't even get the chance to use his ult. He doesn't get this Boundless Strike off, and
Yeah, well, game's
rough
kind
game.
of over.
Game is hard.
Game is very difficult.
That is despair for sure. I will say though, Dendi, he first blooded Brile mid. He made rotations everywhere. Like you talk about the Dendi Pudge, what more can the Dendi Pudge do in this game? I really don't know. Like he played out of his mind, but TSM, no, they did much better on their side lanes. They played better as a team, and at one point, you know, Dendi just kind of ran out of gas. And I like what they're talking about during the draft as well. I think Moose being on a Treant Protector, not what you're really looking for this team. But is that enough if the performances on the side lanes aren't elevated? Like Stonebank on his Monkey King, like he had last pick, he had the counter pick. He goes for the Monkey King. He does so poorly in that lane. I will contribute a little bit, maybe to he's laning with a Grimstroke. Maybe don't pick that either, but can they just pick some normal lanes that are strong and like have a foundation, and then hopefully Dendi pops off again?
I mean, speaking of the lack of normal lanes, we also saw Funnick in this game. Generally speaking, we're accustomed to seeing Funnick get a lot of networks, just farming the entire map, and that's what he does best, right? Just conversation about how he utilizes that net worth, but giving him Snapfire, Panda. This is not a hero that you even can realistically spend that much time farming with. It just feels like you're wasting the hero if he's in just hitting creeps and not contributing damage. And we saw that towards the end of the game. Didn't really feel like his impact was felt whatsoever. And also he didn't get net worth simultaneously.
Yeah, kind of the lane presence of the hero is good, but after that, it just wears off. The BKB timers came in fast for TSM. I talked about this lineup snowballing super hard, and it did exactly that. Basically, just ran them down and continued from what TSM's been doing every game so far, you know, giving no chance to their opponents. Just absolute brutality, in a sense.
Yeah, they get this W now on the side of TSM. Game 1 in the books for them. Obviously, we know who the MVP is. It disgusts me to my core. I hate this. I don't like seeing it, but what can you do? If it's working, it's working. It's going to end up successful.
Of course.
Now, I want this banned every single game, but you can only ban so much. You only have 2 bans at the very beginning of the draft. If you don't have first pick, let's say you have second pick. Now, okay, do we ban Ricky Lina? Do we ban Ricky and the Nature's Prophet? Because Timado also had a pretty good game here. Despite losing out in the laning phase a little bit, he died like maybe once or twice. Came back in pretty amazing fashion. Obviously, Ricky just gets to 15 minutes, the entire game changes. Fia, we were talking about this in the green room. What's the counterplay to dealing with the Ricky once he does pick up the Aghanim shot in a game like this?
Well, you need farm to deal with it, right? Like the only things that can deal with it is like the Force Staffs, the Lotus Orbs, that type of stuff. But if you don't, BKB is nice too, but you're getting Chainstone on top of it. Yeah. So you kind of need like your teammates to be able to bail you out with items.
Yeah, exactly.
And like they just didn't have enough farm. They didn't really have the heroes that bought those items either. So
yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you have the Battle Fury on the Monkey King. You would expect you're going to be able to farm this game. No, sir. Just taken away with that snowballing lineup from TSM. Then you look at Dendi. He's playing on the Pudge. Like, it definitely could have had a good game. But the downside of this hero in a game like this, where you have these Leshraks and Pugnas, you know that there's going to be a lot of magic immunity. There's also going to be a lot of mobility that you're going to have to chase around. He needs Ags. He needs BKB. He needs Blink. What do you mean? That means a lot of money that you need to get. That means a lot of farms you need to find. That is a lot of kills you need to get. And one man can't do this whole show alone.
Unfortunately not. And Dendi, to Dendi's credit, he was able to get the necessary items. He did pick up all 3 of the items that you need to win out on this Pudge. We had some conversation about whether he'd rush the Blink Dagger. No, he did the smart thing. Went for this early Aghanim Scepter, one of the faster ones on the patch in the top 20 timings that we've seen. And given how many Pudges are played, shows that Dendi is still at that upper echelon on that particular hero. Regrettably though, one man cannot do it all. We need the rest of the team, in particular Stonebank and Funnick, to step up pretty massively. We're hoping that can happen in game number 2 though. So we'll give Bait an opportunity to breathe, get some fresh air, boys, come back, give us an entertaining show for game number 2. And everybody at home, we'll see you soon to continue today's hype. Welcome one and all back again to the North American DPC. Div 1 action continues today, our second day of the third and final week of the tour. And of course, right now a very interesting place to be because TSM, having taken the first game off of Bait, are very close to sending them into relegation territory, but more importantly, very close to confirming their spot at the Lima Major. Game number 2, gentlemen. If they get this dub, obviously they go to the Lima. Let's talk about pressure mentally, T-Panda. We already know that they are very favored in this particular series. Is the fact that they know what the stakes are, will that impact how they play the game, or will it elevate the performance instead?
Well, looking like an experienced roster that, or an experienced organization, basically what you would say is, yeah, I mean, you would think that there's a bit of pressure. No. No, there's, I mean, you just
not
played,
after that game.
Exactly. You're playing every game of Dota one by one. You keep your mind focused, set on just that one particular game. Then you can celebrate that, hey, we made it to the major. But you never celebrate too early. You never do that. You're not going to underestimate your opponents in this one. And Bait, in game 2s, has been somewhat all right. They've had some success. They've lost a lot of series, though, that have ended in 2 games. They've had a couple which have gone all the way to 3, and they've been able to tie those ones up. Can they do it here against TSM? I mean, it looks like it's very unlikely, but we don't know until the draft kicks in, because the things have kind of shuffled here. TSM going for the second pick this time. So are they going to do some changes with Dendy's picks? Are we going to see him first phasing now that they have the first pick for themselves? Not necessarily first pick, but in the first phase at least. And what does TSM take with this second pick? Are they just going to find another hero that's just going to annihilate the entire server, basically?
One of the things that I want to see in this situation here, Fear, is going to be how to unlock Funnick a little bit more. The Snapfire didn't necessarily work out. To be fair, they haven't actually won a series just yet, but when he's playing like the Dooms and stuff, things do look a little bit better. Between himself and Kasane, it's kind of interesting, right? Because Kasane started with a very particular hero pool, expanded and got better. Funnick feels like his hero pool has been narrowing a bit and hasn't been working out whatsoever. What do we want to see from the Mans here going into the second game?
I don't know, man. Like, he's dabbled in a little bit of everything. Like, I haven't been super impressed with any of the heroes yet, to be honest with you. So, like,
that's all there's to say.
He's tried the Darkseer getting in there. He's tried the Snapfires. He's tried the Doom. I guess the only thing... He tried the Pango one game. I guess the only thing he has left to try at this point is maybe just bust out some Zoo. Play some Brood. Play some Beastmaster, you know? Play like something that can... I mean, he did lose with Beast too, but play it again. It looked okay, but play it differently. I want to see Funnick be more aggressive. He tried it this game, but not a Snapfire. Like just play some Zoo, maybe some Beast, and get aggressive.
It's kind of interesting though that you say play some Zoo because Kasane hasn't played some in a while, and I think what's interesting for me about it is that exactly. He probably the team feels that you're so good on Broodmother, you're so good on Lycan, you're so good on Beastmaster that we don't necessarily need to be in a situation that we make you practice on it. I mean, we heard actually that players like 33 around the world, players like Saberlight, some of the premier offlaners are taking tech from Kasane when it comes to these Zoo heroes. So if you're in this situation here, Panda, do you bother even picking them up, or do you just wait until the major? Because it's like, well, I need to have another repertoire of heroes in case the entire Zoo gets banned.
There's always the chance for it, sure. I mean, Zoo has been around for quite some time. I feel like we're repeating a tournament meta from earlier years where the Zoo just seems to be unstoppable, and I feel like it disappears for a while and then it comes back again. But I feel like currently it's not going to change at least too much, especially with this Broodmother just continues being banned. That hero's just not going to go through at all. And like outside of that, maybe traditional offlaners. Right now, I think the Darkseer is still a pretty hot name, and Funnick actually has 1 win on the Darkseer and the others on the Snapfire. So rather than the Snap, what Firo talked about, I'd rather like see Darkseer or something like that if the game is suitable for it.
Well, this game so far, getting into the second draft, it has begun right now. Bait, they had the first overall pick. Thank God they banned Ricky. No Nature's Prophet either, so they clearly felt that was one of the bigger problems. And Primal Beast and the Broodmother not available for Bait. So Lina first pick. I believe this is the first Lina game that we've seen on the side of Bait, but TSM, well...
all right, pack it up, boys. Kasane Lycan.
All right, Kasane Lycan and also Ari Rubik. And also Ari Rubik. How do you deal with this?
Well, you gotta deal with Lycan as always. Like the biggest weakness of the Zoo heroes, which will be like your Visage or Lycan, Broodmother. These heroes need to be stopped in the laning stage because they're pretty weak laners for the most part, and that's where you. And Lina is actually quite good at that. But if you do get outplayed, it's a whole different story, and these heroes now crush you. But stop this Lycan in the laning stage. The overgrowth is pretty good. That gives you some defensive capabilities. It gives you some armor too to deal with the Lycan. Pick more AoE, maybe in the off lane. You know, you could go for like the Tide route. Some big AoE stuns that it's all about protecting Lina at this point with AoE stuns.
That actually reminds me, the last Lycan versus Lina matchup that I remember was Rises versus Saberlight, and Saberlight was destroying that lane. He got some pretty sick wolf body blocks onto the Lina, and where they were trading off on getting a support kill, like the pause 4 kill, they end up losing their entire safe lane, and then the Lycan just stays alive after that. So Bait really has to be careful of, 1, positioning, 2, lane tranquility. How are they going to be moving around with this Treant? And the Lina Treant exactly doesn't have the fastest movement speed at the early levels, level 1, level 2, maybe level 3, and Lina is capable of fighting back and has the damage and the attack speed to back it up, but you don't want to mistake or at least underestimate the capability of Rubik Lycan burst damage and the body blocks on the wolves, because Lycan's right click, it hurts a lot. These heroes, they don't exactly have a lot of armor.
Yep, and we've seen the damage mitigation that can be brought to bear in the laning phase as well with these two heroes. I'm intrigued about something, right? Seeing this Bait lineup unfold. This Lina, we haven't necessarily seen it being played mid so much here in the North American region. However, back in the Halcyon days of Dendi in his prime, there would be occasions where we would have this Lina mid being played in that position. So what do you all make of that particular option? Or is it just super hard locked in, definitely going to be Stone Bank Lina no matter what?
Lina's still the hard carry, right?
I mean, no matter where you play, it's going to be your carry, right? So, like, you can put the Lina mid. A lot of teams aren't really favoring this because, it's like, right now, if you do make rotations or you crush your lane, it can be advantageous for your team. And if you know Lina's going mid, it might be harder to, like, crush your lane. Sure, you're always going to win it because you're Lina. But, like, if they do want to do that, it's now Dindy's to carry. Now Stonebank will need to pick up something like, I don't know, like a Kunkka, something that can lane versus the Lycan, kind of shut them down, but also bring, like, some control in team fight.
Clockwork emerging right now for TSM. We are seeing this more and more as an option against this Lina hero. We saw it in the prior series of Rebellion versus Nouns utilized against Yamson. And in that game, they also had this Rubik Clock, which seemed pretty strong together. And also with Rubik versus Treant Protector. This is feeling... I'm getting a lot of deja vu out of this draft, honestly, when I look at TSM at the moment. So for Bait, what do we want? We still need something for Funnick. We need something for Moose to play. We do not want to see him on the Treant Protector. I think we all agree.
Yeah.
Which space-making fours are still left? There's still a Hoodwink in the pool. Could he go for that potentially?
But yeah, potentially. Yeah. Hoodwink is a great option in my opinion. When you add it with the Lina, we have the one-shot combo with Sharpshooter and the Laguna Blade. We have Lockdown enabling the Lina to reposition and get some damage out. I just want to point out, I love that Witch Doctor respect ban from TSM.
Yeah, me too.
Very different. All right, they're going to bring up more stuns to the team. Yeah, that's a solid idea.
They're bringing the beast. I asked, play some more Zoo. They're going to answer the Zoo with the Zoo, and normally when two Zoo clash, it comes down to timings and execution.
Who's the Zookeeper?
That's going to be the question. Have you bought your tickets to see the Zoo extravaganza? TSM, they pick up the Sniper right now. I mean, not that many heroes to completely get on top of the Sniper, unless things go pretty well for Bait in the earlier portion of the game. I like this, and we haven't actually seen much Sniper in the last couple of days, have we?
Not really.
Sniper, though, they picked it versus Beast. It's very hard to use your boars into the shrapnel. You can kill it quite easily. Playing against the Lina, Lina likes to outrange you. Well, Sniper can outrange the Lina, right? You don't really have to worry too much about that. So I like this pick a lot. I think it's should be pretty successful. I think they're going to have to deal with this with their mid laner. But, like, what is Dindy going to play when all the bans come out?
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well. Since they did go for the first phase Primal Beast ban, they just don't want to let Dendi first phase that hero. Sniper is 2-2 right now. Bryle and Yamson are the ones who have the victories on it. The losses for Arc and D and M. The drafts that they've basically picked this Sniper are usually against Lycan or heroes like Treant Protector. So you're kind of already distancing yourself away from the Treant not to get caught by the overgrowth. And damn, you got some nice frontline and vision with this Lycan and the Clockwork. So Sniper should always be guaranteed to deal damage in every single fight because of the vision advantage that TSM has. So it kind of falls into a very nice place. I like this idea from TSM.
And I think both teams are going to most likely ban... I say that, but I was going to say, I think both teams need something that can, you know, make some plays, roam around on the map. And if you're not going to do that, you better be very confident in your abilities to crush mid lane. So, like, Tiny is still up for grabs. I think that hero, one of the sides should pick it because Sniper needs someone to go in. You already got the Clockwork, that's fine. You have Lycan too, but more the merrier, right? You just want more people in there so you can just, like, keep dealing the damage there. Same thing for Bait here. Unless they're going the route of putting Dendi mid on this Lina, they also need something similar. But like, what's left for Dendi? No Pudge this game. No Primal.
Might play Puck, and it feels like Brawl could play Ember Spirit. How do you feel about that?
The thing, yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's this 3-hero trio, basically, if you think about the Ember, the Puck, and then there's the Void Spirit, which I was thinking for Bait. If they really want to Playmaker early Void is a fantastic idea for that. The Queen of Pain, which was banned by Bait, so that would have been another option.
Dendi banned his own Quap, huh?
Yeah, so if he goes Void Spirit, I'm pretty sure TSM's going to reply with a Puck into that. It's a pretty solid answer to it, but if, I don't really see Dendi playing Ember, but I could see Brawl playing Ember. So if they ban the Puck themselves, okay, this is interesting.
So let's see, what else could Dendi play here?
I think Brawl is going
Doctor.
Ember now, but he can still see his matchup for what Dendi wants to pick.
But if Bait takes Ember, you don't really want the Void Spirit against it. That's when I'd kind of be okay with TSM just like going all in there and like going for like a Huskar or something and just crushing the mid lane, trying to snowball with the Lycan and just be okay with your initiation's going to be a little limited.
What about full-on push damage and go TA for Dendi?
TA?
I would smile so much if that were to happen.
I feel like it's a little hard because like they have a lot of ways to break refraction, right? All right, Batrider. Okay, so
something new.
Another Dendi classic here. Batrider going to emerge. Not a hero that necessarily goes in as hard as he used to be, right? Still going to be very good though, give him some mobility as well. Some single target disable, which, you know, it matches up with what we were having already with the Beastmaster, Morana, and the Lina. It does leave them a little bit light on overall team fight though.
I think this will be a good Ember game for TSM.
Yeah, the Ember's still good.
Yeah.
Ember feels great for Brawl.
Like, I don't know if the meta shift at some point, because I hear different opinions on this Bat versus Ember matchup. Sometimes the Bat crushes the Ember, sometimes the Ember does well versus the Bat. It used to be that, you know, the Bat used to crush the Ember, then the Ember got better, went for the Slight Chains build, now it beat the Bat. Now it's like, maybe there's some new tech and it's swinging the other way here. Very interesting to see what TSM does want to pick, because, like, Batrider's not really a hero that is gonna win the lane like it used to.
Yeah.
When you just like don't see your matchup.
He needs a bit of farm, and then the Beastmaster also needs a bit of farm. So all of that is kind of escalating to your item timing again. If we look at Bat together with Beastmaster, if all things go well for Bait, they're gonna unite at like 16, 17 minutes for a full-on team fight. There's the Ember Spirit, so that was kind of expected. I was like, do they put Beast mid off-lane Bat? But then I looked at the Sniper, which is really not a good idea to have the Bat for the lane. So Dendi, Batrider, and you know, all I can say is just best of luck for Stonebank, because I've been watching his gameplay outside of the official games as well, and he's not in a very good mental state right now. I feel like he's a bit shaky, so you know, a win would do wonder for him. Like if they can actually get themselves a good laning stage into the exit, which I think is even more important than the laning stages right now for Bait, to actually get a successful plus 15 minutes game, that will do wonders for Stonebank's confidence.
Sophia, normally when we've been seeing Bait look successful, it's generally when Dendi is able to move from the mid lane, make things happen on the side lanes. This game, he can not only do that very well with the Batrider, but they have some degree of damage on both sides of the map he's going to rotate to. I know you're out of the copium department, but how do they win on the side of Bait with the draft they have?
How do they win?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see here. Stonebank has to have a phenomenal performance, right? He has to do really well in his lane up here with his Lina, shut down the Lycan. Same thing for Funnick. And Dendi, he's got to rotate to his Beast rather early on. Beast has got to take the tower, go to the mid lane. Those are things that I think they should do. Are they going to happen? I really don't think so.
And on the side of TSM, T-Panda, do you like the cookie cutter draft they have? Cookie cutter for them, because this is definitely a staple draft we've seen pretty much from them before.
Brawl Ember, Tomato Sniper, yeah, they've got a solid draft. Now Kasane is basically just going to pop off again, or is he? I mean, there will be one. That will be the first if he doesn't.
It would certainly be a first if he doesn't, and it wouldn't be the first time, though, that Bait has pushed the series to a game number 3. So let us see if we're going to have some first, or if we're going to continue on the track record of how things have been going so far. And to find out, we have an incredible duo of the narrative journeyman, John X Fire, and the copium merchant, Michael Phoenix. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Snehel. Even I'm out of copium here, to be perfectly honest with you. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, do you have any copium?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
All right, well, let's get back into game number 1.
Look, we've seen this lane combination before of Lycan Rubik, and it just crushes Lina. You get the value point in Howl, you have Fade Bolt. What damage are you looking for from Stonebank if he does go Fiery Soul? There's no damage. There's literally no damage. You tickle. Once Howl is up, if Howl is something Kasane goes for. And I think it was him we saw actually play that combination with Ari. So you can just crush the Lina lane. They just need to cut the tree line now, which they are lining up for. Look at them all lined up with their Quelling Blades, just ensuring Lodine won't have anything to play with. And if you can't get that strong start, if this Lina can't carry, then TSM likely won't give you space, because they will look to play aggressive here.
30 seconds
It's going to be an interesting matchup, to say the least. Let's see what Bay can do, because it's not going to be the first time if they do force to a Game 3 here in the DPC, but it has certainly been a rough run. With Dendi, though, Jonathan, we've got a video with the man, and I have a feeling I already know the answer, but we asked the man, what is your favorite hero to pick? Let's hear from Dendi.
So I think the most consistent hero through all the patches for me would be Queen of Pain. I love this hero. I have level 30 Queen of Pain with blue dress. It's beautiful, and I'm ready to play it in any patch. I'm sure we will do fine. If we're talking about overall competitive, I think Beastmaster is one of the best heroes out there. He always insanely broken, I think. And whenever you buff him or nerf him, he is there. He have bird, he have BKB control, he have boars that annoys you. He can go like Axe, and his passive is broken for entire team because it's aura for attack speed, right? So great hero.
Well, I must admit, John, unexpected answer there with the Quap, but good to see Dendi's a man of culture.
Yeah, unfortunately that has been constantly banned out against him as well. So he hasn't been able to play that comfort in a while. And I do love his points about Beastmaster. I mean, this hero just never goes away. Still,
Moose, already in a lot of trouble. Thing is with these Miranas, they don't go for level 1 leap. See, he does actually end up going for the arrow as well. I was expecting the Starstorm to be the option here for Moose, but level 1 arrow is what he went for, and Whitemon's just punishing him for it.
yeah, it's tricky to work that lane without the setup. With the arrow, you can always just kind of go for the large creep and work your way there, maybe secure the range creep as well. But just Clockwork Sniper is so aggressive. Like, they get the arrow to stop Whitemon, but...
Panic's dead.
Oh, yeah, you're not out.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you don't find the Mirana, but you find the better target anyway. And that is a really obnoxious kind of laning stage, because the shrapnel just slows them down. Whitemon, he doesn't even have brown boots yet. He just went casual Windlays. It works out perfectly, though. Top lane, maybe they can at least find Ari here on this Rubik, and it seems like Stonebank will be able to secure a kill for himself. So happy days for Bait, but I'd certainly argue it's a better trade on the other side of things for TSM.
Yeah, you're much happier in TSM. You're getting that build up on Tomato. The core matchup of Lina versus Sniper is also just really awkward for Lina as well. Sniper has a lot of ways of getting out, especially with his shard. So you've got some protection to increase that range between you two. And just giving this strong start for Tomato, I mean, it just gets going much faster. Sure, you're keeping Kasane down. He doesn't quite go for the Howl. He does go for the Feral Impulse to stay in that lane. But it's Ari that you're killing off, and Ari doesn't really mind as long as Kasane farms as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ari this time around should be all right. Lodine going to chase him down for a little bit, forces out the lift, but it's going to be about it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, you are seeing Moose now trying to harass Whitemon. Still very hard against the clock. Have some decent base armor, 3 armor for the clockwork, and at the very least, Moose shouldn't die. He's got that level 2 up, so he does have the leap available, but it does seem like TSM, at least down this bot lane, are much more interested in trying to find Funnick. He's certainly the much easier target to catch, as we are going to have a quick pause here from Lodine. I suppose in the meantime, how's the mid lane been going? Like, you have Brawl versus Dendi here. You'd imagine it should be Dendi favored. For now, though, Brawl being an Ember specialist, 13 and 4 in terms of CS.
Yeah, no, the Bat Rider doesn't tend to win this one out anymore. With the Chains and Sleight of Fist build, you just dodge out the Napalm, you punish back, you get that early Orb of Corrosion along with your Phase Boots. You can kind of really pump in the harassment onto that Bat Rider and punish missteps. When he wants to chase in, with Firefly, Chains, and go away. So not too many issues there for Bryle. Dendi still has play opportunities, of course. Level 4 or 5 is going to be where he feels nice, but that also means Bryle is going to have a lot of ways to dodge. You could try to tie in with some aggression here. Like, if Moose can rotate in down the line, that could lead to some nice, easy kills. But so far, a much stronger start for Bryle in comparison to the last game.
That certainly is. 1-1. Of course, looking back at Kasane there for a moment, in fact, hold that thought, because Whitemon again going to go for a chase into Moose. Cogs out, Funnick, try to help out Moose, but we'll take a tiny bit of damage from this. Doesn't seem like Tomato was too interested in trying to harass. He was more interested in that creep wave, of course. You know, Wymon's just doing a fantastic job of keeping them zoned out consistently. Funnick at this point just completely out of mana. Doesn't really have anything to throw at the creep wave any longer. And he just can't get close. Every time he does, Wymon's going to be there with the battery assault cogs. And if Tomato doesn't have a creep wave to hit, he's certainly got the follow-up damage.
Yeah, he's just managing to get that spacing out. At least Funnick does get his clarity in, so the axe spam can begin. And Moose has an opportunity to look for that rotation. They've got a nice ward to spot. Should be able to get themselves the water rune as well. If they can somehow connect onto Bryle if he oversteps, you do have a good chase opportunity with a Firefly. But he's playing it safe. He can tell. No one's showing down bot with Whitemon chasing. So more than likely Moose is trying to find something.
Top lane, Lowdyne trying to get a little bit aggressive here on the Treant. Won't chase too far. Pretty dangerous into a Rubik Lycan. Bottom lane, again, still not really going that well right now for bait. Ari, he chased here on the Rubik. Nature's Grasp will be there, but a nice lift up back towards Stonebank. The Dragon Slave not even really connecting on Ari there. He's just taking no damage from that. And the thing is with this Lycan, like, the more he can just sit in this lane and keep that farm going. In fact, hold that thought, because mid lane, Dendy's now going to go for this chase onto Bryle. The chains did come out. Bryle, can you play around this? He'll very fire up, but in the end, Dendy will secure the kill.
MMR is just a number.
Yeah, I mean, he finds it costs him his own life, but much bigger for Dendy, of course, getting that solo EXP and the gold bonus on top. He's going to be feeling good. They finally managed to get something connecting on the mid, and they are starting to put Bryle down quite a fair bit. Once Bryle does hit 6, that's going to be a little bit harder to pull off. You will have to try to close in for that lasso, and that's easier said than done. But you've got the foundation on mid for Dendy to play around a bit more. I suppose he will more than likely wait for travels before committing even more on the side lanes, but once that is up with his foundation, you can start to set up, especially with Funnick. Like the Beastmaster plus Batrider can run down these single targets quite nicely.
They can. The one thing I fear, and I was trying to say this earlier, but this Lycan pick, right? Like, Helm of the Overlord, on a Lycan, it scares me much more than a Beastmaster. It just feels like you could just get chased down so easily. And Stonebank on this lane, he might really suffer due to this, because the Lycan, again, it's just so easy to catch out heroes. It's Funnick bottom lane being chased down. Kasana now copying damage top lane. Do they have enough to finish? Not quite. Funnick in the meantime has been caught by Whitemon, but they don't have the follow-up damage. Whitemon just being as annoying as humanly possible. Now a very nice shrapnel there to slow him down even longer. Arrow's gonna miss as well. So battery assault's gonna come out. Oh, that is not good. Funnick dies really to nothing apart from Whitemon, and now they scout out all the stacks.
Yeah, they've got good information. They can start clearing out if they want to. Contest those stacks, take them away from Funnick, from Dendy especially. He'd want to really build up into that travels timing ASAP on our Batrider. And TSM, I mean, Whitemon's not done. He just keeps chasing.
I mean, why not? Just don't let him get close to the way. Look at this. Moose, he's got a leap charge, so he's playing with Whitemon here, but you gotta be cautious. Luckily for him, Whitemon doesn't have mana. Moose is still trying to mess around. Arrow, not going to connect. He's literally just not leaving this Marauder alone. He's got no mana. He's got now enough for Rocket Flare. Moose. Oh, one more right click would have done the job. Oh no, the assassinate!
Oh no! Oh man! Oh my god, that's not. Oh man, I don't know what to say. I mean, he wants to shove Whitemon away, but there's no winning in that circumstance.
No.
He gets baited out for the leap, and he has no play.
I'll be frank, I think Moose was quite tilted. That's what it looked like. He was just angry.
Yeah, and it's uncharacteristic of him, right? We've seen him consistently play well. Now, at the least, he gets the opportunity to get a bottle top up for Dendy. So you can kind of play around here. Level 6 is up in Bryle, but he only has one remnant left to throw out. A little bit tougher to kind of commit, but he does still get himself the haste.
Bryle now. He'll rotate. Oh, not Moose again. Not him again. Oh no. Chains out. Hold him down. There's your assassinate. He's not even going to get the chance to leave. And you said it, the stacks are being taken. Dendi has to try and intercept, but how can he do it by himself? He needs some help. Funnick's on the way, but it's too late. Dendi, he's gone. Or is he? Still running. Remnants forward. Ari's got him anyway. Funnick now running into the triangle. Funnick, you need to get the hell out, sir. This is not your home anymore.
Oh man, they're dropping so much. The only benefit right now for Bait is that Stonebank's having a better lane. Your Alina is managing to farm. So that's the one bit of news, but this flash farm that you've stored up for Dendi, I mean, the travel's timing will be thrown off if you lose the Ancients. The Sentry also gets taken out, so it stays blocked from future stacks.
Ouch.
And Whitemon's just standing in the same spot. It's like, yeah, come up these stairs, come on.
He's such a troll, this guy. For any of the NA viewers that aren't aware of Whitemon, he is such a troll. It's all about psychological warfare with this guy. He's so underrated when it comes to these little plays that really just get under your skin.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Southeast Asian way, you know, it's particularly very characteristic, I want to say, of Indonesian players. They just tend to do that, right? Like Whitemon, Dreamocell, Zephyr to an extent. This is just something they excel at, just the mental warfare. I think literally only Mikoto doesn't do that because he's just so focused in. Everyone else is just, I don't know, man. It's just what they do.
You know the mid players, they're always too serious. Here we go, Funnick. He's not going to be feeling too good about himself. Oh, Stonebank as well? Oh no, Stonebank's being chased down though. Kasane can't do it. Kasane, oh, he should be dead, and he is. So trade on the off lane. Stonebank just fine as Kasane gets a little bit too confident. So 1 for 1. I guess in the favor of Bait this time around, considering they are behind.
Yeah, you're happy enough handing that over to Stonebank. Get that build up on the Lina. This tier 1 push down bot, not the biggest tower in the world for Bait to lose out on. So you're kind of okay with it, although...
Funnick, he has to cancel his TP.
Yeah, not a good feeling.
Walk of shame time. It's a very, very sad feeling, that one.
On the bright side, the tower just can't fall with physical output coming out from Tomato. So it will stand for quite a fair bit, at the least. That is some very good news coming out there for Bait. And they could try to group up, but Whitemon really just doesn't care.
No, he does not. Arrow, he'll take it. He'll protect the siege creep. It's worth it. Moose is gone.
Oh,
I love that. Like, just put your body forward. You've got Tranquils anyway. We need to keep the siege creep, get all the damage that we can out. They've gotten rid of half its HP. Tomato's trying to protect the siege creep here.
Does.
Whitemon will take over, and they have to just use the wild axes. Again, like with the Treant Protector, you mentioned it. The armor's so high with that living armor being placed on the tower, you need every bit of damage you can get. And here we go. Tier 1 bottom tower. They're still going. They'll force all the rotations. Overgrowth is literally only connecting on Whitemon. And they will get him. Barely keeping that tier 1 intact. So they'll start healing it up. But it just kind of goes to show you in what kind of position they're in. It just feels so desperate.
Yeah, it's not a big kill, but you'll take what you can get. And you can keep that tower alive. It's a slow process if you can't connect with Kasane here, but what TSM is doing is just giving space out to Bryle and Kasane to get that initial build-up. And get that Lycan online, get this Ember online. I mean, he's already sort of online with Facebook's Orb.
Oh, chains out. Dendi, Assassinate is there. He'll try to lasso. Not gonna matter. Tomato gets the kill. Lodine's shown up. Whitemon's literally just gonna chase him. And the most obnoxious way to die with the duck sounds, the quack quack coming out from Tomato. Worst cosmetic ever. I hate that thing so much.
It's the best.
It's the worst.
It's absolutely the best. Just so silly. Whitemon again, he's never scared. He sees these supports, he sees that Lina, no problem. And they can't clear the stacks.
Like, it's only Dendi that can really do it. Like, Funnick might be able to if he's got time. He certainly doesn't have that, and yeah, they're gone.
I can't help but laugh at Whiteman's position. He's just always forward, no cares.
No
He's just
need.
there.
Bottom lane, raw forced out by Funnick just to stop Bryle, but Bryle's still chasing. He's got a double damage on active, so it's a lot of damage. And Funnick, he's trapped in the trees. He's gone. Funnick just can't survive this game. Meanwhile, Ari, he might go down, but in the meantime, you'll trade Dendi for that. Hookshot off the mark from Whitemon, so at least you won't lose Stonebank. Overgrowth out.
What?
For what? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, you looked at the initial odds here from esportsbet.io. It was around, you know, at the start, 11.37 to 1.07. It devolved into 1.02 at some point.
It's at 1.04 to 9.59 at the moment.
That's generous.
It is generous, but you know, there's some bait fans out there that still believe.
For sure, for sure. I mean, we saw some shining moments in Game 1. Bait, as the panel mentioned, does a lot better in Game 2. They've been able to force some series out into 3 games, but it doesn't feel like they've got a hold here just yet. Again, look at Timado's net worth in comparison to everyone else. Way above on Stonebank. Bryle and Kasane are above Dendi and Funnick by a decent margin as well. And you just mentioned that Beastmaster versus Lycan. The Lycan timing for Overlord just feels a lot scarier than Beastmaster with the shapeshift move speed. It's just obnoxious.
Well, you saw him try to dive the Lina earlier on just with the Dominator alone, and the only reason that Stonebank was able to fight back is Lowdime was there with him. Moose not getting chained. Hookshot will be off the mark. Moose going to be okay to back his way out of this one. The TSM just so confident across the map now. 3k advantage, but they understand how much more powerful they are. They'll spot out Funnick now. Bryle just immediately jumping in. They do have Roar up. Bryle, have you gone too far this time? Arrow's gonna land. Lasso committed as well. But how tanky is this guy?
What?
Bryle's still alive. They haven't got the damage. What do you mean?
Oh, man.
Oh, they committed everything.
That was everything out? Like, they probably just needed Stonebank there. Literally get all the burst out.
Oh.
If you had Lacuna, you might have been able to get that done. But with just the Beastmaster and the Batrider, I mean, it's not like he had enough sticky napalm.
Look at this. Like, well, they threw everything. Roar out. He had the Flame Guard. Dendi gets in for a lasso. Arrow connected from Moose. They had the Dominator creep. They Starfall on top of him. He's still going.
Yeah, it's just not enough. It's simply just not
Well,
enough.
what is enough? What is enough?
You drag in Stonebank somehow, get a Laguna out, or maybe just, if you had a couple more sticky napalms, if that fight was somehow prolonged and the stuns were stacked a little bit better, you might have had an opportunity.
For reference, that was a level 2 flame.
Yeah.
Level 2.
Yeah. It's the state of the game, Mikey. That's the state of the game. As Roche does fall, and Bryle has an Aegis. So even if you did catch him out now, well, killing him twice is a different story entirely. As again, with 1 life, they had to throw every single target stun they had on hand. In 2 lives, maybe you just hope Overgrowth's enough to follow through and maybe land an LSA if Stonebank's in the area. At the least here for Bait, BKB timing for Stonebank is shaping up. So he's got a little bit more play once that's up. But the map is shrinking at a rapid pace. Look at wards from TSM, just really good aggressive wards up top. 1 ward watching this area below the ramp and near the tier 1 mid of Dire side. It's just set up for them to keep running around, keep finding these kills. And for Bait, they have Hawk Vision, they have a couple of defensive wards. They're just not able to play around that information, and we're just back to this point where Bait in the mid game just goes farming on everyone.
Bottom, Lowdine, he's not going to have the chance to farm, I don't think. Lymon, you'll just keep chasing. I mean, you've got Rocket Flare for vision if you need it. Lowdine knows he's got no way out of this. Or even the Shrapnel. And that'll be Tomato now, 9-0-6. Currently on a perfect game. Hasn't died once. 9 kills at 17 minutes. Kind of ridiculous here on the Sniper. Meanwhile, topside, Stonebank going to get spotted out by Brawl with an Invis Rune. A lot of damage being pumped out, though. Stonebank at the very least does have a BKB. Doesn't land the stun, though. And Bryle, well, he does die to the Aegis, but now Stonebank. You've lost the Aegis, but can this Lina survive? Roar is out. They'll try another time, and maybe they've got him. Bryle is down. But what's it going to cost? Stonebank, Moose, both dropping. Funnick trying to run. The chase is on. And they've got another. So you got the Aegis and you got Bryle. But you gave up 3, including your carry.
Yeah, it's not quite worthwhile. I mean, it's an important kill to find, but it just cost them so much. And the worst thing is Tomato's there to soak up all the gold on his end. So you lose your Ember, but you're feeding your Sniper to be even bigger. It's difficult. You've got the full Hurricane Pike up now on Tomato, so he's very well protected even if he does get jumped. Bryle working onto a Lincoln's just to block one of these stunts, and Dendi
In trouble, chains are out. Bryle's caught him again. Dendy gonna try and make a run. Whitemon has hook in one, does have it now, perfectly lines it up. Dendy gonna go for a lasso, try to survive a little bit longer, but it's just chipping and chiving. Well, TP away.
Ooh.
It's actually gonna work. Dendy
Please, I'm just joking.
surviving in the end. Very, very nice from Dendy.
Yeah, he buys a lot of time. That's some space that Bait is using well to farm up on Funnick and on Stonebank. And
Well, Tomato, he's all by himself. This is very confident from Tomato. Overgrowth is out. He is completely surrounded. That'll be the first death of the game for Tomato. He was 10-0 and 8, and then he just ran into 5 by himself.
Sometimes you feel it, you know. Sometimes you feel it a little bit too much, and you get punished. That's the big kill Bait wanted, and they didn't even need to really make a play for that. It was just handed to them. So, you know, if TSM is not careful and that happens a couple more times, Bait's going to be at full power. This is still Alina.
Lowdyne caught by Whitemon. Moose is there. Arrow's not going to be connecting as Whitemon does juke it out. Lowdyne trying to go for the fight. Whitemon actually dropping quite low, but does barely get away. TSM, they were trying to catch up to take down Lowdyne, but instead Dendy's the one being chased now by Kasane. Luckily for him, he did have the Firefly for that bonus movement speed, so he does outrun the Lycan. With that Bait, they are surviving. 4K advantage the way of TSM. Definitely nowhere near out of the game yet. And Stonebank is the saving grace. He's only 1K behind the sniper.
Yeah, and that kill just gave him so much. Like that, they are definitely very happy in Bait to have seen that play coming out from Tomato. TSM though, just going for a smoke play. If they find a kill and go into the objectives once more, start taking some tier 2s, solidify their control of that top jungle, the game can still kind of get overwhelming for Bait if they're not careful.
Even found a Grove Bow here for Stonebank, so even better. TSM trying to deal with that Helm of the Overlord creep here for Funnick. Not quite dead, but getting rather close. Tomato juking out the arrow. Instead, Ari will take it on the Rubik, assassinating that creep just to make sure it goes down. Stonebank got caught by the hook shot, but there's not enough follow-up to it. And now Lowdyne, that's a very nice overgrowth. He holds down a couple. Ari, he'll be the sacrificial lamb, it seems, from Bryle, doing so much damage. And Tomato, he'll take Lowdyne. It's a 2-for-1. While all this is happening, top lane's being forced out by Kasane. So you're going to have to address 2 lanes here, I think, for Bait. Because TSM, they could theoretically just keep going through bot. But they're pinging out Dendy mid lane. They want the Batrider instead. Brawl's going to move in with the chains out. Slider Fist as well. It's so much damage. And they don't even need the Assassinate. Brawl just solos him.
Oh boy. I mean, it looked decent. At least they find 1 kill, but they just don't have the follow-through. And they still need this build-up. I mean, you mentioned that Grove Bow coming out for Stonebank. It doesn't matter when Tomato finds his own Grove. You know, you just have little things like this that you don't even get a neutral item advantage to try to make this a lot better for the Lina. The sniper is still, well, he's just doing sniper things.
Yeah, that he is. Mid tier 2.
Oh, Shadowblade?
Stonebank, no, he's going to miss the LSA, and now he's chained up. At least he has the arrow to protect, and he BKBs and runs. He won't die, but that tier 2 tower, it's not going to be feeling too safe. Now that they know the Lina BKB is gone. In fact, TSM, they smoke up as 5. They really want to punish them for this. Lowdyne's still sticking around, so he might just be the sacrificial target on this Train Protector. Bryle going for the immediate chains out. Lowdyne, no way out of this. Bryle will take another. And that's the mid tier 2 tower gone as well, by the way. Tomato's onto the tier 3 mid.
Yeah, and look at this. Look at this great push.
Oh, nice hook shot. Whitemon juking out the creeps.
Oh,
that's Stonebank gone. No buyback.
No buyback, no BKB in that one because he had to pop it to retreat. And just excellent push from Tomato. This is peak gameplay of Dota 2.
Ari just wanted the leap, apparently. Will take it for himself. Once tier 3 towers open, it's very challenging to try and defend that mid-rats. Chains out again. They've got Funnick. And look at the damage, man. It's just not fair.
No. It's really not. Bait, they can't get Megad at the least. They still have their side lanes with tier 2s.
And they're skipping mid-wave. Funnick's doing a good job with this Ancient Black Dragon. He skips the mid-creep wave. Backdoor protection kicks in. They'll try to go through it, but with the living armor, it's too much.
Is it?
I mean, it maybe not. They're still going. Denny's forced to jump in. They might barely save it, and they do. It's alive. Lasso out. They've caught Tomato. That's the big one. They even commit the Laguna. It's going to be enough. Tomato down, but now the stolen Lasso Ari. He's not having it. My lasso's better, he says. Onto Denny they go. That'll be another. And now they've got a creep wave. Tips out. Tomato will cop it.
Oh, I mean, it looked good for Bait. They get that one jump they need. But somehow no other spells being cast outside of Lasso at that exact moment. I mean, Ari, he's a happy lad with that Flaming Lasso for sure. And for Bait, the good news is your side lanes are still protected for the time being. You have some build-up left for Stonebank, and well, he's only 3k behind compared to Tomato, so not the end of the world. Once Dendi has a Blinkus Wall, things can simplify. I mean, there's still a lot of room to grow. They just need to grow. And TSM are just probably not going to give that opportunity unless they get overconfident once more.
Look at these wolves in that tree line trying to hunt down the Mirana. They won't see him. Moose is okay for now. But the tier 2 tower's not really defended. Like, there's no way. Mid lane Brawl's having a look around. Look at this. He's just literally just stopping. Just cancelling his walk. Chains out on the Lena, Stonebank. And that'll be enough. They won't try to force high ground again quite yet. Roshan, only 10 seconds away from respawn.
Yeah, just go for the safe play. Get that secondary life. And it gets awkward for Bait. I'm wondering what our esportsbet.io odds are looking like, because the last time you mentioned it kind of evened out a bit.
Oh, here we are. It's 1.04 to 9.59 right now, John.
I'd say that's about right. There's a very, very slight opportunity for Bait.
Chains out. They've got Dendi once again here on that Bat Rider. Overgrowth is going to be there. Raw committed as well as the Lasso. They threw everything onto Brile, and they'll find him. Ari, he got the Lasso as well. I'm not sure what he committed it on, though.
Yeah, I think that was his last stolen Lasso as well. It has half the duration. So not able to really save or pull anyone back, but they are smoking in here.
I mean, they've got to try, Bait. This is probably their best chance with that Brawl around. Kasane with the wolf form, barely able to get out as well. Hook shot. Oh, Whitebot. He's caught a couple. Two of them, in fact. Lodine, nowhere to go. They at least get Dendi out, just barely. It's just, you think with the mid-ember dead, they back, wouldn't you? I mean, you can't blame them for trying to go for that on the side. And look at the Gaben's Blessing. Of course, it's a double damage before Roshan.
Yeah. And you should be able to just get that onto Brile with him respawning so soon. You don't really need it for the Rosh itself. Free shard to come out here as well. So you've got a lot to play with. You could just hand a shard over to Ari, have that lift back. Telekinesis, I don't think it's a high priority for Kasane for the split push. They'll actually just pass it on to Kasane. All right. Onto Brile. Okay. So the Remnant Burn.
Onto Tomato, John. Oh, you mean the shard?
Yeah, the shard. And pass it around. I wanted to see it on Ari. Just have a little bit more save with a little kinesis, but maybe they're just so confident. Maybe not necessary.
I mean, it doesn't feel like they need it. Let's be frank. I mean, it took like, what, a Raw, a Lasso, and an Overgrowth to kill Brile?
Yeah, but if you had the lift back...
He wouldn't have died.
If you had the lift back, maybe he wouldn't have died.
I'm pretty sure he would have survived. Which is not a great sign if you're a Bait fan, that's for sure.
No.
Good news, Blink is up on Dendi.
And they can play with this. Lasso pull back, chain stun out, and just keep holding high ground. We've seen games turn around from that kind of play before.
I mean, you're fighting into a double damage sniper, so you're going to have to catch that sniper. Problem is they have a Lincoln to be protecting, so instead they're going to go after the Lycan. Hook shot, Whitebot, he's going to save the day again. Laguna's not enough to kill off Kasane, and now Stonebank's in trouble. Oh, he just melts to the damage output. Tomato just shooting them all down. They'll arrow Brawl, but they can't get close. He'll just keep going. Brawl finds another with the chains. Tomato, man of business, just goes after the top racks. And they're going to go straight for Megas. In fact, never mind, there's a tier 2 tower standing. Tier 4 towers instead.
Try to clear out. They've got the damage output. They've got a stolen overgrowth on Ari as well. If they do try to force the fight out from Bait, it can be a tough one.
Chains up from Bryle. Onto the Bat Rider. Dendi, can he make it? Oh, the overgrowth, Ari. Gonna hold a couple down once again. These T4s, they're not safe. There will be a respawn on Funnick in 8. The Lina will be back to in just a moment, so you do have one final chance for a team fight if TSM don't back their way out now. Thing is, it just feels like they've got all their spells up. Like, they're not really lacking anything on TSM's end of things. Bait, on the other hand, they're gonna go for a pause here. Lag issues, apparently. Fair enough. I mean, this is the final team fight. Makes enough sense that you want to make sure you're not lagging at the time you are fighting. But 19k advantage. Dota Plus right now sitting at 99% the way of TSM. One T4 tower standing. Tips between Brawl and Dendi. What do you reckon the odds are that they can actually fight back here, John?
1 to 15. As
1 to
our
15.
esportsbet.io odds once showed in the Shopify Rebellion versus Bait matchup. I think that was 1 to 15. So
Right.
around that same set of odds here, Mike. It's look, if they can lasso all the way back to Fountain and do that like 2-3 times, sure.
Well, I mean, how's he going to do it 2-3 times, John? He hasn't even got a lasso off cooldown.
Yeah, they don't even have a force staff to kind of help that process as well. So I guess that says everything, Mike. That probably says everything.
Thank you, John. Here we go. The go-ahead is here. Bait. One final team fight. This is without Dendi for another 25 seconds, so they've got to find another way to do it. No overgrowth up. You've got Raw. That's pretty much all you've got to set up here from Funny. Tier 4 towers down. Ancient completely exposed. Moves, he tries to get close, but loses half his HP pool. As TSM, they're onto the Ancient. Bait, they've got to move in. Sprays being placed right now as well. I'm not sure what those are, but they don't look very good. Hold on a minute though, they've caught Tomato on that sniper. That'll be the Aegis down. It's given enough time for Dendi to be back up, so maybe they can fight back, but Stonebank, he gets caught by Whitemon. The Lina's gone,
God.
no buyback available. Dendi just melts, they call it. They just wanted one final fight. At least they got the Aegis off the sniper. That's something positive.
It is, and TSM, they have a really good time. Look, Dendi on mid is still really strong. He managed to get that solo pick off on Bryle. He got the respect tip out, but again, the side lanes of TSM just go really well. Like Tomato with that start, Whitemon with his positioning, he was just playing around there. He was just playing with his food.
Classic Whitemon. Well, with that, we are going to head over to the panel. I think they've been waiting ever since the pause happened, so off to you, panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. 2-0 in favor of the side of TSM. And with that 2-0 victory, they have now guaranteed themselves a spot at the Lima Major. Very clean performance from them in the aggregate. There were some moments here or there, gentlemen, that looked a bit clowny, looked a bit strange, but when you're that far ahead, you have offered a little bit of latitude in games like this.
Yeah, I mean, Bait got through 1/3 of the plan, which we set here, make it through the laning stage, get a strong exit from the laning stage, and win the game. So we got a strong laning stage, definitely. Dendi beating mid against the Ember Spirit, having a good time, and then we also saw Stonebank having a really nice time on the Lina in the top lane. Bot lane, again, that was actually TSM still recovering and getting something out of the laning stage, but that's all I have to say. That's it.
I mean, that was the story of this game, you know? Everything went well. You thought, like, hey, Bait's got a fighting chance here, but yet again, not really able to make a transition from that good laning stage to a good mid game, right? Like, maybe Dendi, he could have, like, we saw Bryle go bot and get kills multiple times. Maybe Dendi needed to be the first one to move there in that situation, try and get on the sniper, open up the map a little bit, but just one step behind is kind of how I saw Bait this game.
Yeah, kind of did feel that way, and especially given just how much farm was being accrued by Tomato as well on his sniper. There was a point in this game, it was like 15 minutes in, he was on a wicked kill streak, an obnoxious amount of net worth, just incredibly strong in this game. Things were going so well for him in the laning phase, he was unable to get level 6 assassinate. The snipers don't do that anymore, but he's like, well, I get this. Just gonna keep chain killing heroes over and over and over again, making life so much easier. And TSM, they grabbed themselves a dub. 6-0. They still have yet to drop a series thus far. Obviously, their last series is going to be up against the side of Shopify Rebellion, so we will see once we get there. But one of the things I found very interesting about this one, although TSM were able to win this game out, there were some aspects of those drops that were similar to what we've seen being done by Rebellion, and Rebellion didn't lose any of their lanes with this kind of draft. So I think there are still going to be things to work on for them, but at the same time, they were at the end of the tether. It didn't really matter, right? They just needed to win this one game. For Bait, though, now they are 0-5 at the bottom of the leaderboard. Not a place they wanted to be at all. There were some positives in the game, but I don't know. Are we thinking at the point of roster shuffles yet?
I mean, again, just have to see this division through. They're playing up against the teams that they're almost currently tying at the bottom right now. So it's fight for survival, basically. Bait, not able to get a series win here, means that they're still their backs against the wall. They're tied with Alpha for 7th place, and Theoth is 1 series ahead of them. So anything is still possible for survival, but this is not the goal that Bait set for themselves at the start of this DPC, or at least this tour. So, I mean, you're at the bottom. You can only get better from there.
Yep, can only get better from there. One of the things that was very much improved from the side of TSM, we saw this Whitemon Clockwork do amazing work throughout this game, enabling the laning phase so much. Funnick spent a large portion of his game in recovery, specifically due to the impact of this Clockwork. But the one thing I really loved about what Whitemon did this game, and I believe he's probably going to be our MVP, his hooks. At the beginning, it was looking a little bit shaky, but as time went on, they were just magnificent here, connecting always on the right targets and often being able to snag in multiple targets in a row. And we spoke about this during the draft, right? What can happen if you allow the Clockwork to do that? Sniper just sits there and pew, 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 and you can just never reach him.
I mean, it's a great combo, right? They both have so much reach that they complement each other very well. It's like you just get the cogs off, throw a shrapnel, and if you want to level assassinate, a lot of extra damage for those cogs. So, and no, what else he did that was super good this game was he invaded the enemy triangle. Like, Moose spent the whole game stacking and stacking and stacking, and Whitemon just went up there, just sat there, warded it, and at the end of the day, all those stacks didn't even go to the side of Bait.
Yep.
They went TSM's away.
Yep.
So, like, it was really, really sad to see for them, but, you know, it was all because of Whitemon and his rotation.
Yeah, talking about that level 6 on the Sniper going for the Assassinate as well. Whitemon probably had his fair share of it as well, bullying Moose next to the tier 2 tower. I don't know what the hell was going on in that moment, but ended up Sniper just walking closer, and Whitemon's just like, yeah, I'm going to keep him here just a little bit longer. Yeah. And when you see that logo on top of Miranda, said, uh-oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's done. I mean, he just kept griefing everybody, right?
At that moment, he knew.
He knew it was done. Moose was not able to play Dota because of this Clockwork. Eventually, Dendy was having real issues playing Dota as well. Obviously, we didn't necessarily see the best out of Stonebank because also he'd always have to worry about this hook shot coming in. Was there a different itemization that they could have gone for? Should we have just started to spam out some 4-stars maybe on the side of Bates just to try and get us as far away from the cogs as early as possible?
I mean, it shouldn't have gone that way in the first place, I guess.
Who had the money to buy a 4-staff that game?
Yeah.
Okay, we take
Where
a
do you
loan.
get the money? You can't get a loan in Dota.
We take a loan, we go to Braille and say, listen, man, you're not using all your net worth. We'll take some of it up. Let's help. But that is true, though. Like, they weren't able to actually get enough farm out of this game. And that's sort of been the story with Bates. Oftentimes getting a really good start in the laning phase, not able to transition into the early mid game with the necessary items. Here and there, you'll have a player or two, Dendy and Moose in general. But in this particular series, we didn't get that to happen. But for TSM, looking forward, now that they have qualified for the major, what's the next step? Obviously, the series against Rebellion is going to be very important because they're going to be playing Rebellion at the major as well. Well, depending on what the group structure is going to look like. But where do they need to go from here? What's the first thing they need to start doing? And before I ask you all about this, we might as well ask the coach from the side of TSM, as we have Moon Meander, former player and now current coach extraordinaire. Good sir, congratulations. You've qualified for a major. Firstly, how does it feel qualifying for a major from a coaching perspective versus doing it as a player?
It's not really different. I still get to go there, eat the good food, and it's really fun watching my boys. Yeah.
Speaking of your boys now that you're not in the roster itself, right? I'm curious. Talk to us about what do you think they are thinking. Obviously, your team is not the finished product just yet. So what do you think you guys need to improve on the most before you start to really show us like the ceiling that this roster might have to offer?
I think what we need to improve the most is just experience. Right now, the guys are kind of inexperienced. A lot of them are having their first time real competitive games. So a lot of them is going to be their first LAN event. So yeah, and the second weakness they got to overcome is their cockiness. I would say they're just such young guys. They're all so goddamn cocky, but it's kind of fun too because you know it's nice having some people on your team with egos. It's like it's good in Dota sometimes to have that.
Yeah, you'll love to see it. Kind of talking about from your perspective and how you see the situation, what do you think about how the roster has come together in such a short time span? Has it been a seamless transition?
No, it was not a seamless transition because it's 3 new players. So I had to draft to my player strengths, and I had to change a little bit of the old guard, Timada and Brow, a little bit how they used to play to adapt to the new guys a little bit. And I think I found the recipe for to make the whole team work though.
That's great to hear. And actually, kind of touching upon that as well on individual players, have you been teaching Ari any pause 4, or have you learned something from him actually?
Yeah, I've been teaching a couple of pause 4 tricks. Yeah, I learned like Ricky Muro from him. It's a really cool hero. He was like the only guy playing it before it was meta. So it's like, yeah, that's something new.
All right, and then I had one final question about the final series that you have up against Rebellion, which is going to be the apex of this entire Tour 1. On a 50-50 probability, how much would you give your team in that series against them?
Let's say good old 100-0.
Oh, all right.
I don't think there's a chance we lose.
Talking about the cockiness.
Yeah, you know, I mean, RTZ had to lane against freaking Moonmi and Saberlight. Now he was laning against Kasane Ari. You know, it was a big fucking jump.
All right, so hello Moon. I was gonna ask you. So how was the transition and the decision making for you to go from a player to a coach this season?
It wasn't really that hard because last year, actually the last 2 years, I've just been like spamming replays and also like studying all the Dota down to a math, and I was doing this on top of playing, so I couldn't really play much, but I try my best to set an example for my team. I will at least have at least 30 games on the last 8 days in Dota Pro 2 Pro Tracker on top of doing like work that coaches was doing. So it took a big toll on my body. Like my back started hurting even though I was stretching all day every day, and my wrist was hurting and stuff. So I was like, man, I don't think I can do another year of this shit. I think I was like the oldest player at TI, survived this long. But now that I'm just coaching and I got like I don't have the stress of being able to needing to compete and improve my laning a lot, like focus on my laning, which was my biggest weakness. I'm mechanically limited, as Brow says. It's pretty chill coaching. You know, I'm just like I have less load on me, and I feel like I'm way less stressed, a lot more happier in my life, and it's great. It's nice, especially it really works when your team is really good. So
yeah,
it's nice to when you coach good players.
So it sounds like coaching for you now is like you found your spot in Dota, and you're very happy with it. All right, so next question is going to be. We talked about food, right? Like, what are you going to eat in Lima, Peru? Like, what are you looking forward to eating?
I'm looking forward to eating the chicken because there's like a Peruvian restaurant I ate the other day in LA where it's like they had like the craziest like rice, fried rice, but it's like not like Chinese fried rice. I don't know how to explain it. It's like kind of orangey. And then the chicken, it's like some crazy ass chicken, and then they had salsa, and I didn't know how to eat it. I asked the owner like how to eat this, like eat this with this. I started eating it. I was like, this is the best chicken I ever had. So now I get to go to Peru and eat the real chicken rice. Because I was born in Asia, and I'm like in Singapore, and so I love chicken rice. So I make it a point to eat every country's chicken rice.
Yeah.
No matter what, you're gonna be the master of the chicken rice matter. I have a bit of a sad question, I suppose. Last year, of course, when you were still on the TSM, the active roster, y'all came second at the major, but then afterwards, the team wasn't able to achieve as much success. So can you talk us through, like, emotionally, how you managed to bounce back and ensure that you still maintain a competitive drive despite the results not matching up to that massive high that you experienced then?
So I've learned to deal with this a long time ago. Every TI, every single tournament, I always try my best, and so after I lose, I don't really like feel as sad because I'm like, I gave it my all, I really did my best, I tried to push everyone up. Sometimes in Dota you need more just in skill and strategies, you gotta have a little luck on your side. The tournament, the TI, we didn't have luck, but I recovered pretty well, and I actually went to my practice room and started trying to rebuild my team. Everyone else was like sulking or drinking. I was like watching replays of all the position 5s and off lanes and every position 4s then to build my new team. So I'm not really like motivation-wise, I'm great. I love Dota. Like, even though like it's been so long, I still love this game so much. I can watch this game all day. I can play this game all day. It's no issue for me there. I just think it's such a great game, and really thankful for what I'm able to do, because I know like it's a really small percentage of people like that can do what I'm doing, and it's all thanks to the fans. So, and the great game of Dota. So yeah, life is good.
Sounds great. I have one more actually still want to ask about you. Since we're kind of touching upon the final series you have against the Rebellion, the DPC points, you get 300 for first place, you get 100 for the second place. Do you think that getting a good start in tour number 1 will pay off better towards the road to TI, or are you happy with if you just end up second place now and you have the other tours to really pop off and take first place away from Rebellion potentially?
Usually the points, if I remember correctly, the second and third tours have more points. And yeah, it's nice having a head start for sure, having more points. But the regional points are pretty much secured for the 3 tours, because NA is like the weakest region. The least competitive, not the weakest, but it's very top heavy. So we're always gonna get the first 2 or at least first 3. And for me, if you don't qualify the TI through points, there's always qualifiers, So I'm not really too stressed about it.
All right.
Okay. Speaking of qualifying to just any kind of competition, the major is right around the corner. You've now officially qualified as a squad. How do you think you'll place? Do you have any idea, based on what you've seen from other regions, based on the relative strength of your own team, where can we expect TSM to finish at the major if it were to happen happening pretty much in a couple of weeks, right? So what can we see from TSM?
It's a major, right? So NA will be second place. So we'll be second place because China number 1.
China number 1, classic.
History tends to suggest that. One final question before we let you go, Moon. Obviously, you still have a lot of work to do. Tell us, outside of Dota, what do you enjoy spending your time on, and what invigorates you besides the best game in the world?
What else invigorates me? Let me see. I love watching anime and like all the new shows, like The Last of Us is pretty good. Movies, the latest movies, and other games I play from time to time. I play Valorant with my siblings. It's another great game.
Okay. Are you a Jujutsu Kaisen enjoyer by any chance?
Yeah, I watch them all. Like you name it, I watch it.
My man.
All the meta ones.
A man of culture, a man of the meta as well. So, Moon Meander, you need to still practice and curate the future meta. We'll see you at the major. Thanks for joining us. And yet again, congratulations for qualifying to the major as your first time as a coach.
Thank you, Snare.
That is, of course, Moon Meander, the coach right now, former Position 4 player for the side of TSM, still cutting a very respectable figure. And what I love about hearing from him, everything that we've heard from the rest of his team about why they respect him so much comes through immediately when you speak to him. And the fact that immediately after a loss at TI, very painful one, that instead of sulking, instead of being upset, obviously the feelings must have been heavy, but what was he doing? He's straight back into practicing. He's straight back into looking over the replays. He's looking towards the future. So when you have a mind like that or a character like that on your side, it always means that you'll have a bright future ahead, doesn't it?
Yeah, I understood everything up to the part of jiu-jitsu. That's where you lost me there. I don't think me and Fear were at a bit of a different level on that. But yeah, true. I mean, TSM is in a pretty solid spot right now. They've proved everyone this roster was ready from day number 1 of this first tour, and having just clean performances, not too many things to actually worry about in terms of preparation, because like things are working, the rosters come together nicely, and all the fears and doubts that we had. This is probably the only team out of those big roster shuffles and new teams that have come to NA that have actually just gone completely off the board and be like, they're the ones thriving. I felt like every other team that has come together for this tour has a lot to look up to TSM, basically.
One of the things that I love that you mentioned here is something that Dota players don't like talking about, but it's a reality. Luck does play a part in your performances, right? Not just in things that happen in the game, but things that can happen external to the game. For example, the series that they ended up winning against Nouns. They got lucky because Nouns should have won that second game, right? And TSM were able to capitalize on that situation and utilize it to the best effect. So going forward, can you talk to us actually having been a player, having won a TI, right? How much do you think it's important to think about luck and the role it plays in the game?
Thinking about it doesn't really help, but in a lot of ways it does play a part. Just your seeding could be a big thing too. Like for TI5, for example, if we would have played Team Secret, we probably wouldn't have gone as far as we did because there was a team we just did not match up well against, right? So just the fact that they were in a different bracket than us may have helped us a lot. The little small things like that, DD runes, you know, in-game luck as well, stuff like that can play a part. So there's no point like sulking on it because when it comes to luck, you can't really change it.
Exactly. And like the quote that I used before, which I will say correct this time, which is the John Milton quote, luck is the residue of design. So when you're already at your peak level, the only difference between the two parameters is just a little bit of luck.
Well, a little bit of luck has obviously gone the way of TSM today, and that, of course, leads them into the Lima Major and at the top of our leaderboard, matched up with the side of Shopify Rebellion. These two squads have been clearly a cut above the rest. Both of them are 6-0 in the leaderboard. Of course, the opponents that they faced off against today, Nouns, still just sitting in that third place. The Nouns tier, as Fia likes to call it, they're 3-2 at the moment. They still have a matchup against the side of Wildcard, which will be quite intriguing to watch because that'll tell us a lot more about where Nouns actually is at the moment in time.
And about today's leaderboard, nothing has actually changed in the standings. Everything is still stale and still as they were. Bait weren't able to pull off an upset, and then we didn't see anything too special happen with the Rebellion versus Nouns series. So that means Nouns is out for the race. They can no longer catch up. They're going to go 5-2 at maximum. TSM now 6-1, or Rebellion 6-1. The other team is going to go 7-0. So nothing changing here is actually pretty interesting. I think every day we've had a bit of a jump here and there from one of the two teams, or three teams, maybe even four. Now it means 5-4 staff, Nouns, and Wildcard have secured Tour 2 in Division 1. But for Theoth, Alpha, Bait, they're still on the line.
They're still on the line. And Fia, what did you make of the performance from Bait today? Do you think they have what it takes to stay in Division 1 when they do end up playing up against Theoth and Alpha Gaming later on this week?
Yeah, I think they're a cut above both those teams right now, but maybe that's our last chance for an upset, and we said there's going to be an upset in NA, so it's got to happen there if it's going to happen. But
still waiting for it.
At this point, I don't even want to see it. I want to see Bait stay in here. They're an entertaining team to watch. I feel like they kind of deserve to be here as well, but you know, the schedule just didn't really work out in their favor. I know they're sitting at the bottom with no wins, but you know, they're playing the two weakest teams last, and they had to play all the strong teams from the beginning, so a little bit unlucky for Bait.
Little bit unlucky for Bait. Let us see exactly what they'll be playing for, because we have a new schedule. You know, this day of Dota is done. We're getting towards the tail end of this first tour of Division 1 Dota. Nouns going to be playing 5-4 staff in the next day and a half, and then Alpha, of course, take on the side of Wildcard Gaming. Wildcard Gaming, I'm anticipating them being able to get that W and go 3-3 at that point in time. And 5-4 staff versus Nouns, I'm actually not sure what to make of that series, if I'm completely honest, because 5-4 staff have a tendency to put teams really off kilter. For a while, they had the longest games. They definitely had the most up and down games, with the sole exception of the series against Rebellion. And Nouns, unfortunately, we were speaking about earlier in their series, they're not a team that does well from behind. So if there's any kind of situation where 5-4 staff can put them on the back foot early on, T-Panda, can you see them taking that series and putting Nouns in an even worse position than they are now?
And anything is possible, positive results or negative results, because this is still a series that matters. Despite holding a spot in the division, they can't really fall to 6th place anymore, which would be no points for the DPC tour, for the year even. They would still have the shot to play for that 120 points, 60 points less than 2nd place. Despite missing out the major, those are pretty important points on the long run. You can still amass some 3, 4, maybe 500 points during the course of the year if you get 3rd place like 3 times in a row, for example. Still get to play, if you have the chance to fight for a major spot. I think they're really close to it, but they just haven't quite reached the peak where they can really match up against the TSMs and the Rebellions, but it's definitely there. So if they make this big improvement during the course of this year, we might even actually see Nouns at the major. Who knows if that's going to happen, but those points are important. It's not like this series has no, it doesn't matter what happens in this series. That 3rd place, 120 points, is actually worth fighting for.
Then the other series that we have on that day does matter quite a lot here, Fia, because if Alpha ends up losing that one, they're already in this relegation scrap, but then it becomes even more difficult. Then it really comes down to that last game up against the side of Bait. Is there any possibility in your imagination that they can take this series against Wildcard Gaming from what you've seen?
Oh, man. The series, no. A game, maybe. I think, any team, at the bottom there, mid, they look a little rough, you know. It looks like they could throw a game or just not win a game they should, but I think Wildcard should have the series in the bag, in my opinion.
Wildcard, of course, they will be wanting to win out that series to solidify their position in Division 1 at this point, get a little bit higher for some DPC points. And Alpha, they are fighting for their lives in Div 1. Unfortunately, though, that does mean that tonight we have no more Dota to bring you. We have finished everything. We've given you the major qualified teams for the North American region, and we'll be looking forward to seeing their journeys, both at the Lima Major and, of course, in that final series later this week, which will really let us know. As T-Panda was mentioning, it's the apex of the region. We want to know who truly is the best.
And also, this is the only free day you're going to get. Then it's going to be 3 nights of
In a
NA
row.
Dotes in a row.
Exactly. One more free night. Afterwards, it's just back-to-back-to-back NA Dota to close out Division 1. So you certainly do not want to miss it. You want to be here for every second of that action. With that, we are going to be closing out the evening. Thank you, everybody at home, for joining us. From myself, Snare, Fia and T-Panda on the panel, MLP and John X Fire on the casting desk, and of course, PTP, our observer. We bid you adieu. We bid you good night. Remember, positive mental attitude, drink water, don't sulk after losing, do like Moon Meander, and just make sure to get better. And we'll see you soon for some more Dota action. This is the NA DPC, and we're saying good night.